Alright, welcome to the stream. I do need to figure some stuff out real quick. So give me just a little bit to figure this out. Alright, I'm seeing if there's a way that I can display capture, video capture, audio input capture? Potentially what I need? Let's see. Alright, doing a test audio. Okay, that's just me. That's just me. I'm trying to see if I can get it to where y'all can hear my YouTube, but not the VC, because the VC doesn't want to be heard. Application audio? Capture the audio coming from a specific application. Okay. Add source. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Oh, I'm getting a call. 2 seconds again.
A holiday gave me a rare, free night to stay up without school looming, and I finally dragged myself to bed at 2 a.m. Propped up, sitting with my body mostly covered by the blanket.
There we go. I think I have figured it out.
So I wasn't lying fully back in that exposed position, leaning slightly backward against the headboard for a sense of control over the oppressive darkness. Strange noises filtered from the living room next door, slow pacing at first, like someone restless and searching for a lost item. Heavy footsteps that thudded unevenly across the floorboards.
Alright. So I think y'all can hear that. I'm just gonna quickly turn my mic off so I can check on Twitch where I watch the chat and make sure it's not too loud. Okay, that's too quiet.
So I stopped breathing entirely and focused every sense on tracking the intruder, footsteps growing more deliberate as they circled the room methodically, the bag crinkling louder now with
Alright, I
frustrated
believe
yanks.
this
I
should
was
be
on the
good
verge
now.
of throwing off the
I
blanket
do
and
have
investigating
chat open.
when
I'll
a sudden
try
thud
my absolute
echoed.
best
The thing had tripped
to
clumsily
check on
over
chat and,
something
watch
low,
chat. So if
crashing
any of you
into
guys
my
want to talk to
bedroom
me,
door
I
with a
should be
loud
seeing
bang
the
that
Twitch
vibrated
chat.
through
I
the
can't
wood
see YouTube chat,
and
but I
made my
can
blood
see
run
Twitch
cold.
chat.
An unnatural silence fell, thick and watchful, before the sounds resumed faintly. More
Alright,
rustling,
I
tentative
need
steps,
to get my
and then a
references real
minute later,
fast,
another trip
and then
and
I can
bang
start.
against the door, harder this time, as it struggled to rise. Whatever it was leaned its full weight against the panels, creaking them inward slightly to signal a bulky form trying to stand. And that's when a clawed hand clamped onto the doorknob from the other side, twisting it with insistent force that made the whole frame rattle. I bellowed at the top of my lungs, screaming for my parents to wake up and help, my voice cracking
I need
with
to
raw
get on the
fear,
game itself and
until
get
finally my
that.
mum stirred and took a sluggish 50 seconds to fully register the commotion and
Sorry,
stumble out
guys.
to check, her flashlight sweeping the
Going
living
as
room
fast as I
where I
can.
insisted an
wasn't a
intruder
lot
had
prepared. I
been.
thought I was prepared, but no.
But she found nothing. No bag disturbed or footprints, just an empty space. After that peak incident, I somehow scraped through the end of school. The
Yes, they
overt
have a
manifestations
floral
quieted into a deceptive lull that made me believe it was over.
I can get a floral fox
The
real
reprieve
quick.
shattered with my
I just
first
gotta
job,
find
rotating
it.
through
There it
3
is.
shifts that often left me
Alright,
drained in the
May.
afternoons or dragged through nights home alone. And about a year into my grind, my sister dropped by for a visit with her kids and our parents. Everyone gathered, chatting casually in the backyard as I watched from my window, feeling a rare warmth of normalcy. Suddenly from inside the house came the sharp wrench of the door handle, followed by a forceful slam that banged against the couch tucked behind the corner, just out of direct sight. A sound so violent, it jolted me upright. But then realization hit like ice water. Every family member was outside where I could see them clearly, and there was no one near the door at all.
Cool.
I turned
That's one
slowly,
reference that I need.
dread pooling in my gut, and there was the tall dark silhouette, perched unnaturally atop the couch right behind where the door had swung open, standing poised and expectant, like it had been lying in wait, specifically for me to turn around and acknowledge it. Its form blending into the shadow, but radiating that same predatory patience I'd known for years. I cranked my music to maximum volume, blasting through the speakers to drown out any further noises and force my attention elsewhere, heart pounding, until everyone finally filed back inside and casually noted the still ajar door without a second thought. Even now, when I'm left home alone for stretches, especially if Mum forgets to latch the living room door fully, I'll catch a pale head peeking from that same vantage point on the couch, eyes glinting. I know it's still here. That's where things stand currently in this endless vigil. My life is haunted by what I know is undeniably real, and I've had it since childhood. This is the first time I've ever committed to its words by sharing it here, hoping that maybe someone out there can relate to this shadow with claws that has shadowed my every move for years.
I'm just gonna put all these as the references. Oh dear.
So this was happening when I was really young, about 6 or 7. We lived in a really old, beat-down mobile home that my parents were renting, and it was incredibly spooky. A bunch of scary things happened that I remember, like heavy bootsteps running up the hall to my room, lights turning off and on, and weird voices at night, etc. I remember hating to use the bathroom at night because I was sure something was there waiting. One time, the dresser in my sister's bedroom was moved to the hallway inexplicably. My sister was like 9, so she couldn't have moved it herself, and she was crying when my parents found her. Anyway, the one thing I remember most vividly is the thing under my sister's bed. Sometimes I would play in her room with her dolls and my action figures as little brothers tend to do.
for the
And on
background
a
that I
few
would
of those
like to do,
occasions,
and
I would
do
end up
anal
dropping
jam
a toy
background
that bounced
references.
under her bed, and almost immediately the toy would get flung back
I'm
out.
thinking probably
As a kid, I wasn't very
forest,
scared, but in my mind,
right?
I imagined a hand like Thing from the Addams Family. It even got to the point where I would experiment with it.
Oh, I like this.
I
I
would
like
stand
this.
on her bed and throw something down intentionally, and pretty much
Okay, let's
every
save
time, it would get thrown
this
back
one.
out. I
And I
eventually
usually
got up the nerve
do
and crawled
2
under
of
her
them.
bed but
Oh,
found
and I
nothing
like
there.
this.
We moved out of that place when I
Let's
was
do
about
this
9,
one. So
but the time
those-
I'd spent
do I
there is
see
really
any
clear in my
more
mind.
that I like?
I often bring it up with my parents, but they don't like talking about it. Apparently they knew someone who was a medium who came by one day for a visit and unpromptedly told them that there was a man with no eyes sitting in a chair across the room. He told them that the spirit was good and wouldn't harm us. And I think that was the final straw, honestly, because they moved out shortly
I
after.
think that should
This is a collection
should be okay.
of stories that all happened to
I
me.
just need
Let me
to
begin
figure out
with the haunted
now.
cabin in the lake. A few years ago, my
what
family
kind of
and I
pose
went
do
on
wanna
vacation
do?
to the
What
Lake
kind of pose
District.
do I want? Like,
It was myself,
You
my
know?
little sister, my mum, my nan, and my granddad.
um,
We stayed in a privately owned
let me go on
single-story
Pinterest
cabin right
real
on the seaside,
quick.
with the back of it facing
Pinterest?
miles
Oh wait,
of
no, I have
forest
Pinterest on
and
my phone.
hills.
Let me do it on my phone.
It was
And I'm
in
pretty
the absolute
sure
middle of nowhere. We had no neighbours for miles, except at most a couple of
have
retired pensioners
folder
sparsely
for
dotted along
anatomy.
the shoreline. It was definitely the
Or I
most
used to.
isolated we had ever been on
Mm.
holiday. It was a very old
Right?
cabin,
No,
charmed,
I don't.
but we got a very
Shit.
unsettling vibe right away.
Let's
It
see.
felt like we were unwelcome. The wood was all splintered, dark and old. There were board games left for us, which we appreciated, but they were sticky with dust, like they hadn't been used for years. The rooms had
Alright,
odd
I just need to
angles
find
and
a reference now
alcoves
so y'all can
that
listen
suggested
to
it was built
the
a
stuff.
long time ago. The first night, my sister and I walked along the beach for hours, where we found a massive dead fish and a very expensive looking house on a cliff, and some rock balls which we played around in. It was cold, but when we were away from the cabin, the sunset and the lights from the house across the other side of the bay made it feel very serene. However, as soon as we got back to the cabin, and I mean literally the gates opened up to the sand when you were back on the property, that uneasy vibe struck us right back. That night, we all heard several violent thuds across the roof and inside the property. My mum was so frightened that she later admitted she would have left on the first night, but felt silly and didn't want to waste money and end the holiday for everyone. We only stayed there for a few days. We kept hearing weird noises and feeling just very anxious and teary for no reason. However, we enjoyed the holiday until the last day. On the last night, we heard an absolutely almighty thud coming from within the house, in the direction of my grandparents' bedroom. I woke up with a start and bumped into my mum when I went to investigate. She had also just woken up and gone to investigate, looking to be on high alert. We went to check in our grandparents' bedroom, as we were worried that my nan had fallen out of bed. We slowly creaked our way to their room and gently opened the door. It's hard to describe the feeling of darkness and tense silence that we felt when we opened the room to find both of my grandparents unmoving and fast asleep. My mum and I were tearing up at this point and slowly backed away and closed their door halfway. My mum, who is, let's say, not very affectionate and rather dismissive, said that she, my sister and I were all going to sleep on a mattress in the kitchen tonight. I have never seen her so afraid, and she always told me that ghosts aren't real, but seemed to change her mind as we got older though.
Most people don't know that you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website. But you're not most people.
None of us slept very well, huddled up staring into the dark on a mattress, and when morning came, we packed up and left at lightning speed. We didn't tell my nan and granddad, so not to scare them, but I later learnt that my granddad was a believer as well. My mum and sister remember this holiday to this day, and we vowed never to return to that cabin and never to go on holiday in such an isolated place again. The second encounter I like to call Shadow Men at my dad's house, and this happened in the same house where I saw the little girl in the corner. For reference, I'll call it the Rose House. My dad's house was haunted as hell. I could see why. It had a very oppressive and traumatic past and present. I never really felt safe there, and the ghosts certainly didn't help. If they were there, they definitely were not friendly. Because when I was in that house, I always felt like I was in danger and made up imaginary friends to talk to make me feel better, especially when going up the stairs at night. Ever since I was a very young child, who has never been exposed to gore before, I had horrific visions of my parents lying mutilated in their beds, to the extent that the only thing I could recognize was 2 rib cages in the middle. I would have flashes of this particular demonic dog face whenever I tried to sleep facing away from the wall into the darkness. I slept under my covers for most of my childhood. Anyway, I already shared the story about the girl in the hospital gown. This is the story about the shadow people. This happened when I was a teenager. It was so hot that summer that I left my window open. I usually wouldn't, as I always felt this sense of dread when my window was open at night. I had a double bed next to the window, and I slept on the side next to the rest of the room, so there was space next to me on the bed. That night, I had my first episode of sleep paralysis. I woke up to see a solid shadow crouch next to me, in the space between myself and the window. It was squatting on the top of the pillow, with its arms across its knees. It was in the shape of a man, but elongated like it had been stretched. I had this overwhelming feeling that I was seeing something that I wasn't supposed to see. It didn't feel inherently malevolent, but it felt like it was a bad thing that I could see it. I was so determined not to look at it while paralyzed, I turned my head away to face my room, and I managed to fall back asleep as soon as I did turn my head. However, I woke up again in the night, turned back around, and it was still there. Obviously, in the morning, it was gone. I definitely could brush this off as sleep paralysis. However, a year or 2 ago, many years later, now that my little sister is a teenager, we were talking about this creepy feeling and remembering shared experiences which we had in the house. I had just shared an irrelevant experience which I'll share with you later, and she then shared her own experience. After I moved out, she moved into my room, with the same layout as I had it. Her bed, double, was next to the window. She also hated leaving her window open and had a feeling of dread when she looked outside at night. She said that she had a recurring dream of a tall, solid shadow man walking towards our house, which is directly at the end of a cul-de-sac. She said that each time she had the dream, it would walk a little closer, starting as just a figure at the entrance that she could barely see. As it got closer, she could see that it was walking backwards. Its feet were backwards, but its head was facing her, looking at her.
I'm gonna have to try this
She
out and
stopped
see if I
opening
can
the window
get my
entirely at that
idea,
point.
like onto.
I suppose the dream stopped. When she told me this, I teared up and put my hand over my mouth.
Okay.
She
I'm gonna
laughed
go
at me
back
until I told
to,
them my story about the same
chat.
shadow man in the same bed, in the same room, next to the window. Then, we were both in tears and shaking. We acknowledged this, and then swiftly decided to distract ourselves by binge-watching What We Do in the Shadows, with the blinds pointedly closed behind us. I have read other stories about jinn, which say that they can be, but are not always inherently evil. They can be identified by their features facing backwards, especially in their feet. We do live in a country with a high concentration of Muslim communities, and have some Arabic family members. I do wonder if perhaps then what we saw was a jinn, and if jinn and shadow people are related in law. I'll keep an eye out in the comments, as I would love to hear from anyone who is knowledgeable in this matter.
4,000?
The next story I call
Copy? Go
The
to this.
Handprints on the Window. This
No,
occurred in my
that-
dad's
wow.
house, the Rose
Okay.
house, the same one with the shadow men and the little girl in the hospital gown. I would like to note that I feel the demonic little girl could have been mocking me, and that's why she felt so evil. Later on in life, I had an
see if I'm
absolutely
able to do this
horrific medical episode
Alright,
that changed
so-
my life forever.
How big do I
And I
want
was
to do
wearing
it?
the
Probably
exact
not,
same hospital gown.
gigantic. Let's go in
Also to
red.
note, my mum
Let's
later told me
go
that she had
to
seen a woman
20.
in an old-style brown coat pacing around the garden.
Mhm.
Anyway, this one is about something that was actually on the outside of the house. Like with the little girl, it was a very ordinary non-spooky night. It was raining heavily. We were hanging out in the living room as a family doing our own thing. I walked into the kitchen to get a snack. In the kitchen, there is a large window facing the garden which completely covers the wall above the counter. It is too tall for me to reach, let alone a child. I turned on the light at the wall, turned around and stopped in my tracks. The entire window, and I mean every inch, was covered in tiny children's handprints. Thanks to the rain, they were very unclear and illuminated by the kitchen light. They were at all angles, including upside down from the very top. It shocked me, and I managed to call my dad and come and look. And the conversation went like this. Dad? Silence. Nope.
Alright, let's grab the last
Then
tool.
we turned off the light, left the room, and pretended that we didn't see that. As with another case of mine, I had
And
actually
we're
taken a
going
picture of the window,
to
but got so freaked out by
that
it
a
being
little
on my phone
bit.
that I deleted it,
And
which
then
I
it was
regret.
Control T, right? Yeah.
My next story is called Creepy Working Farm Holiday.
Maybe.
This
a
is another
little
occasion when my family and I went to stay
bigger.
somewhere rural for a holiday. It was myself, my little sister,
gonna
mum and
try-
dad. I was a teenager
We're
or
gonna try
young
that.
adult, female if that matters, and this time it was on a working farm in Wales. This
Let me
meant
just
that half of the house was rented out as a vacation home, and half was being lived in by an older couple of farmers, who worked the land while we were there. It was near a campground,
Okay, so-
and the campers would go and see if some of the animals were kept outside of the main farm. It was really cool to see and help out with the farm activities, especially as they had horses, which I love. We witnessed a camper feed a sausage roll to the pig, which was a bit disturbing, but the least worrying thing to happen on that holiday. I had a bit of an off vibe to begin with, but not enough to actually worry. I really liked the couple and spoke to them a lot. I work in the land-based and veterinary science industries, and they explained their operation and distinctly explained that they were a no-kill farm. They sent off their meat stock and corpses to other sites. Our part of the house
Okay,
itself
so that
was attached to their
is-
part via a locked door. Inside of our half, there was a strange room with a pitch black high-up window and a lock, which we were told strictly to leave alone. We thought it was a bit weird, but whatever, it's not our house. One of the days towards the end of the holiday, I felt tired and wanted to stay home. My parents agreed, and they and my little sister went to drive off and find a beach. I had planned to sit in a tree in the forest and read a book. The forest was recommended to me by the couple, and they knew I'd be there. Although they'd be out, it was past a cow field, a sheep field, and right next to a small slate quarry. This was the complete opposite end of the campground and on their private land. However, when I got to the forest, I changed my mind. I noticed that the trees all had very low branches, and they were more coniferous than deciduous. There were very steep drop-offs and looked dangerous, and under the canopy it was almost pitch black in the middle of the day, and I felt my stomach drop. And something inside me told me under no circumstance should I step foot in that forest. I decided instead to take some pictures around the quarry. I started to get this feeling like I was being watched. I still wanted to enjoy the day, so I took a few pictures of some spiders and bushes that were nearby. I gradually noticed that all of the sounds, including the cars on the highway in the distance, had come to absolute silence. The only thing I could hear was another field of cows lowing. Their sounds started to unnerve me, and it sounded like something was wrong. As I explored the quarry, I found a very fresh, very bloody leg of a sheep, hoof and all. It was just laying in the middle of the dip in the quarry. I thought they were a no-kill farm. How weird. I didn't like how fresh and white it was, and how it had been roughly torn off the leg. It really did build up quite gradually, but I eventually felt this sick feeling, like something had me pinned down and was waiting for my next
Okay.
move. I felt like I had to act,
I think I
like
did
absolutely nothing
okay
was
with
wrong,
that.
but I had to hurry up.
Alright.
I took a few more pictures and
Alright,
started to walk back up the shale path to the sheep field and did not look back. On the path back to the sheep field lay in a line of 3 small strange symbols made of bone, which looked to have about 3 bones each. They weren't there before, and I had just walked past it. Once I was past the symbols, I absolutely legged it, hopping the fence and sprinting past the staring eyes of the sheep. From then on, when the couple returned and my family returned around the same time, everything in the atmosphere had changed. I no longer felt warmth for the couple. I felt like they knew that I knew, and I had to pretend I knew nothing. I felt like they had their eye on me for too long, and they asked questions that seemed strange. I didn't tell my family this because I felt like I shouldn't say anything to tip them off. Their behavior of the animals also changed. The horses that I had loved interacting with just stared at me. I went to feed them treats by myself for the last few days, and their eyes had this glassy stare to them now. They didn't feel as friendly. I would feed them, and while I was watching them, they would play around and run. However, as soon as I turned my back and began walking back up the trail, they would stand still and just stare. It really freaked me out. I kept turning to look behind me, and after a few seconds they resumed playing. Then, when I looked away, they'd freeze again and watch me. Couldn't get out of there fast enough. And at the time, it felt like we were being allowed to leave. But only just. These are my stories. I'd love to get your thoughts. I look forward to reading your opinions. I'm writing from Nicaragua, and my family and I are experiencing something truly bizarre, and I am at a total loss for what to do next, and hoping someone here might have some insight on what to do. Let me explain. For over a month now, neem seeds have been falling in the exact same spot in our dining room every single night. The strange part? There are no trees anywhere nearby, not outside, not inside, nowhere. There's nothing that could be dropping seeds. Our house is completely sealed. We've inspected every inch for cracks, holes, pipes, or openings, but there is nothing. The seeds always fall at the same time, around 3 a.m. every night. To investigate, I set up an infrared camera, and the footage shows the seeds falling from above. But there is no visible source, no animals, people, or objects throwing them. They just fall. Adding to the weirdness, a few nights ago my mother had a nightmare that really shook her. In the dream, she saw a black creature on all fours approach her, grab her hand, and try to bite her. She woke up terrified. This dream happened after the seed phenomena had already started, and it has left us even more unsettled. Here's what we've ruled out so far. No animals like rats, bats, or birds, as there's no access point. No attics, drop ceilings, or hollow walls where seeds could be accumulating. There are no tremors, vibrations, or machines dislodging anything. The seeds don't appear anywhere else in the house, only that one specific spot. And we've ruled out a prank or human interference. We've tried to debunk it logically, but nothing explains it. Has anyone ever heard of something like this? Seeds or natural objects appearing indoors without explanation? Could it be some kind of paranormal manifestation or spiritual message? If so, how do we approach it? Are there any methods to investigate further? We are genuinely disturbed and want answers. I'm open to both rational and respectfully spiritual explanations. If anyone wants to help analyze, I'd appreciate your guidance. This had to have been when I was around the age of 9 or 10. My family used to live in a 2-story house with a living room facing the stairs. My sister of 12 and I were camping in the living room and sleeping in a tent we had set up just for fun. At some point, I'm not sure if I had woken up or had barely been falling asleep, I noticed a wizard-like figure going down the stairs. I remember initially being confused, but I don't recall being scared, when I normally am terrified of any unexpected noise.
Okay.
I say it was
So we have
Dumbledore because it
tree-
clearly
we have
resembled a
1 second.
wizard with a pointy hat and long beard, but it appeared to be floating on the stairs. Creepy, right? I'm not sure when my sister and I first talked about that night we camped together, but I recall talking to her about that night a few years ago. She mentioned how she saw a strange figure going up the stairs too. The exact same thing, a wizard-like person with a beard, floating on the stairs. Who knows at this point? I'm thinking maybe we discussed that night when we woke up the next day, and she could have told me what she saw and I just eventually created that as a personal memory for myself. You know how kids do that and think it's their own memory? Or maybe we did both see the same thing that night. And if we did, what was it? Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. Would you believe that 8 years ago today, my daughter was born? I actually can't believe so much time has passed since then. It has gone by alarmingly quick. Anyway, I appreciate you all. Thank you all so much for being here. I'd like to give a special thanks, of course, to my members and patrons whose names can be seen on screen. You do get some cool perks for signing up, exclusive content and the like, and if you would like some of that, feel free to check the link down below. But that's it from me, guys. Stay awesome. I might throw together a cheeky comp and release it tomorrow, maybe, but we'll have to wait and see, because tomorrow is Pandora's birthday party day, so yeah, gonna be busy, but hopefully. We'll see how you guys feel about this video to make that decision. But if not, I'll see you again soon. Good night. Good evening all, and welcome to Ghost Week. That's right, all this week we're going to be having paranormal themed stories. Tonight we're starting off with ghosts, so I hope you get comfortable and let the darkness take control. For a little context, I was very close to my grandmother. We spent many days together, especially in her later years. I went abroad for 6 months, and she died the week before I was scheduled to return home. This is not my encounter, but my sister and her husband swear this happened. Upon returning to the country, I spent my first night back in my late grandmother's house. I got there at around 2 AM, and the airport was closer to her place than mine. My sister, her husband and her baby were in town for the funeral, staying at her place as well. A wake and funeral had already taken place, but the burial was held off so that I could attend. I had been traveling for over 24 hours, so once I get there I immediately went upstairs and crashed, and slept well into the afternoon. The upstairs of my grandmother's house has 2 bedrooms on either side of the staircase, and one more straight ahead down the hall. My sister and her family were staying in the room to the left of the stairs, and I was staying in the room straight down the hall. When I got up, my brother-in-law commented that I was up early. I asked what he meant, because I had not been out of the bedroom since I got back. He said he heard someone downstairs moving things around in the kitchen. My sister was in bed with him, so he assumed it was me. I brushed it off. Didn't think much of it because the house is old and creaky. But then my sister chimed in. She said something weird also happened to her this morning, and whatever was downstairs could be a ghost. I asked her what she meant by that, as I didn't think she believed in ghosts either. She said when she woke up early that morning to feed the baby, she also heard noise like someone walking, but it was out in the hallway. She also thought it was me, so she went out to greet me since we hadn't seen each other for a while. But instead, she saw a shadowy light moving down the hallway, and then into the room where I was sleeping. I got a little emotional and then said, "It was probably our grandmother, saying goodbye to you." My last earthly encounter with my grandmother was not a positive one. I was home from overseas for the holidays and visited her in the hospital, and it was very rough. It is not the last memory I want to have of my grandmother, so even if my sister was hallucinating or spinning yarns, even if my brother-in-law did hear the house shift, I'm going to believe it for my own sanity, that she came back to say goodbye to me. After the burial, I returned to my place, but my sister and her husband stayed at the house for a few more days. They say nothing else happened, no more noises or shadowy lights. The house was sold pretty quickly, and I unfortunately never got to go back. This happened about 12 years ago, but I didn't think to share it until today. It was 2013, and I at the time was 23 years old, and male, and was in a new town.
You get more kettle.
I inherited a friend from my brother who lived there, and he worked at a popular bar/restaurant in the city centre. We hit it off instantly, and I hung out there pretty frequently. I got to know some other servers there and would often stay after hours and whatnot. Now some backstory. This was, I believe, the oldest building in the area, or close thereto. It had 3 levels. The main level, a basement level, which was a very rustic and cool area, which is where I spent most of my time, not just when I was there but in general, and a deeper basement, which was storage and stuff and not open to the public. I've never been down there. The staff often told of haunting type experiences there, stuff you would come to expect to see if you frequent the paranormal side of Reddit. Hanging lamps swaying, pool cues falling off racks, internal phone calls coming from vacant offices within the building. Their unofficial but accepted policy was to just acknowledge it and carry on. The basement cool bar had once been the stable where folks got around with horses and carriage, and because it was built on a hill, it could be accessed from outside, despite me calling it the basement just now. The outdoor area is now, or was then, I assume it still is, a marvellous beer garden, and I spent a lot of time out there too. You must understand that winter hits hard in the north, and the beer garden shuts down in the fall, and had been closed for about a week at the point in our story. So it was early on a Sunday evening, and said friend and myself were enjoying a glass together. I believe the basement was closed to the public for some reason, and we were the only 2 down there. Nevertheless, we parked at the bar and chatted a bit. He then rose to go and confirm his schedule, saying he'd be right back. So I was down there all alone, just glancing around a bit. I stared down the hallway to the windowed door, which led outside to the beer garden, and as I was looking through the window to the outside, someone walked right past the window. He was male, maybe 30 years old or so, and his head was tilted slightly downwards, like when you're really hoofing it somewhere. He was also very, very white. It almost looked like he was doused in baby powder. So I thought the beer garden had recently closed. Perhaps a staff member is doing a few final chores out there, and surely I'll see them milling about. I continued to watch as my buddy came back down, maintaining my windowward stare. I told him what I'd just seen, so we went to check it out.
Yeah, it's
we
for
walked
another
around
contest.
and didn't see anyone. All the doors were locked, which admittedly means nothing, as you could enter a door and lock it. Nothing. I lied here too, that immediately to the left of the door as you walk outside is a drinking machine. The kind where servers fill glasses of Coke and Pepsi, etc. So the angle at which the guy walked past the door shouldn't have worked. He would have to have cut a 45-degree angle to the door and then pivot, rather than walk parallel to the wall as he appeared to be doing when he passed the window. So we went back inside and resumed our beers, and tried to work through it. Another server came down to say hello, and my bloody blurted out, "They saw a ghost." She gave me the hand gesture like, "Nope," and left. Now I know what you're thinking. I'd been drinking, right? This was the MVP season of my drinking career. A half a pint of the light had about as much effect on me as a frothy glass of Kool-Aid. I remember everything from that night, and nothing else out of the ordinary occurred. Perhaps there is a rational explanation for whom I saw. Maybe it was a weird lighting and my depth perception was off, and the guy actually did walk at an awkward angle towards the door he didn't enter, but I'll never know for sure. But I am leaning very close to believing it was a ghost. Our office is one of those old buildings in Mataki. Back in 2024, we had the place blessed because there were reports of paranormal activity happening on the floor. However, lately, it seems like it's returned. Here are some of the encounters shared by our office mates. On January 2nd, one of the office mates was the last person on the floor. It must have been around 8 p.m. at the time, and although she had already been feeling things before, she chose to ignore them, since she could always dismiss them as just her imagination. The usual things with sound of footsteps and typing on a keyboard. But that night something different happened. She heard a child laughing a few meters away from her, and after that, she stopped staying late at the office. Another office mate came in early one morning. From her area, she could see the room of our group's head. The door was closed, but it has that vertical glass panel. That day the lights were off, but she saw a woman sitting on the chair across the boss's table. At first she thought it was our division head, but she found it strange that the lights were off. When she later saw our group head, she asked if there had been a beating that morning. Our boss said there hadn't been. They even called the guard to confirm no one had entered the room that morning. Another co-worker shared that she threw some trash near the restroom. As she passed by the CR, she saw a woman standing inside, just in her peripheral vision. She didn't go back to check because, first of all, why would there be a woman inside when the lights were off? And second, the girl was just standing there, seemingly facing the cubicles. These experiences
Okay, that didn't
have led
work.
me to believe that there are definitely spooky happenings going on where I work. We arrived to the city well into the early hours of the morning. The original plan was to arrive around 11:30, but the trip was delayed more than expected, and we ended up landing closer to 1 a.m. At that time, we didn't want to bother any of our relatives to come and collect us, so we decided to take a taxi from the airport. The problem was that getting the luggage took forever, and when we finally got outside, the queue for taxis was incredibly long. At one of the companies, they told us the wait would be at least 40 minutes, and as you can imagine, we were very tired, sleepy, and irritated.
Phone call?
Just when we had resigned ourselves to waiting, the line suddenly moved, and a taxi became available. So we jumped at the opportunity. The driver was outside the car, just chatting with an employee, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary as we got in and gave him the address. It was on the outskirts of town, surrounded by jungle. That region is very well known for its legends. For generations, people have spoken of the Alushes, or what they like to call the little people. Small beings that, according to tradition, inhabit the forest, the roads, and abandoned areas. Many people claim to have seen them, especially at night. This night there was no traffic. I mean, it was nearly 2 a.m. It's unsurprising. The streets were basically empty. But after a few minutes I began to notice something strange. The taxi moved from side to side, as if the driver couldn't keep his steering wheel steady. He'd zigzag even on straight stretches.
Sorry about that, my
At
husband
first I
called me.
thought he was distracted, and
He's
then
telling me he's on his
I
way
wondered
home.
if it could be something worse, so I asked him, everything alright? Your driving's a bit odd. I'm checking the route on my phone. The car screens doesn't work. Okay. That didn't reassure me at all. He kept drifting. I thought he was struggling to stay awake. I spoke to him a few more times just to make sure he replied. And at one point I couldn't help but saying, "Sir, aren't you falling asleep?" No, I'm fine," he said quickly. To keep from the awkward silence, I decided to make conversation.
I'm on the wrong layer.
When we left the highway and entered the completely dark road,
I'll just erase
which was
that
a
over.
narrow road with no streetlights, flanked by ancient stone walls and jungle, I asked him, "So does anything strange ever happen around here? Ghosts, anything like that?" He answered without hesitation, "There are." He explained that on those roads, it's not a good idea to look to the sides of the road, especially at night. People from the area say that if you look too much, you can see wandering souls, and that if they see you, they can take you with them. As we passed through a tunnel of darkness, he lowered his voice a bit and shared his story. It happened to me once. He told us that he was driving 2 passengers, also late at night, to a house in an equally isolated area. He dropped them off,
No, I need to make
watched
it
them go
bigger.
inside, and when he was about to drive away, he noticed movement in the rearview mirror. There was someone sitting in the back seat. He thought it was a person who had gotten into the taxi while the others were getting out. "Where are you going?" he asked, but they didn't reply. In the mirror, he could make out what looked like a young man, thin with dark brown hair down to his shoulders, who didn't speak, but just stared at him. The driver thought maybe he was drunk. He kept driving, determined to reach an area with more light so he could tell him to get out. When he finally entered a well-lit street and stopped, he turned around and the seat was empty.
Yeah, that
That's
should be
when
good
he
enough, right?
understood what he had always been warned about on those roads at night. If you turn and look at something you shouldn't, it can drag you with them. Don't invite it. The
Alright,
conversation sent a chill
let's
down my spine.
do that.
He spoke with absolute conviction.
Delete those.
Almost at our
NSD
destination, something else happened.
scrub
In the middle of the
sketch.
road, we saw a strange
Let's
object.
do
It looked like a
sketch
large,
2.
light-coloured box placed right in the centre of the road. My companion saw it too. It had no clear shape. It didn't look like a normal stone, but it also didn't look like something someone would leave there by accident. The taxi passed by without touching it. No one said anything. Minutes later, we arrived at the house. When we got out, and the driver left without saying much of a goodbye, I thought he was afraid of getting an unexpected passenger again. And everything ended there. But ever since then, whenever I remember that trip, I can't help but thinking about that dark road, and how easy it seems to take something with you without noticing. Let me start off by saying that this is a true story, something I lived through as a child. Before my stepmom died, I used to see 2 things in the house: a glowing woman in white and a black, shapeless mass. The woman felt calm, protective nearly, and the black mass never touched me. But I later learnt it wasn't so passive with my stepmom. I was born in Alaska, though the word home never meant much to me. My father was in the military, and we drifted from place to place. My earliest memories settle in North Carolina, on Pope Air Force Base, a relatively flat and boring stretch of earth. When my parents divorced, I stayed with my mum. He remarried quickly. My new stepmom was pale, frail, and often in and out of the hospital. A feeding tube curled from her chest, an anchor that seemed to tether her between here and somewhere else.
Where's
It
that
wasn't long
reference I
after
had
she
again?
moved in that nights began to feel weird. The first time I saw her, it was late. I had slipped from my bed to fetch a glass of water in the kitchen. I climbed the stairs towards my bedroom, glass in hand. but I froze halfway up. At the landing just beyond the banister, stepping out of my room, was a woman in flowing white. She glowed faintly. She didn't even look at me, just drifted into my sister's room. The glass in my hand trembled. I couldn't yell for help, worried it would come for me, and I spent the rest of my night downstairs. The next morning, after telling my family, they brushed it off as a nightmare. I really wanted to believe them. Weeks later, I saw her again. This time she passed right in front of my door. No fear this time. She began appearing every so often after that, until we moved to Texas. For months in the new house, nothing happened. But then one night I woke up with the unshakable feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't the lady in white. It was a tall, dark figure, darker than the dark around it, edges shifting like smoke. It was shadow that felt oddly solid. It didn't move or speak, and eventually it slipped away. From then on, the nights alternated, sometimes the lady in white, sometimes the shadow, other times nothing, but never both together. When my stepmom's health declined, the visit from the shadow grew more frequent. It began to linger in doorways. Sometimes it stayed in the corner of my room, still and patient. I didn't know then what it was capable of. And when I was 8 years old, she died. After that, they were both gone. Years later, as an adult, I brought up these experiences with my sister. She went quiet and admitted she'd seen them too, both in Texas and North Carolina. She'd been told to keep it to herself so that I wouldn't be scared. And then she confirmed something for me that made my skin crawl. The shadow never came when the lady in white was around. When I finally confronted my dad, to my surprise, he didn't deny it. He said both figures had been around my stepmom long before they married, and he told me something that I never saw for myself. How the black mass would throw her against the wall, press her into the bed, even struck her with invisible force hard enough to leave marks. I always believed that the lady in white was a sort of guardian between my stepmom and the dark thing. She was a calming presence in the storm, but sometimes late at night, I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadow was just waiting, lurking just beyond the edge of that fragile protection. I wonder now if the dark entity was more than just a presence in the house, if it somehow fed on her suffering, and as her body grew weaker, tightened its grip. Perhaps in the end it was not illness alone that took her from us.
Hey!
Maybe that shadow
Chill out!
played some part,
Sorry, I have
like
pet
a
rats and
merciless
they
predator,
get into tussles.
waiting for the opportune moment to strike. My sister still lives in that Texas house, and says it's been quiet ever since.
I wanted the word cuppa, as in cup of tea, I thought it would be great to mix with hug. When I saw the domain was available, I was like, I'm taking it, I'm trading.
I'm sharing this from South Louisiana. I went to the Myrtles plantation today, which is the 29th of December of 25, and did a self-guided tour through the house. I started in the only bedroom open on the first floor. I'm really into photography, and even though I'm still pretty young, I spent a while taking pictures of the alleged haunted mirror with my Canon. Later, while scrolling through the shots, I noticed dark shapes in some of the frames, figures that definitely weren't there when I was standing in front of that mirror. After that, I switched to my older Olympus.
Girls,
The
be
battery on that
nice.
camera lasts forever, and I'd fully charged it the night before, but suddenly it was almost dead. I kept wandering around the first floor. Guests sleep upstairs so you can't go up there, and eventually made my way back to the main hall near the front door. I heard a faint little click by my side, looked down, and saw that one of my earrings was on the floor. That's when Chloe came to mind. She's the most famous ghost at the Myrtles, And she's known for taking dangly earrings from one ear because she's jealous. The story goes, she was an enslaved woman who used to eavesdrop on the men's parlor, trying to learn how to please the people who owned her. When they caught her listening, they cut off her left ear as punishment and made her wear a green turban to hide it. Most stories say she goes after the left ear, but mine fell from the right. My left ear, though, was covered by my headphones, so if she was reaching, that side might have been blocked. The headphones ending up being a big part of the day. On the tour, they give you little devices that scan plaques and play audio about objects in each room. I'd already researched the plantation and watched the Sam and Colby videos, so I thought I knew the history and barely touched the device. I only slipped it around my neck earlier in the gift shop. Inside the house, I had my own music playing through the headphones, so I couldn't really hear much else. I was looking around when my dad suddenly asked, "Hey, are you going to listen to that?" I was confused until I took my headphones off and held the tour device to my ear. Those things are really quiet, which is why I hadn't heard it under the music. But it was playing an audio segment about a dress laid out on the bed in that bedroom. The weird part? I'd only walked up to the mirror in that room and hadn't scanned anything in there at all.
I think that looks better, actually.
Later, I went to the men's parlor.
Oh yeah, it definitely
Someone
looks
there
better.
started talking to me about the
with
earring,
back
and I
leg.
joked, "Yeah, I'm putting my headphone back so she doesn't try and take any more." I had completely turned the headphone off to try and listen to the staff guy answering questions. He was super nice, and I know I'd powered them down. But as soon as I'd slipped them back over my ears, they were playing music again on their own. While I was chatting with a girl around my age, a new group of around 10 to 15 people came in.
Yeah.
The girl
straight
said
up.
she'd seen some women go by wearing earrings
Why is it?
and was about to
low?
warn them because of what happened.
Thank you.
Everyone looked at me, so I ended up telling the whole story about the earring, the mirror, and Chloe. One guy a little older than me just stared completely stunned, like I'd turned myself into a ghost. When I explained Chloe's backstory and why she steals earrings, someone asked, "That actually happened?" The girl backed me up, and you could see it hit them. When I got home, things got stranger. I started going through the photos on my older camera and realized a bunch of them were just gone. I called a friend and showed him the camera battery on the screen, and it was green and full. He saw it too. A minute later, I looked again. It had dropped back down to nearly dead and flashing red. There are ghost stories that people share that say that spirits drain camera batteries to get energy, and mine had been low inside the house when the earring fell. It felt like something
I do
was
think that
taking
was-
power from my camera to mess with me,
Okay.
even
I hope-
after turning it on and off again. My friend had watched it flip from full to dying in real time, and both of us were freaking out. But despite all that, or maybe because of it, the Myrtles was an amazing visit. It's a beautiful place with a very dark history and plenty of weirdness if you're open to it. I definitely recommend going, unless the supernatural isn't your thing. From the moment I met my friend, she always told me the same thing. My car's cursed. It wasn't exactly a running joke, but more like she was resigned to accept this fate. One week it was the battery, the next the brakes, then the engine, and then of course the noises that no one could explain away. Mechanics told her the car was fine. That is of course until it broke down again. One afternoon, a mutual friend agreed to ride with her. As soon as she sat in the passenger seat, she felt something strange. She couldn't put it into words, only that the air inside the car felt stagnant. She looked around, checked the mirror and the back seat, but no one was there. "Have you ever felt like we're not going alone?" she asked nervously. My friend stayed quiet for a few moments and then answered something that sent a chill down her spine. "Yeah, many times, but I prefer not to think about it." Days later, she finally explained why. Sometime before, while driving down a lonely highway, she slowed down when she saw emergency lights ahead. A real accident. There were patrol cars stopped and people gathered on the side of the road. On the asphalt, partially covered, lay the body of someone who hadn't survived. As she passed, she turned her head for a second longer than she should have. She later said it wasn't morbid curiosity. It was as if something forced her to look. The moment she did, a shiver ran down her spine. The car shut off for a second, then turned back on by itself. From that day on, the sensation began. The car would malfunction for no reason, doors would jam, the radio turned itself on, and always that feeling of not being alone. Frightened, she sought advice. Someone close to her suggested speaking to a person who knew about those things. That person, after listening to her, was clear. She needed to go to a medium, not for herself, but for the car. The cleansing was done on a cloudy afternoon. The medium asked for no details. She just walked around the vehicle, passed her hands over the doors and the hood, and said, "It wasn't when you saw the accident. It was when you looked at the dead person. Something followed you. Not you, the car." According to her, the spirit hadn't left because it never understood it had died. It had gotten into the vehicle looking to continue its journey.
It's okay.
After the cleansing, the car stopped breaking down. The sensation disappeared, and that stagnant feeling was gone. But there was one thing my friend never stopped doing. Every time she drives on the highway, she places a backpack or bag or some object on the passenger seat.
Girls!
Out of habit when she's alone. Because she thinks that in order to prevent another spirit from attaching itself to her again while on a journey, that seat should never be left empty. This happened to me when I was 9 years old, back in 2009.
You think I should just make
I invited my school friends over for a sleepover.
gigantic, like do a different tree?
We had a great time, ate pizza, played a bunch of games on the PS2, and made a mess of my living room. Anyway, once the party was over, we all went to my room.
Oh yeah, I
where we
haven't even
put
like
4
started on
mattresses
the
next
background.
to
I
my
just wanted
bed
the squirrel there.
and my brother's bed. We chatted for a few minutes while one by one we all fell asleep. In the end, I was the last one awake. To kill time, I read a Batman comic by the dim light of my desk lamp, and once I finished reading, I turned off the light. And that was when I saw a shadowy figure of an adult man crouching down in front of me.
Yes, I'm
See
gonna
the shadow on the
screenshot what
wall,
you put so I can...
and at first I thought it might be a figure created by the darkness of the house.
Oh my god, my...
But when I saw it
Mouse.
extend its arm towards one of my friends, Nico, who was
Sorry,
sleeping,
down there.
I wanted
Why
to
is
run
my
away.
mouse being this way?
But I felt that
Sorry,
if I
my mouse
moved,
is
the
acting
shadow would
up.
come towards me, so I stayed still. I could see the arm seem to be caressing Nico, and then in that same position, the shadow vanished, as if it had been slowly imploded. I lay awake for hours, thinking that maybe if I fell asleep or tried to leave the room, the shadow would attack me. In the end, probably after my body stopped producing adrenaline, my body, defeated by tiredness, fell asleep.
That does help.
The next morning, my friends woke me up, since my mom had made breakfast for everyone. When I woke up, I stared at the wall, and there was of course nothing there. When I came downstairs to my room, I asked my parents if they
What
had
the
come up
fuck?
to my room to check on me
God.
if I was asleep, and they said they hadn't. I told them what happened, but they looked at me like I was
My-
making it up.
I don't know what the fuck
I
it's
remember that
doing.
morning very well.
No.
We were in the dining room playing the
I want the
first Lego
tree.
Star Wars while drinking
want
milk
to lasso
chocolate and
tool.
eating cereal. We were on the pod racing level, which, in case you've also played the
There we go.
game, you know it's way too difficult for the Lego game at the time. We were basically taking turns with the controller to beat it. I had told my friends what happened, especially Nico. and he told me that he had felt something brushed against
I
him
don't know. It
that
allows
night,
me to make it
but that he had gone
thicker
back
or
to sleep.
thinner.
At that
And it allows
moment,
me to
my mum told
do
Nico
this,
that he would have to leave early
and it
because his
allows
mum was
me
about to get here and
spin
pick him
it.
up. I asked my mum why Nico had to leave so early, and she said she'd tell me later. After Nico and the rest of my classmates had left, I asked my mum again why he had to leave early.
Oh,
And she
fuck,
told
I
me
didn't
that
save it.
sadly, Nico's grandfather had passed away
Damn it,
that
I'm on the
very
wrong.
night. The next morning, nothing ever happened in my room again. I was alert in case the shadow would appear, but it never did. Those days I spent a lot of time thinking about what happened. As the years passed, I kept on hanging out with Nico and the rest of my friends. I realized what happened that night. Although it was a terrifying moment for a 9-year-old, it was also quite touching.
Girls. Sorry.
This happened back in 2009, when I was in my
You're at it
third year
again.
at Glenville State College in West Virginia. The campus is small, up on a hill, and it's always had a reputation for being haunted, with an actual cemetery on the grounds, and more than a few stories about dorms and classrooms that weren't exactly empty after dark. Right before Halloween, a paranormal group came to campus to run ghost tours and investigations. I was on the cheer team
I
at the
think
time,
what's this tool?
and 4 of us decided to go together.
Perhaps.
We had to pair up, so
Oh,
I
fuck, I
locked
didn't save
arms
it,
with
let
another
me-
cheerleader, and our two
No,
other
it's not.
teammates
I lied.
buddied up ahead of us as we followed group number 2
I thought
into
it
Clark
was.
Hall,
Never mind.
a big building at the top of the hill. For the investigation, they shut everything down, main breaker off, windows closed, no AC or fans, and there was no light or moving air,
This is Firealpaca.
and no noise except for our footsteps and the paranormal crew talking. Somewhere on the way up towards the second
mine is
floor,
Control T to
my buddy and I were right
grab,
behind our teammates,
the tree itself.
following the flash of light blonde
So,
hair in
Control
front of
T,
us,
God damn
but
it.
somehow we lost them, even though we never unlinked arms. We only realized we were
We're gonna say
separated
Control T
when the people
grabs.
around us started
tree.
doing EVP recordings, and we couldn't see our friends anywhere. We decided to slip out and find our original group, so we walked down the hallway to the end, towards this heavy, old dark wood door with a small glass pane at the top. The door was standing open when we reached it. With all the power off and no airflow anywhere in the building, everything should have been still. As we stepped up, that big solid door suddenly flew towards
Girls!
us, slammed shut on its own,
They
and
keep
started
they
rattling
keep
hard
like
in the frame.
sumo wrestling each
with
other
no
into the
breeze
goddamn
or
boxes.
people. Just the violent shaking like something was on
They
the other side
literally
trying to
suplexing
keep
each
us
other
there.
for real.
We clamped down on each other's arms and froze, and I finally managed to talk and asked out loud, "Please let us through. We're just trying to get back to our group." The rattling stopped immediately. I tried the handle and the door opened like nothing had happened. We hurried through it and thankfully spotted our group further down the hallway, talking and still
I didn't
taking
see it.
pictures to see if they could catch anything on camera. We rushed into them, but when we mentioned the slam, they said they hadn't heard a thing. They wondered where we went, but as far as they knew, the hall had been quiet. Later, when we left Clark Hall, the tour headed down towards the campus cemetery. We were walking on a clear path when my right ankle suddenly buckled and I tripped over an invisible obstacle. I went down hard on top of it, pain shooting straight up my leg. But when we investigated to see what had tripped me up, there was nothing on the ground to explain it. My flyer from cheer, who I usually tossed in the air, ended up hauling me on her back, while the 4 of us made our way slowly back to the dorms. The doctor later told me I'd refractured that ankle, the same one I'd broken years earlier
honey.
when running track. Looking back now with more awareness,
Hang on.
I can still remember the energy at that door. It felt like an older woman standing her ground. The slam felt like her stepping in front of us, finger in our faces warning us to turn around and go back. I've never forgotten that night. I grew up in a house built in the 1890s. The house was also a train station before being revamped into a house, so it's much older than 135 years old. There were also 2 noted deaths that happened in this house. one person unaliving themselves, and one poisoning. There were also many other ghost sightings here. I've seen around 3 ghosts. When I was around 4, me and my 2 lifelong best friends went upstairs to play with the little kitchen set in the hallway upstairs. To give an image of what this hallway looks like, you come up the stairs, sharp and short right, turn to see my door, turn left, and see the door to my playroom. Turn right to see my dad's door. The kitchen set is to the left, sitting up against the wall, more close to my dad's door and my door. We started to play with the kitchen set when suddenly Lydia, the youngest of our friend group, accidentally bumps a small toy lemon and it rolls through the playroom door into the playroom. I go get it for her, and suddenly I'm paralyzed as I step into the doorway. All I can do is move my eyes, and very slowly, a full apparition of a man appears in front of me. I'm terrified, screaming in my head, but can't do anything from the outside. From what I remember, the man was in a suit, had a hat on, and a very stern-looking face and moustache. This man is assumed to be Mr. Rupel, the former owner of the house, who is assumed to have drunk poison. The apparition slowly disappeared, and I stood there shaking to my bones. I promptly grabbed the lemon, set it on the kitchen set counter, and run down the stairs screaming. This isn't the only spirit I've seen. I've also seen the one of my mother's dead sister. She has 2 who are known to her to be guardian angels after saving her from an almost lethal car accident when she was a teen, and also saw for a split second a woman who looked like she was constantly walking behind my couch. There is a small hallway in between the couch and the basement door. Maybe she's trying to go down there, whatever it is she's doing. I moved into this new house about a week ago. My dad works as a firefighter, so we moved into a former army fort in South Dakota, where there's a fire station and a hospital. The house we got is 200 years old, and my dad is super into history and stuff like that. I've never believed in ghosts in the slightest, but me and my dad have always had weird experiences, and while I'm not saying it's ghosts, I'm definitely questioning things. My dad was at the house waiting to meet the lady who would show him around before she got there, so he went to go to the bathroom. And while he was in there, he heard the door open and hurried and went out to meet her, but he didn't see anyone. He then heard stomping up the stairs. There are 2 stairways, and they were coming from the furthest one. So he ran to see where she was going, but the house was empty. My grandpa came to help move things in the house, and he has a car you can start with no key, but you have to be in the car to start it. He and my dad were sitting, and the car turned on aggressively, and my dad joked around saying, "Ha, you can't leave us alone, ghosts," and the car shut off immediately. I was sitting in my room. I have a room on the top floor, basically the attic, and was watching TV, and my door handle turned and opened. So, of course, I was expecting someone to walk in. When no one did, I ran out to see who it was, but no one was there. The closest person was 2 stories beneath me. I don't know what it was, but I want to know your opinions. This all started when my friend suggested bringing his spirit box to the old mansion where we were staying for a birthday party. I volunteered to be the translator, and everyone was fine with it. I figured nothing serious would happen. We started out in the room that was supposed to be haunted, because of a mirror where staff and guests claimed they'd seen a woman. As soon as I got set up, the door we'd come through began rattling hard like someone was yanking it, so we threw it open immediately. I thought it was my friend's dad messing with us, but we later found out that everyone who was supposed to be inside the house had actually gone out. We checked both rooms next to us and ran down the staircase, but there was no one there. We went back and it happened again. The only rational explanation is that one of our friends inside the room was messing with us, but the one standing right by the door swore that he wasn't touching anything. While we were in that room, the box kept saying the birthday friend's name over and over, along with names tied to the house itself. After that, we eventually headed to the basement. I didn't have the spirit box then, and my friend who did mostly wanted to joke around, so nothing huge happened. The one thing that did happen was an orange juice-style dispenser, the kind used for soap, flew off the shelf. I personally didn't see it move, but at that moment no one was standing near it, and after hearing that, we sorted the edge of the basement door and locked it. Later we went to the furthest bedroom. I sat on the edge of the room, away from everyone else. I couldn't feel, see, or hear anything else in the normal sense, but almost the whole time the box focused on the birthday friend. It said why, and then his uncle's name. We found out that uncle hadn't spoken to the family in almost 3 years, despite multiple attempts to reach out. When my friend left the room, the box started saying things like, "Where is he going?" and "Bring him back." Once he was gone, it shifted back to talking about the house's history, saying one man did horrible things and belongs in jail. When my friend came back with his mum, I suddenly said her name out loud exactly as she walked in. I had my eyes closed and didn't even know she was there, and I hadn't known her name beforehand, but I was simply repeating what I heard. The last time we tried was the trap door that had been found about a week before we got there. It led down to a small stone chamber, basically an empty box. I stood above it while we ran the box. In order, we heard words like stoner, terminal, and others along the same line. We later connected that to the birthday friend's brother, who'd been in a car accident and was announced terminal when he got to the hospital. He had a history of addiction. He's recovering now, but at the time he really had been listed as near death. I also heard claustrophobic, which fit with the cramped stone space, along with watching you and let me out. The scariest moment for me was when I heard clear as anything, "Hello, can you hear me?" It was so sharp and direct, it didn't feel like it was coming from the box at all. It felt like another voice dropped straight into my head that wasn't mine. My friends and I have more stories completely separate from that night, but this one still stands out to me. I wanted to share some stories and encounters that I've had throughout my 22 years of life. The earliest ones are from when I was very little. We used to live with my aunt in her house before my current home was built. I was a toddler, and my mum said that I once came running from the hallway crying and pointing at the closet at the back end of the hallway, saying there was a girl with Kool-Aid all over her face inside. Of course, there was nothing there. I just ended up leaving my mum super freaked out. Another encounter happened regularly when I was younger. There's a graveyard on the way to my current house, and my mum told me I would sometimes wave as we passed by. Even weirder is that my little cousin did the same years later when my mum would drive by the same graveyard. The third encounter was when I was a bit older. I was maybe in first grade, I think. I was doing my homework after dark. There's a window that's plastered right in the middle of my room, and we live out in the country, and back then we essentially had no nearby neighbours, and there were absolutely no sources of light at all. So imagine how shook my mum was when I walked up to her and told her I didn't want to do my homework because a girl was staring at me through the window. She of course checked, and there was no one there. Now on to the encounters I can actually remember. These all happened when I was a teenager, and for some reason they happened when I was home alone. The first teenage encounter was when my family was out visiting friends. I was walking from my restroom to my bedroom when I glanced down the hall that leads to the living room. My heart almost jumped out my chest when I saw a pair of translucent legs standing there facing me. It was as if someone had been cut in half, and their legs were just left standing there. They were wearing some sort of khaki-looking, rugged material pants and dark-coloured shoes, if I remember right. Anyway, I bolted into my bedroom and stayed in there for close to an hour, and when I went out to check if anything was there, they were gone. The next teenage encounter happened not long after. I was home alone again. My family was once again visiting the same friends, as they used to do that a lot, and I thought they had gotten back because I heard my brother screaming. My little brother used to be extremely rowdy and would scream and screech a lot just to be loud. I go outside to check, and the front yard is absolutely empty. There's a giant rose bush to the right of the entrance of my house that obscures the view. From behind it, I begin to hear heavy, crunching footsteps, and this weird clinking sound like someone was rapidly clicking their tongue. I slammed the door shut and locked it, not entirely sure if that encounter counts as a ghost one, but it was definitely supernatural. The screaming sounded exactly like my brother, and it just cut off the moment I opened the front door. There were 2 other events, smaller but still kinda creepy. There was the time where I thought I heard the front door being violently rattled when I was home alone again, and the time when I was home alone once more and heard scratching coming from my attic door. Those 2 I'm not entirely sure were ghosts either, but they were certainly not fun. My mum ended up by saving the house, and I believe she blessed the property. I haven't had anything else weird happen since then, thankfully. I won't begin by telling you that I'm rational and a skeptic, because this is a story of things that my parents experienced. For us, it was only the beginning. So far away in a little corner of a third world country, a small family of 4 eked out a living from honest work and effort. The story begins when I grew old enough to start remembering and learning. My father's relatives were cruel to my mother when we were children. It was a painful time for all of us. One day, in desperation, my parents bought land on the outskirts of town on a hill that was densely forested and began constructing what now has become our family home. What we didn't know then was that this land was in a forested area just about 50 yards uphill, and there were 3 cemeteries and 1 cremation ground there. We moved in the year of 1991. The house was barely complete. We had a space that was to be used as a future garage, but we had no cars. My father hung a rope to dry clothes on made of coconut fiber, and the first time we used it was on an afternoon when it rained. The clothes weren't dry, of course, so Mum left it out all night, and the next morning the clothesline was broken. Father decided to buy a fancier plastic rope that was stronger and we knew wouldn't break, because we assumed that the coconut fiber rope had broken under the strain of the wet clothes. And that night it rained again. The next morning there was a clean cut on that plastic rope. That thick plastic rope was sliced through. There were no neighbors at all because we lived in the middle of a forest, and our dogs had been peaceful the last few nights. When the plastic rope was cut, my mum became suspicious. One woman, who was the devotee of a particular kind of deity and a practitioner of rituals, was walking by that morning. We had only heard of her, so my mum knew her, only by reputation. Mum complained about our situation with the clothesline. This lady laughed and said, "But don't you know? You tied a clothesline disrupting the crossroads of the spirits." That night, my father was angry. For him, no damn spirit was going to reside or pass through the land he had bought with his hard-earned money. He took metal wire and took it to the garage and tied it to be used as a clothesline. My mother hung the clothes and it rained steadily through the night. The next morning, the metal line was still intact. Apparently metal repels spirits, and the confusing events ceased. There are numerous stories of our childhood about supernatural encounters, but this small vignette is a precious memory all the same. Hi everyone, I'm a medical examiner who shares her stories of paranormal activity that have happened in and around my morgue. This case took me to the New Orleans area. I had a case of an alleged serial killer. Our victims had the same markings and looks. I had a colleague of mine in that office doing the autopsies, so I went to have lunch with her and confirm my thoughts on the case and how to inform detectives if confirmed. They knew of my visit and suspicion, but we had nothing confirmed. We go to lunch in downtown New Orleans. We sat and chatted about the case, and once we finished eating, she took me on a tour of the area. We eventually took a road trip. Her friend has this shack right in the bayou, just a storage place for hunting and fishing supplies, and we decided to check it out, as I'd never been there. It was around 3 p.m. when we arrived at the shack. We're sitting on the little deck area having a few drinks, when I just felt like something was watching me. I look around and there was no one. How could there be? The only solid area that we were in was the path ahead of us. I tried to shake it off, but I couldn't fully get it out of my mind, and instantly felt a cold pressure on my left shoulder. I see nothing. She screams a high-pitched scream. I get up and spring about 20 yards, and then turn around for her to crash into me during the panic. We end up with such crazy injuries from it. I landed on my right side, but fractured my left clavicle where the hand was. She was mute for 3 weeks. Who knows what really happened or who she really was, but my colleague swears she saw a woman in white with a broken left clavicle, so her arm was just hanging, mouth open like she was screaming but silently. She swears on it, and with her reaction and vow to never go back within a 10-mile radius of it. She sends the assistant medical examiner. If she's called for cases near it, I'll never know what she saw exactly, besides what she told me,
Okay, I'm back.
because
Apologies.
she's the only one who visually saw anything.
Alright, so...
A few years ago, my uncle passed away. During the wake at the funeral home, my entire family was there. My grandmother, aunts, uncles, and cousins. My uncle had lived with my grandmother, and when night fell, they asked who wanted to go back to her house to sleep for the night. No one wanted to go, so we all decided to stay and sleep on the uncomfortable chairs at the funeral home. In the middle of the night, or perhaps the early hours of the morning, I opened my eyes slightly. I was sleeping at the very end of the room, right by the only door that led to the next viewing hall. That's when I saw two dark silhouettes standing right in front of me. One looked like an older man wearing a hat, and the other was shorter, standing beside him with their head resting on the man's shoulder. Even though they were just shadows, I knew they were male, perhaps a father and his young adult son. They spoke to me. They asked me to deliver a message to one of my relatives. I was terrified and beyond exhausted. I only managed to tell them that I was very sorry, but I couldn't do it. And as soon as I did that, they vanished into the darkness of the next room. The next day at the cemetery, I felt completely drained of energy. I was so tired that I sat down on a gravestone without realizing it. It had no name. When I noticed, I jumped up immediately, but the most frightening part was what followed. I spent the next 3 days sleeping almost non-stop. I only woke up to eat or use the bathroom sparingly before falling back into a deep, heavy sleep. And I've never slept so much in my life. It was a frightening experience that left me feeling like something truly had stolen my strength, and that it was sapping me from the other side. This happened when I was in grad school in Minnesota. My 3 roommates and I moved into an apartment on University Avenue. This 4-plex build had the worst energy. Over the course of the year, bad things happened to everyone in the building. I won't go into all the bad things that happened to all of us, but it was like every chance something could go wrong, it did. I really felt like there was a bad spirit in that building who was messing with us every chance it got. So one night I was laying in bed at around 2 a.m. I couldn't sleep. My bedroom was on one end of the apartment overlooking the street, and all of a sudden, my door opened, and a white figure slowly floated through the room and out the window. I was laying there thinking, did I just see that? When all of a sudden my roommate, whose room was at the other end of the apartment with the kitchen, a hallway, a dining room, family room between us, appears at my door. He was as white as the apparition I had just seen and looked afraid. He proceeded to tell me that he was laying in bed when a white figure floated in through his window, floated across his bedroom. His door opened, and it floated through the door and down the hall.
Okay, there we go.
We
Sorry.
didn't feel anything particularly malevolent from the apparition. But given
Do you
all the
think I
bad
should
luck and bad
remove the little
experiences we
hole
had,
inside of the tree, or keep
it felt like the bad spirit that had been messing with us all
Hi.
year was taking a victory. I couldn't wait.
Am I?
to
Oh wait,
live out
is that better? I moved my mic. Okay.
Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. I do hope you have enjoyed Ghost Week. I'll be back tomorrow with some
You
haunted
said do
house
what?
stories.
Let me
So please
show
don't
you
forget to tune in
the
again
references.
for even more
Copy.
stories. If you would like to support my work
Gotta get to
with
the
a
right
little bit
Discord,
of
hang on.
financial donation, check out the link down below to
This
Patreon or
one.
become a member.
And
Get some cool perks, and if you want to find out more,
this
well, that's what you need to do and where you
these
need
are the
to
two
go.
references I'm using
I'd like to give
for
one final
when I
thank
do
you to
the
my members
background.
and patrons whose names can be seen on screen. And if you want even more Mort, check out a link on screen now, or you can check out the Mort's Bedtime Stories podcast too for more stories.
Gotcha.
That's it from me. Stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.
I could also potentially make it
and
smaller.
welcome to day
so
2
let me-
of Ghost Week. Tonight we're going to be
lasso.
going to some haunted houses for a truly chilling collection of scary stories. So get comfortable and let the darkness take control. I want to share something that happened to my parents about 30 years ago. I'm a huge fan of paranormal stories. I love trying to rack my brain for explanations. But this story has always stumped me. My parents, both skeptics, as well as anyone they've shared it with. So I'd love to hear if anyone else has experienced anything like this, or has a reasonable explanation for it. In 1995, my parents lived in Bangalore, India for about a year due to a job contract my dad had found there. It was meant to be a temporary gig, so when his office offered them a duplex apartment to rent, they gladly
Too
took
far
it.
up?
It came with the
Man.
usual perks of upper middle class in India. A couple of maids that took care of the cleaning, groceries, and most of the cooking.
Let me try this.
Life was bliss for them. A childless, almost
There we go.
newly married couple, with basically everything taken care of.
Hey, honey.
At the time, my
yeah?
mom wasn't
Where's
working,
the cheese
so
that I
she
bought?
stayed at home while my dad went to work.
I don't know.
On the
I
floor,
put it in there.
There was another apartment
hang on,
with an
1
older
second.
woman living in it, who she politely said hello to a few times, but she always looked at my mum a bit strangely and made her a little bit uncomfortable. On their third or fourth interaction, the older woman asked her, "Are you okay living in that flat?" To which my mum had probably nodded, and she asked again, "Do you not sense anything?" Which was a confusing question to my mum. But the
Okay,
woman didn't
sorry, I'm back
elaborate
again.
on what she meant. Eventually, she started telling my mum not to stay there by herself whenever she ran into her. And my mum thought maybe she was just a bit confused or paranoid due to her age. On some random sunny and cool morning at around 8 a.m., everything was normal. One of the maids had just mopped the floor, and my mum and
Classic
paternal
floor.
grandmother, who was visiting them briefly, were in the kitchen, and my dad was in the living room on one of the armchairs reading the newspaper. The setup was such that there were 2 armchairs with a small table in the middle for the landline phone, and a large balcony with sliding doors to the left. The phone rang. My mum picked it up, and it was a relative calling them to break the news that my maternal great-grandmother had passed away. She was over 90 and had passed due to natural
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
causes.
Is start adding
My
a little
mum
bit
was
to the
very close to
background,
her,
and then
so
sketch
naturally she got
the
quite upset.
items that the fox
She
has.
then handed the receiver to my dad to also speak to whoever was calling them. When he stretched his arm to take it, a big drop of something that looked like blood fell to the floor. Then another smaller drop fell after that, and another, until it finally stopped near the sliding doors, skipping my
What do you think,
dad's
like-
feet.
Maybe
They
a little
described
bit
it
like that.
as the kind of blood you'd see if you were to slit your wrists. And after speaking and hanging up the phone,
Wait,
both
more to
of
the
them
left.
stared at each other in absolute confusion. The
here?
maid had just cleaned the floor.
Or
Neither of them were cut anywhere, and the ceiling had no leaks. Then what had just happened? Even though they were skeptics, they couldn't find a single reasonable explanation to what that was. The maid, who was still around, refused to go anywhere near it, so it stayed there. Eventually the blood dried up
not
and turned
black.
brownish
I
and
don't
powdery, and with time they had to
I
stop
try
dwelling
not to
on
sketch
whatever
in
that was,
black,
and their lives returned
so I
to
don't
normal.
confuse myself.
My mum, a little confused and concerned, took the old woman's advice and would now spend
not
her
this way?
afternoons at a nearby library.
Oh, poking branch.
My dad would meet her there on the way back from work, and from there they would come home together. Months passed, and this incident had been pushed aside almost entirely. It was their last night in that house.
Yeah.
The following morning, they would catch an early flight and leave Bangalore for good. They were both in their bedroom packing up and organising for the trip. My mum accidentally dropped something on the ground, and when she went
Oh,
to pick
sorry.
it up,
I was checking
the
into
exact
your
same
thing. I
thing
thought you were
happened
showing me
again.
something.
One big drop followed by smaller drops skipping her hand. This time it freaked them out to the point of them considering a hotel for the few hours they had left in the house. They left Bangalore without any explanation for it. The next young couple that was scheduled to move in there were
very new
also
to
friends of my
trying to do
parents,
perspective
contracted
bullshit
by the
now.
same company. They were even bigger skeptics than my parents, and paid no heed to anything my parents said. One night, the wife woke up thirsty in the middle of the night and walked downstairs to the kitchen to get some water. When she was on her way back up the stairs, the same thing
I
happened.
might have.
With every step she took, a drop of blood
This
fell
work?
next to her
No,
foot,
this-
and then another and another. It scared her tremendously
Oh, Jesus Christ.
that she had an epileptic seizure and fell. The sound woke up her husband, who came running and helped her back to bed. She was fine eventually.
Okay. Oh, okay. So that only
In
lets
the
me
morning,
draw
however,
sideways. That doesn't
the
work.
husband was convinced
Well-
that it was some kind of practical joke. He scraped up the blood, now dried,
off of the
using
canvas.
some
Alright,
stiff
let's see.
cardboard, and put it in a tiny bottle to get it tested in the lab on the way to work. When he stepped out of the building, he
Oh,
hailed a
fuck, I
rickshaw
can't change it.
and got in. The second he did, the driver somehow lost total control.
What does this do?
The auto spun
Oh, that's like-
360
no,
degrees,
no.
flung him and his office bag out, and the driver was fine, but the husband got a broken arm, and the tiny bottle was never found, even though it was tucked deep in the
Yeah, let me
pocket
pull
of
up
his
the-
office bag. There are a few smaller instances from this apartment, but
On my
the apartment
phone.
still exists to today. We've all passed it several times on our visits to Bangalore, and my parents have mentioned the stories, which I have now shared with all of you. But it leaves me wondering, what
You
was
said get rid of
the
them?
thing
Alright.
that resided there? And what were the warnings the old
Okay.
lady was trying to give them?
That'll work. I mean,
I guess I'll
move
never
it.
know. Another mystery to add to the pile, I suppose. When I was a kid and teenager, I lived in a house where a lot of things happened that I still can't fully explain. Before I was born, my mum had her own strange experiences there, especially in her bedroom. She would wake up with intense tachycardia at around 4 a.m.
I feel like I
and see
should make the
shadowy
front
figures
leg
in the
bigger.
room.
I feel like it's
Sometimes they
too
approached
short, but I
her.
can't tell.
She says a white, circular light would appear, and when it showed up, the shadow people vanished. She never forgot that
see.
pattern. One night she kept her eyes closed
I'm gonna try this
because she
real quick, so I can
knew
always-
she'd see something if she opened them. Instead, she reached out to hold my dad's hand. He's tall and has big hands, but what she felt was a much smaller hand like a child's. There were no children in the house at that time. She says this presence didn't scare her. She squeezed the hand, and it gently let go. After that, my parents moved to another room, and the experiences stopped for a while. They started again when I was around 10. I knew some of what my mum saw could be sleep paralysis, but the things I witnessed myself didn't feel like dreams. Objects would fall from shelves or tables, but not in the oops, it was at the edge way. Stuff that was stable and nowhere near the edge would suddenly launch off as if thrown. It happened with my toys and with books. Sometimes I saw it happen, other times we just heard the crash or found things on the floor for no reason. Once my cousin Patty was visiting, my parents had errands, so she and I went back home ahead of them. She went up the stairs
Dude,
first.
Firealpaca just crashed?
I
What the
clearly saw
fuck?
her,
Oh,
or
please
what
don't
I
tell me
thought
that.
was her, walking straight into the kitchen and heading for the refrigerator.
Oh, thank God.
When I
Okay.
stepped into the kitchen a moment later, no one was
What
there.
the fuck? I've never
Patty
had it
was
crash
actually in the
before.
bathroom. Whatever I saw walk to the fridge was not her.
Yeah, I've never had
The
a crash
experience that stayed with me the most happened on the day of my 11th birthday. After the party, my mum left for a work dinner, and my school friends went home at around 6
No,
p.m.
I've always done size changes and it's been
There were
fine.
candies and leftover snacks, so my cousins Liz, Fiorella, and Sandra,
Okay,
and
what
Patty
the
and
fuck?
I decided to throw a birthday for my dolls as an excuse to keep eating.
I've
We
had a
went to the
lot more
same
than this
room my
before.
mum used to have trouble in, where my toys in the
I think
computer
the most
were.
I've had is up to like 20
Liz was
open at
about
once.
18 then and wasn't really into playing, so she sat at the PC. We set two dolls in the chair at the far end of the room. One was a regular doll, the other was a big one of about 75 centimeters in height. We started playing a game where
Yeah.
we danced and froze like statues whenever the music stopped. Liz controlled the music from the computer, and we played like that for about half an hour. At some point, all of us turned towards the dolls at the same time, and the big doll moved on its own, as if some invisible force grabbed it and then violently threw it to the floor. It didn't slide or tip over, it was clearly tossed. All 5 of us saw the exact same thing. We screamed and bolted out of the room, and after that, just being in the house could feel difficult. Sometimes the atmosphere felt dark and oppressive. My family is Catholic, so they called a priest to bless the house and paid for a mass for the souls in purgatory. That same day, right before the blessing, I was playing PlayStation with Liz. We both watched a video game manual slide and move on a table without anyone touching it. After the blessing and the mass, those kinds of incidents slowly faded and eventually stopped. I'm not religious myself, but I do believe in good and evil, and can't help thinking that the priest's visit did something. We moved out years ago. My dad rents the place now, and the current tenant has never reported anything unusual. I still wouldn't live there again, even if I was paid to. I'm sharing this because I wonder if anyone else has gone through something similar. Lights or shapes like my mum described, objects thrown or pushed with no one near them, and that indescribable uncomfortable feeling in the house. This is the first time in more than 20 years I've shared this story. It's not something I usually tell my friends. Greetings from Peru. My parents' house went up in the 1970s, and it's frozen in time, with the same garish original kitchen, cabinets, faded floral wallpaper peeling at the corners, and the whole groovy era vibe clinging to every room like a decaying time capsule. As a kid, I'd lie awake in my bedroom at night, ears turned to the thick, plush carpet that covered the floor. It made this distinct sound when anyone walked on it, a sort of soft, muffled crunch, like footsteps sinking into fresh snow. I'd hear it plain as day, starting somewhere across the room and getting closer with each step. The vibrations came next, I'd feel them through the floorboards, faint tremors building as whatever it was approached the closed door where I sat on the other side. Frozen heart thumping, and then poof, dead silence, with there being no receding steps, and no one there when I finally cracked it open to check the empty hallway. This wasn't just nighttime kid fears. It happened in broad daylight too, while I played or read. I'd snap my head up at the crunching with the door handle for any jiggle, but nothing ever showed. One afternoon, sunlight pouring through the windows, I saw a shadow dart quickly far across the far wall, too tall for a cat and too fluid for a trick of the light, and it was gone before I blinked. I woke up to this slow, rhythmic whoosh, walls expanding and contracting. The air pressure changed, curtains fluttered inwards and then out, and the floorboards groaned under invisible strain. It lasted maybe 2 minutes, and then ceased. It felt Dad had his own run-in. He swore he saw my sister walk past him in the kitchen one evening, clear as anything, her ponytail swinging, voice calling out about dinner. He answered her, turned to grab plates, and realized she wasn't home. Hadn't been for hours. She confirmed later she was out with friends. Nowhere near the house. When I hit my teen years, I got to the edgy phase and demanded the basement room. Though it was a cool private lair, it was ultimately a big mistake. All night, every night, came the creaking footsteps overhead on the main floor, slow and deliberate paces crossing from the kitchen to the living room. Anyone who stayed over heard it too. They'd always be like, "Do you hear that walking?" at around 2 a.m. and we'd track the footsteps together. But every morning when we'd ask the family, no one would claim it'd be them. Then the typing started. Late nights, after I'd nod off, this frantic clack, clack, clack rattled from my desk keyboard. It woke me up, bolt upright, staring at the dark shape in the corner where it sat. I got so fed up I started flipping the damn thing upside down before bed. The noise stopped cold after these nights, but resumed if I forgot. Physical stuff ramped up down there. I'd jolt awake to an icy finger tracing slowly up my bare arm. And seconds later, exactly along that path, a perfect line of raised goosebumps would prickle out. It happened on my leg once too, snaking calf to knee while I slept. It shifted to my other leg another time. I'd slap the light on, scan, and find nothing. I moved out for college, and the stuff tapered off like whatever lingered there settled once I bailed. House quieted for my folks, with no more constant reports. But visits still sparked oddities. Last Christmas, I slept in the guest bedroom and woke up to the familiar carpet crunch circling the bed. Step, pause, step, fading towards the door. Mum admitted over coffee she heard pacing again lately, and always after dark, of course. Dad jokes it's the 70s ghost protesting the green avocado stove, whereas I sleep with one eye open now, wondering if the house misses me as its audience. I'm a 17-year-old, and this is a collection of personal experiences that have unfolded over the years in the rental house where my family has lived for the past 5. A place with a notably turbulent history, marked by squatters who once occupied it until the authorities intervened dramatically, even leaving behind a patched section of ceiling where the SWAT team apparently rappelled down during a raid. All of these encounters began only after we moved into this specific house, which had fallen into disrepair before being renovated for tenants, as nothing even remotely similar ever occurred in my birth state or in any of the older homes we lived in previously, making this location the undeniable focal point for whatever unseen forces now seem to linger within its walls. My earliest memory involves something known as the Hat Man, which appeared when I was quite young shortly after our arrival. While I sat on the worn living room carpet, surrounded by my favorite toys, only to hear the distinct sound of heavy boots
you can have it, but be
thudding
careful because it
slowly
did drop.
down the dimly lit hallway ahead of me. When I glanced up towards the sound, there stood a towering figure approximately 6 feet 5 inches tall, its form rendered entirely in pitch darkness, as if carved from the absence of light itself, clad in what resembled a long trench coat that hung loosely around its broad shoulders and topped with an enormous, wide-brimmed hat that cast even deeper shadows over its featureless
You alright?
face, which simply turned towards me, nodded once in deliberate acknowledgement, and uttered words in a low murmur that I could not comprehend before I instinctively rose and followed it down the hall, only to find the space completely empty upon rounding the corner. Subsequent experiences became more frequent, starting around the time I entered high school, though two stand out as particularly vivid and inexplicable, the first occurring at approximately 4:30 a.m. when the entire household lay asleep in their beds, rousing me abruptly with the tremendous clash of something heavy colliding in the kitchen just beyond my bedroom door. Rushing out barefoot across the tile, I discover the sturdy metal dish rack, which was typically anchored securely on the counter near the sink, had somehow been uprooted and relocated fully 5 feet away to rest precariously
God,
by the front
okay.
door, while an equally hefty cast iron pan had been displaced from its spot inside a lower cabinet to stand squarely in the middle of the living room carpet. Both items, far too substantial to have shifted on their own without considerable force, leave me so rattled as a naturally jumpy person that I retreated immediately to my bed, burrowed under the covers, and willed myself back to sleep despite my racing heart. The second major incident involved my friend during a casual hangout, when I was in my room sorting through a pile of freshly laundered clothes folded neatly on the mattress, while he occupied himself in the kitchen meticulously filling the plastic ice trays under the harsh fluorescent light, for reasons that still puzzle me to this day, until a sharp thud echoed throughout the house, followed by his startled curse, prompted me to sprint out and find him clutching his reddening cheek in pain, with the cracked ice tray shattered on the floor. He explained breathlessly that the tray had been gripped firmly in both his hands moments earlier, when it violently flung itself upwards of its own accord, striking him squarely in the face with enough force to split the plastic, an event that perfectly aligned with the broader pattern I would later recognize in how objects seem to react aggressively towards visitors, but far more passively around me alone. Beyond these standout moments, everyday anomalies persisted, such as dishes sliding inches across counters when no one stood nearby, fleeting silhouettes darting just out of the edge of my vision in empty doorways, bathed in afternoon sunlight filtering through dusty blinds, and an omnipresent sensation of scrutiny that prickled the back of my neck, like countless invisible eyes tracking my activity from the shadows. Virtually all my friends who have crossed the threshold of this house independently describe the exact same unnerving atmosphere, a tense quality to the air itself, coupled with the unmistakable impression of being watched intently, no matter whether they linger in the cluttered garage amid stacks of holiday boxes or relax on the sagging couch in front of the flickering television screen. I once dismissed the paranormal entirely as mere superstition or tricks of the mind, but the sheer accumulation of the unexplainable events witnessed not only by myself but multiple friends has compelled me to reconsider, especially incidents like the ice tray assault or strange occurrence at the beach hotel during a family vacation that reinforced the reality of forces beyond ordinary explanation. Unlike my friends who primarily report visual glimpses or auditory disturbance, my most frequent and intimate interactions manifest through physical touch, where I might be engaged in routine tasks around the house, be it folding towels in the laundry room, lounging on the porch, or hunched over textbooks at the wobbly kitchen table, only to suddenly register a distinct, cold pressure materializing on my shoulder or along the sides of my face, registering not as frightening, but strangely comforting, akin to the reassuring part of a familiar hand offering silent companionship. While these touches typically consist of gentle rubs or light taps that fade as quickly as they come, they occasionally escalate into something far more intrusive, particularly when I'm sitting at the creaky, wooden desk chair or lying on my bed, beginning with a gradual sensation of something pressing firmly against my torso or chest, evoking either the envelope squeeze of a tight hug from behind or the claustrophobic, smothering weight of an uninvited body leaning too close. This phenomenon reaches its most frustrating peak when I lie awake in bed late at night, staring at the glow-in-the-dark stars still stuck to the ceiling of my childhood, suddenly feeling the full impression of something substantial laying atop of me entirely, pinning me down with unrelenting pressure that defies my every attempt to rise. Not sleep paralysis, as I have never experienced that particular affliction, but can always twitch my finger or toes experimentally to confirm full control over my limbs. Even summoning all my strength to shove upwards against this invisible mass, I manage only a few meager inches off the mattress before an exonerable force slams me back down onto the warm springs with a jolt that rattles the bed frame, leaving me breathless and staring wide-eyed into the darkness until the weight eventually lifts of its own accord after several tense minutes. Thankfully, these encounters have never progressed beyond discomfort, and I sincerely hope they remain benign. Yet a clear behavioral pattern has emerged among the multiple entities that appear to inhabit this house, based on both my observation and the accounts of others that have stayed the night. Toward me alone, whatever presence dwells here exhibit a respectful restraint. But in the presence of anyone else, family or friend alike, they shift dramatically into states of annoyance or outright aggression, manifesting as loud banging on my sister's bedroom door precisely at midnight that jolts the entire household awake with its insistent pounding against the door, or the mischievous rearrangement of my dad's toolbox contents scattered across the garage workbench when the house stands completely empty during his long shifts at work. I have already detailed how the activity targets my friend with the flung ice tray, and similar disruptions plague visitors consistently, leading my entire friend group to jokingly refer to my home as the haunted house. Despite this favoritism shown exclusively to me, I cannot shake the underlying concern about just how possessive and insistent these touches sometimes become, leaving me to wonder why I specifically have been singled out for this peculiar tolerance, while the house reserves its more malevolent side for everyone else who dares enter it. These experiences continue unabated even now, and I wonder, have any of you experienced anything remotely similar to me? I need to preface this entire account by mentioning that this marks the very first time on which I've ever chosen to share such a personal and deeply unsettling story in a public forum. It's a decision I have contemplated intensely for at least 10 years now, as memories of those chilling events continue to resurface. So, get comfortable. One afternoon, where I was about 15, I found myself home alone with the responsibility of watching over our family husky called Athena. Throughout that day, I kept hearing subtle creaks echoing from various corners of the structure, sounds that at first seemed dismissible as the natural settling of an aging wooden frame, but which soon sharpened into what I could swear were deliberate footsteps padding softly across the floorboards downstairs. Especially strange, since every door remained locked from the inside, and no member of my family had been present for hours. Determined to test whether this was all in my head, I gently shook Athena awake from her nap on the living room rug, and her immediate reaction chilled me to my core. She rose unsteadily to her paws, her ears flattening against her skull, while she paced in tight circles with a low rumbling, a whine emanating from deep within her throat. Her massive body tense, as if she had locked onto some invisible presence circling us both beyond the edge of our sight. The unease escalated rapidly within me, prompting me to grab my phone and call my best friend Sarah, who happened to be the same age as me and whom I trusted implicitly in moments of panic like this one. Sarah, I'm really scared right now because it sounds exactly like someone has broken into the house and is moving around downstairs, I told her in a trembling voice. I chose to dial her instead of 911 due to my own internal gaslighting that insisted I must be overreacting, compounded by the long-standing undercurrent of paranormal activity that had always seemed to permeate my parents' home in ways we rarely discussed openly. Sarah explained that she was currently looking after her younger sister Emily, who must have been around 9 at the time, and that any attempt to come over would of course require her to come along as well. Despite this complication, I pleaded with her urgently, and within minutes they were at the front door, at which point we armed ourselves with sharp kitchen knives gripped tightly in our sweating palms and began to methodically sweep the basement, our flashlights casting jittery beams across the dusty storage bins. But there was nothing really ascertainable that could account for the noise there.
Here is
By the
update
time
I've
we
got.
approached the second floor, the footsteps had transformed into quieter, more insidious overhead whispers, as if the perpetrator had grown
It's another
cautious
tree.
of our presence, and an overwhelming wave of
I
discomfort
just didn't have
washed
enough
over me,
space to,
manifesting physically as sudden nausea that churned into my stomach. Sarah took the lead and entered my parents' bedroom first,
Okay.
her knife raised defensively as she checked behind the heavy oak dresser, under
Oh, yeah, I
the
gotta remove
neatly
the old
made
yellow line.
queen-size bed, and inside the walk-in
I forgot to
closet,
remove it. Let me.
before emerging to declare emphatically that we absolutely need to investigate the attic access right now. To which I countered firmly that we had to exclusively search every single room on this floor before considering
Discord.
anything
Holy
above,
shit. You said which one? Oh,
adhering
that
to a
one.
logical progression that left no potential hiding spots unchecked. The layout of the upper hallway featured a bedroom positioned side by side in neat rows, mine to the left with its posters of bands peeling from the walls, and my brother's directly adjacent, none of which had windows cracked open to allow for
Is that
drafts,
not the line
and
that
the
I- no, it's the
washroom
red
in
line that I need on
particular
this layer.
stood completely sealed with no ventilation whatsoever. Just as Sarah stepped back
Oh,
out
it's a
into the
path.
hallway from my parents' room, all 3 doors, mine,
Trying to
my
find
brother's, and the washroom,
Where I put.
slammed shut simultaneously with a thunderous force that reverberated through the walls like synchronized explosions. The air inside the house hanging utterly still, without even the faintest breeze to account for such violence. In a heart-stopping instant, I clung to Emily for dear life, our bodies leaping a full foot off the creaky hardwood floor, as screams lodged frozen in our throats from the sheer shock of it all. We pried open the washroom door first, revealing only an empty room and the small echo of the drip from the sink. My own room stood bare, as did my brother's, though its closet concealed a pulled-down attic ladder identical to the one in my parents' room, which we knew existed from prior explorations. We yanked on the cord to test it out, but the ladder remained immovably stuck without yielding even slightly. So we pulled out our phones and recorded Snapchat videos while jamming a wire hanger upwards so the mechanism would release, which only made it twitch 1 centimeter before locking rigidly back into place. Undeterred, we moved to
Oh,
my
wait.
parents' attic
I want
access
you to go
and
away,
applied the
thank you.
same force, only to find it seemingly welded or glued shut, with even greater resistance than the previous one, refusing to budge a fraction of an inch. no matter how hard we pushed. Eventually, our adrenaline began to ebb as the immediate terror subsided into shaky exhaustion, allowing Sarah and Emily to leave for home, while I still remained visibly rattled from the ordeal. Roughly a year later, my father had deployed to Latvia on a military assignment, leaving the house much quieter than usual. And my brother had come over for the evening along with his girlfriend, turning what should have been a relaxed night into another chapter of inexplicable dread. I was Skyping late into the evening with my friend Jake, when a perversive sense of being watched prickled across my skin. I confided in Jake, "I feel really uneasy right now, as though someone lurks just out of sight." He suggested casually that it might stem from the Skype connection itself distorting my perceptions, but I countered that I could distinctly hear faint movements stirring elsewhere in the house, even though everyone else had long since gone to sleep. Glancing over at my dogs, now numbering 2, with Steele, the massive 130-pound purebred German Shepherd, who normally exudes fearless confidence, and Athena, the husky who often shadowed him protectively. I saw Steele cowering low to the ground with his tail clamped tightly between his legs, while Athena attempted to hide directly behind his bulk, both of them trembling uncontrollably in a way that sent fresh waves of fear through me. My mother always made a point of sleeping with her bedroom door propped open whenever my father was away or overseas, specifically so the dogs could roam freely throughout the night.
Yeah, I've turned the layer off on accident.
And protect the house from any potential threats.
I still have to sketch the accessories this guy's wearing, especially a sparkly boa. That's gonna be the worst part.
Towards her room, apologizing profusely as I urged,
Yeah,
"I'm sorry, but I need you to go watch over Mum right now." Only for them to plant all 4 legs firmly against the floorboards, with brakes seemingly locked on every paw, whining sharply and refusing to budge an inch, regardless of how insistently I coaxed them forward. The moment they finally relented and padded reluctantly out of my room, with tails still tucked, Jake and I both heard an eruption of heavy stomping, boots thundering up the stairs at breakneck speed directly towards our floor, as if some massive presence had been lying in wait and now surged forwards with malicious intent. I slammed my door shut and twisted the deadbolt lock with frantic urgency, then pressed my ear against the wood to listen intently as the footsteps came to an abrupt halt precisely at the top landing, only to transition into slow, deliberate paces, heading straight towards my room and my brother's adjacent one. The footsteps stopped dead right outside my door, and what felt like an eternity stretched out. 20 minutes into my panicked perception, but likely only a minute or 2 in reality, before I heard a single shuffling step retreat backwards, fading gradually into the silence somewhere down the hall. I ended the Skype call with Jake by saying, "Hey, I need to log off now to try and get some sleep, because I can't deal with any more of this tonight." The following morning, as my mother spoke on the phone with my father via speaker, I overheard her recounting clearly, "Babe, it sounded just like an intruder prowling through the house last night. At one point I even felt the mattress tip as if someone had sat down right on the edge of the bed. But when I turned to look, there wasn't anyone there." Several hours later, with the house completely empty and me alone once more, I decided to conduct a thorough inspection of every room to check for any sign of disturbance or misplaced objects, methodically working through my parents' bedroom, where everything remained untouched, and then into my brother's room, where my heart pounded so fiercely against my ribcage that it felt like it might burst free at any second. At first glance, the space appeared perfectly normal. Shelves lined with his old sports trophies gathering dust, clothes hung neatly in the closet. But when I tilted my head upwards to examine the ceiling more closely, the attic access hatch that had been so prominently featured just a year prior had vanished entirely, replaced by seamless panels of drywall that showed no seams, no pull-down cord, and no evidence whatsoever that it had ever existed there at all. I immediately phoned Sarah in a state of breathless hysteria, and she responded with stunned disbelief, exclaiming along the lines of, "No way, that can't be happening again." We shared the full account with everyone involved, my brother, Sarah, Emily, and my mother, all of whom vividly remembered the attic ladder's presence from the earlier incident. Yet my father reacted with extreme defensiveness, insisting that no such attic had ever been in that room and accusing us of fabricating the details out of thin air. Determined to prove our case, I asked Sarah to resend those original Snapchat videos we had captured during the hanger prodding attempt, but every single one refused to load on my phone, and they have never successfully transferred or played back even once since the very day the attic access mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Over time, my father managed to convince my mother that the attic had never existed in the first place, wearing down her recollection until she aligned with his version of events. For context, during our family's last move when we were assigning bedrooms, I had been given the privilege of choosing first, since my brother had claimed the preferred room in the previous house. Upon stepping into what became his space, I immediately spotted the attic hatch overhead and declared without hesitation, "Nope, I'll take the other one, because I do not want an attic lurking above my bed every night." To this day, more than a decade later, that attic access remains utterly missing from my brother's room, with the ceiling presenting an unbroken expanse that defies all our prior memories and evidence. On a related note, I have long been involved in ghost hunting as both a hobby and a serious pursuit, utilizing professional equipment such as EVP recorders, spirit boxes, and EMF meters, with which I have captured numerous voices, electronic voice phenomena, and anomalous energy spikes, particularly within my parents' house, including one recurring entity I affectionately called Dave, who seems to primarily reside in the bedroom closet. Dave once landed me in serious trouble during a sleepover with friends when one of those fluffy Victoria's Secret pink plush dogs positioned innocently on a shelf suddenly launched itself across the entire length of the room as if hurled by an invisible hand, striking the far wall with a resonating thud that echoed through the house. My mother stormed into the room moments later, furious and demanding silence because she was trying to sleep. An incident that ultimately ignited my passion for acquiring and experimenting with ghost hunting equipment in earnest. Whether you choose to believe every layer of this account or not, I assure you that it unfolded exactly as described, leaving behind questions about the house's lingering presences that continue to haunt my thoughts to this very day. I'm a medical examiner, and most of the stories I've shared come from my time working in the morgue. Lately though, whatever's attached to that part of my life has begun following me home. It really kicked off when we moved into our first house, right next to my old high school. I'd be completely alone and hear my husband's voice clear as day, calling to me from another room. That happened more than once. I also started seeing the back of someone's shoes and legs behind me, like a person standing just out of my peripheral vision. But every time I'd turn around, there'd be no one there. My husband has heard me at home on multiple occasions as well, even when I wasn't speaking. He's mildly schizophrenic, so hearing things isn't new for him, but the frequency ramped up. He'd hear my voice 2 or 3 times a day. The land our house sits on used to be a burial ground that was supposedly moved. All the paperwork says the relocation was done correctly, following the rules of the religion that ran on the cemetery. On paper, everything looked fine, but in real life it didn't feel fine at all. Things escalated. I was constantly sick. I had my gallbladder removed last year, but this felt like ongoing gallbladder attacks, pain, nausea. unable to eat or drink much, and barely sleeping. On top of that, I was angry and sad almost all of the time, in a way that didn't feel like my normal mood swings. It got bad enough that my husband said something was seriously wrong, and suggested we take a short trip to visit family. The change was immediate. Once we were away from the house, I finally slept 12 hours straight. It was the most peaceful, uninterrupted sleep I've ever had. The next day I felt amazing, lighter, like someone had flipped a switch. My husband noticed it too. He realized he hadn't heard my voice at all while we were gone. At home he heard it multiple times a day, but during that trip, the constant noise and presence just stopped, and everything was quiet and calm. We went back home on a Tuesday because we had arranged for someone religious to come and help us cleanse the place. We were hopeful. Instead, whatever was there got worse. The attempt to fix it only escalated the activity. Around the same time, my husband got scouted by one of the biggest tech companies, and that felt like our sign to leave.
Raise the rudder! Raise the sails! Raise the sails!
Captain, an unidentified ship is approaching. Over.
We moved last month. I waited to post anything here until we were settled into the new place. We decided not to sell the old house. It still is technically ours, but neither of us feels right putting another family into that situation. For now, it will just stay vacant until we get real answers and a kind of resolution. I do have a new morgue now with new co-workers. They've already started sharing what they've seen and heard there. They're not shy about the weirdness. I will stay in touch with the old morgue too. And if anything else surfaces, I'll be sure to update you all. I just checked out of the Intercontinental on St. Charles Avenue. The room is on the 6th floor, and I've got to know if anyone else has dealt with anything like this. I travel constantly for work, stay in hotels from coast to coast, but last night crossed into straight up unsettling territory. It started at around 11:30 p.m. when we got back to the room after dinner. My wife stopped dead in the hallway, staring at our door. She had this overwhelming feeling of someone watching us, like eyes boring right through the wood. That peephole didn't help. It's one of those wide, fisheye ones that distorts everything on the other side into a creepy bubble view. She couldn't shake the paranoia, so she grabbed some tissue paper from the bathroom and stuffed it in tight, blocking any line of sight in or out. Exactly 15 minutes later, right on the dot after she sealed it, a low evacuation alarm kicked in. Not the full blast siren you'd expect, but this eerie, muffled tone pulsing from the stairwell like a warning no one wanted, sounded fully. I cracked the door, checked the apartment hallway up and down, but there was no one evacuating, or any flashing lights, nothing. I called down to the lobby, and the desk clerk just brushed it off as an electrical glitch and not to worry. That thing droned and droned on for at least 1 hour, until we finally tuned it out enough to fall asleep. We managed to sleep, but at 8 a.m. sharp, a brutal pounding jolted us awake. This aggressive knock, like someone slamming their fist over and over, rattling the door in the frame. I bolted upright, heart hammering, yanked the tissue out the peephole and peered through. But the hallway was empty. There was no sound of retreating footsteps or cartwheels squeaking away, no staff, nothing. Just the faint hum of the air conditioning. The real kicker came later in the morning. The elevators were down. A woman in the hall mentioned someone got stuck in one room on our floor, screaming for help until they pried it open. I bailed on waiting and took the emergency stairs to the lobby. Halfway down, I ran into a staff guy who looked wrecked, not tired or irritated, but pale and wide-eyed. In the lobby, the front desk crew smiled, dodging every question about the alarms, the knocks, the elevators, and giving vague answers like technical issues. This is a 4-star chain hotel. Has anyone clocked activity at this spot, 444 St. Charles? It has its share of old and creepy stories, but It honestly felt like an episode of The Twilight Zone. Just yesterday, my sister dropped by for a visit, and the second she stepped through the front door, she froze solid at the bottom of the stairs. She swore she saw a pitch black ghost figure at the top landing, peeking around the edge of the banister like it was spying on her. According to her, the thing ducked back out of sight the moment she locked eyes on it. Clear intelligence, not some trick of the light or shadow play. She pegged its height around mine, just under 6 feet, with a solid humanoid shape. Head, shoulders, torso, all crisp up against the dim upstairs glow. It shook her so badly, she thought I was pulling some prank, crouching up there to make her jump. But no. I was downstairs in the living room, with the whole family chatting and laughing, not even dressed in dark clothes or anywhere near the stairs. No way I could have pulled it off without everyone clocking me sneaking away. That sighting wrecked her for the rest of the night. She stayed paranoid, jumping at every creak or footstep, and refusing to be alone even for her bathroom break. Wouldn't go upstairs without us flanking her, and kept glancing over her shoulder, scared whatever it was would pop back again. To calm her down, we grabbed a spare camera, propped it at the base of the stairs, and let it roll for a solid 20 minutes, covering the exact spot. Scanned the full landing, banister, and hallway between where it vanished. Nothing showed up on playback, but I did snag a quick screenshot from the footage just to map the layout for you. My sister's one of the most logical people I know, with zero tolerance for ghost stories or woo-woo nonsense as she calls it. But this managed to get through to her, and she was flat out terrified in a way that I had never seen her be before. She spotted unexplainable stuff in the house previously. Truth is, she's far from alone in doing so. The family I live with, the folks I've shared this space with for years, have clocked similar figures darting through corners and hallways. Neighbors dropping by have mentioned too. Saw someone upstairs again last week and I thought no one was home. This house has history and many witnesses to strange stuff going on. This is the real head scratcher. I've been here the longest, spent more hours under the roof than anyone else. My bedroom door opened straight into the hallway, but I've never seen anyone. Not a glimpse. If these things are real, and the sheer volume of consistent reports from skeptics and believers, alas, makes it hard to dismiss as mass hysteria or bad eyesight, why am I blind to it all? Or do they just not bother with me? Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening to day 2 of Ghost Week. I'm going to be back tomorrow for another collection of scary stories. It's going to be Demons tomorrow, a personal favorite of mine. So, I hope to see you tomorrow for that. I'd like to give one final thank you to my members and patrons, of course, whose names can be seen on screen, for their continued support of the channel. And if you would like some extra cool perks, you can find the link down below and find out more. But that's it from me. Stay awesome, and if you want to watch some more, links on screen now.
Hang on a second. Curl me for that ulcer? Curl you? So smooth. Yes, it is.
Good evening all and welcome. A happy new year to each and every one of you. We're starting the year off strong with some scary ghost stories, so buckle up because it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. My dad bought a house in 1965 for what he said was a steal at the time. It was built around the 1920s and was huge. Around 4,200 square feet in the West Hills, with an amazing view right below the Pittock Mansion. He never knew why it was so cheap, but didn't ask too many questions. The house was great, except that the basement would flood in the winter with rainwater. His first marriage ended in the early 70s, and he remained single for a few years. During this time, he claims the FBI came to the house and asked him some questions about the basement. He told me they said a woman was found in the garage just before he bought it, and they assumed that she'd taken her own life, and he thought that must be why the house was so cheap. He told them it was empty when he moved in. He let them in and they searched the basement, and he recalls they wouldn't tell him much, but the neighbours told him that the previous owners were involved in mischief, lots of parties, fancy cars coming in and out at all hours, and they would hang out at Henry Thiel's, a local restaurant, but more about that in a moment. He married my mother in 1974, having me and my brother. In high school, I remember some men coming and saying something about Henry Thiel's being torn down, and they wanted to look in the basement. They said they were the FBI. My parents let them in and explained it had been remodeled to fix the water issue. I left to go somewhere and don't know what else they spoke about, and didn't think much of it until years later. As I was growing up, my dad's 4 other kids who are much older than me moved out while I was very little, college, etc. His 2 boys sometimes stayed with us in the summer, the girls did not. Mum and I always assumed the girls didn't like us. In the 80s, when I was around 10, my mum started having dreams about a shadowy male creature that would hover over her at night. She would wake up and it would still be there. She'd scream, fight, swing at it, and it wouldn't go away until Dad woke up. She would crawl to the foot of the bed, and it would follow her, keeping its face to hers and disappear only when Dad sat up. Side note, the floor plan of the house was very interesting, with a master wing, a single door that led to a hallway with separate rooms, a bathroom and a bedroom, and a small hallway that could be locked, as well as each of the 3 rooms. The garage shared a wall along the master bedroom. A windowless attic above the garage shared a wall with the 2 upstairs bedrooms. My parents discovered that if the door leading to the hallway was locked, and the master bedroom at the end of the hallway was locked, she would not have this dream. My dad tested this on occasion, sometimes purposefully, and sometimes accidentally.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works. Let's say I'm in class. I just hit record, and as you can see, everything I'm saying is turning into a transcript as I talk in real time. Because Otter is transcribing everything, I can actually listen to the professor rather than trying to type everything down, or I can zone out for a minute. I know that nothing is going to be missed, and I will be able to refer back to this transcript. If you're attending by Zoom, Otter will even capture any slides that were shared during the lecture. Imagine being able to refer back to perfect notes from all your classes for the whole semester. By the way, everything I'm showing you is free.
They both swear 100% of the time. If just one door was left unlocked at any time before the morning, she would have the experience. It had to remain locked when someone left the room, or opened very briefly to go down the short hallway to the bathroom at night, being locked behind them as they left with a key. The key could not remain in the door lock, and yes, of course, they were old-fashioned styled skeletal keys. My extremely pacifist father also began keeping an axe under his side of the bed. Through the 80s, my mum went back to work and hired a living nanny, who happened to be a woman. They would never work for us long. Their reasons were always vague, but they would always complain about the creepy house. We assumed they were being nice, as my brother was special needs, and care was extremely challenging, and assumed they didn't want to say mean things about me. When I was a teenager, with this habit well established of locking doors, my aunt came to stay with us after having surgery. One morning she apologized to my mum about how she must have woken up the entire house. She recounted the exact same experience. She awoke to a dark figure that she was absolutely sure was male, hovering above her. It remained there and didn't leave until she was exhausted from screaming. The guest room she stayed in bordered the garage. She had the experience every night until she left and never returned. As adults, my sisters and I became friends. Years ago, with me in my 30s and one of my sisters in her 40s, were having drinks talking about the good old days, and I told her about the experience as it had been shared with me over the years by women on my mum's side. I'll never forget her face. She kept looking at her husband and back at me while I had told her what I heard. When I was done, with a very pale face, she recounted her own stories. She told me how her mum had the exact same experience and others. Her mum used to put tape under the chairs in the dining room at night with numbers written on them. She would check the chairs and find them out of order. She would reorganize them and find them moved the next day. The chairs were not scattered, just reorganized but still tucked in. Children didn't play in the dining room and claimed to have never moved the chairs. My sister told me of her own Shadow Man story. She and her sister had the exact same experience. Her husband couldn't believe it either, as she had told him, and it was why they would never visit Dad or stay at the house until he retired or moved. Her husband always assumed it was just some teenage nightmares and nonsense. The bedroom the sisters shared bordered the upstairs attic part of the garage. A small, almost half door led from the attic over the garage into their bathroom. The bathroom had two doors, one to the hallway and one to the nanny/guest bedroom, and another to the sister's bedroom. If the bathroom door or bedroom door were left unlocked, they would see the Shadow Man. A few years back, my wife and I were in Portland and decided to go by the old house. I knocked on the door, and the owner answered and was nice enough to let us in. They had remodeled, and she very nicely toured us through the entire house, and they'd done a lot of work. She seemed to enjoy showing it off. Eventually we went upstairs, and the small attic door to the garage was gone. A solid wall was in its place. I tapped the wall and asked, "How do you get to the attic?" The woman looked at me confused. I told her, "There's a hallway behind this wall. It goes over the master bedroom and into the attic and into the garage. The room is a good 20 by 30 feet. You can't miss it." She insisted there was no room. I assured her there was, and told her how my brother and I would play in there and keep our Christmas stuff, old clothes and furniture. She got very skittish, and then told us she needed to get going and so we'd have to go. We hurried out, but she was very polite, but clearly didn't want to keep talking. When we left, I looked up, and you could see the hallway leading to the garage was still there. The siding of the house was clearly laid out for a hallway, and a large room connected to the garage. It was easily 600 to 700 square feet of hall and attic they walled off, and I can only assume to end the experience with the Shadow Man. I'd really like to go back and see if anyone else has had any weird experiences. I would say I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe there is something very strange in that house. I looked on Zillow and it changed hands again. I wonder if anyone will discover and reopen the attic once more.
Welcome to Wix Harmony. Take the speed of AI and pixel level control to go from words into a full website that's entirely yours to build. Need a new page, section, or a restyle? Ask Aria, your personal AI agent. And boom, there it is. Flow naturally between generating and doing it yourself. This is the new way to create Wix Harmony.
You were trapped by a meaningless duty that was never yours. The path already proven to end in utter defeat.
I'm a 20-year-old female, but when this happened to me, I was 16. It still gives me chills when I think about it. At the time, I had been living in a very rural part of Tennessee, going to high school in one of the smallest towns in the state. This was one of those very old-fashioned small Baptist Christian towns where everyone knows everyone. When I say it was old-fashioned, I mean the church on every corner, the cemetery in the front lawn of the high school kind. Moving there after spending the first 15 years of my life in Evergreen, Colorado, was akin to traveling 40 years back in time. And in time, I grew to love the little town and all of the people I met and connected with. One of these people was a wonderful girl my age called Dee Dee. She and I became very close over that school year, and I would often spend time at her house, gossiping, eating snacks, watching horror movies, and just doing all of the things best friends do. I truly look back on our friendship fondly, and I miss her a lot. Before I tell you about what happened to me, I need to give you some context. I've always enjoyed collecting old things, and one of my favorite hobbies is poking around antique shops and collecting whichever pretty old things my goblin brain desires. One of my favorite things to collect are porcelain dolls. There is something so hauntingly beautiful about them. I have several around my apartment still, and even some in the room with me as I'm writing this now. Judge all you want. I love the way they look. Dee Dee's grandmother had passed down her own collection of beautiful porcelain dolls to her and her mother, and they kept these dolls in the closet of her mother's room. When I mentioned to Dee Dee that I collected porcelain dolls, she excitedly took me to the closet and showed me her grandmother's old treasures. There were two dolls in particular that really caught my eye. There was a doll with pretty blonde hair, wearing a white and blue dress, and another doll with curly blonde hair in a frilly white dress, sitting in her own mini rocking chair. Later in our visit, Dee Dee and her mother told me stories about how the doll in the rocking chair was supposedly haunted, and that's why it was kept in the closet and out of sight. I thought this was interesting, but I'm not overly sensitive to the paranormal, so I didn't think much of it. I explained that people tend to think of porcelain dolls as haunted because of horror movies like Annabelle, and of course because of the uncanny valley effect. If you don't know what that is, it's basically that people feel uncomfortable when they look at something that appears almost human but not quite. That's why certain animation/art styles will freak people out. Anyway, Dee Dee and her mother were quick to offer me the doll, saying that if I wasn't afraid and wanted to add it to my collection, that I was more than welcome. I was of course delighted and took the doll in the rocking chair home with me. They also gave me the other doll in the blue and white dress, simply because they weren't going to display her. Before I left Dee Dee's house, her mother told me that if I, for some reason, needed to get rid of the doll in the rocking chair, that I ought to bring it straight back to them, instead of throwing it away or destroying it, because it was her grandmother's, and it did have sentimental value. I assured her that I would take good care of the doll, and when I arrived home, I placed both dolls proudly on my shelf of little knickknacks and other dolls I'd collected. Fast forward to that night. I'm suddenly awoken from a dead sleep, and my eyes lock with the dolls in the rocking chair. Wondering what had awoken me, I realize I'm neither able to move or speak, and for some reason I can't break eye contact with the doll in the rocking chair. I've experienced sleep paralysis before. It's pretty common in people with chronic anxiety, but never did I experience an auditory or visual hallucination. Being said, as I'm trapped, gazing into the eyes of the doll, I'm suddenly surrounded by what sounds like hundreds of children's echoing laughter. I lay there, unable to move for what felt like several minutes, while the sound of children's laughter echoed all around me. Finally, the laughter began to fade away, and when the sound finally died out, I was able to move and look away from the doll. I quickly sat up in bed, went over to the shelf, and turned the doll so that she was facing away from me, making a mental note to take the doll back to Dee Dee's house first thing in the morning. I told Dee Dee and her mother about my experience and explained that I wanted them to have the doll back. Instead of being frightened, they simply gave me a bemused look, as if to say, "We told you so." I once encountered a chilling presence in the form of a tall, shadowy figure. This unsettling episode took place a while ago, when I resided in a house that bore a dark history, where 3 individuals had met tragic ends within their walls, their bodies concealed in the attic and stored there for 6 years, until the previous owner discovered them. Well, one night, as I lay in bed exhausted from a day of outdoor play, an eerie sensation crept over me. It felt as if something was watching me from the right corner of my room. Despite my fatigue, I drifted off to sleep. Later, in the deep darkness that signaled midnight, I awoke to an inexplicable terror that paralyzed me. Struggling to move, I was overcome with an indescribable fear that was entirely new to me. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I discerned a towering figure, roughly 7 feet tall, looming over me, adorned with a colossal top hat. The figure emanated an otherworldly aura. Panic surged, and my attempts to call for my parents proved futile. My voice seemed to have abandoned me, leaving only tears in its wake. The enigmatic being continued to stare, and bewilderingly vanished without a trace into the enveloping darkness. Upon regaining my ability to speak, I summoned my parents, recounting the inexplicable encounter. However, they dismissed it as a mere nightmare, asserting that no one could have been inside the house. A decade passed, and at 16 we moved into a spacious home with expansive grounds, and despite its grandeur, a sense of foreboding lingered. One night after a gaming session, I went to bed, where a disconcerting feeling gnawed at me, nestled in the recesses of my chest. Ignoring the unease, I closed my eyes only to be jolted awake by a whisper and deep breath coming from the corner of my room. Once again I found myself immobilized, as if I focused on the ominous presence. The same figure materialized, 7 feet tall, sporting a distinctive hat. Closing my eyes tightly, I felt a weight descend upon my chest, accompanied by a fervent prayer for reprieve. Miraculously, the figure disappeared, leaving me shaken and compelled to keep the lights on throughout the night. When morning arrived, I confided in my father, who revealed he had sensed something amiss in my childhood, but refrained from telling me to not alarm me. The encounters persisted in my nightmares, occurring almost monthly, until our eventual relocation due to my parents' divorce. Remarkably, since that move, I have been spared from these haunting dreams. Sharing this unnerving experience serves as a testament that others may find solace, knowing that they are not alone in facing this inexplicable phenomenon. I lived in a house from the 1920s for a good number of years, and there was this peculiar shadowy figure we referred to as the Shadow Man. This mysterious presence would leisurely amble back and forth in our petite 10-foot hallway and would often linger at the doorways, just observing us silently. In the initial months, I brushed it off, attributing it to an overactive imagination, but things took a turn when we rearranged the living room and positioned the TV on the wall next to the hallway entrance. With the seating directly facing it, surprisingly, visitors began making comments about seeing the Shadow Man too. He possessed just the right amount of darkness to be imperceptible when your gaze was fixed on the television, subtly gliding into the entryway and quietly standing there. Yet, he wasn't so distinct that his presence was blatantly obvious. If you happened to direct your attention towards him and react, he would gradually retreat out of sight. Remarkably, everyone who encountered him described the same non-threatening demeanor. and it seemed as though he took pleasure in observing people going about their lives, and peculiarly never ventured beyond the confines of that hallway. As a child of maybe 4 or 5, I had to stay at my grandmother's flat a fair amount while my parents were getting divorced. Me and my sister had both seen a shadow figure at the end of her hallway, always just standing there by the bedroom at the end of the hall. I always thought it was my granddad, as he passed away when I was 3, but my sister had seen the same shadow figure at the end of the hall when my grandpa was alive, as she's 8 years older than I am. My grandmother had a frosted glass door to the front of the room that we usually kept closed. You can see down the end of the hall and a slightly blurred view of a Spitfire airplane photo when the door is closed, and you can definitely make out a real person walking down the hallway, albeit blurry. But this shadow man would be standing there from time to time. We could all see him with the door closed, but as soon as the door was opened, he was gone. Always a cold spot down the end of the hallway too. One night in particular, I was staying over, and I had a feeling as if someone was watching me. My nan had put me to bed, and I felt eyes staring at me. I tried to brush it off, and I could feel and hear heavy breathing right behind me, like the hairs on my neck stood on end, and I could feel the breath on the back of my neck. I thought it was my nan coming to check on me, but I didn't hear the door open at all. I turned my head around expecting to see my nan, but no one was there. The door was closed, the breathing stopped in my ear, and I was honestly terrified and couldn't sleep at my grandma's after that. To this day, I still see the shadow man occasionally at the end of the hallway, and still feel the cold spot when I go past. I don't think he's meant to harm us at all this time. And the spirit, whether my granddad or something else, has never done anything malicious. But that moment solidified that ghosts and spirits exist, at least for me. I was raised outdoors, hiking, saltwater fly fishing, hunting, and I'm an Eagle Scout. This happened over 20 years ago, in the panhandle of Florida. I had been working 12-hour night shifts for almost a year. I wasn't drunk or on anything else. I took my '67 Firebird convertible to an old car wash around 1:30 a.m. No other cars were there, and it was located on a main road, but being a medium-sized city, there wasn't much traffic at the time. I pulled the car into the vacuum machines, with the front facing the road, and the rear towards the open-ended car wash bay. I took out the floor mats, started the loud machine and began cleaning. Almost 3/4 of the way through it, I was bent over half in, half out of the car, and I got the overwhelming feeling I was being watched. I leaned out of the car and stood up, and I was not expecting what I saw. It's hard to describe. Behind me was one of the car wash bays. 3 of them connected together with cinder block walls between them, typical style setup. Hose on the side, no front or rear so that you can drive through. Around 20-foot ceilings, and on top of the ceiling had a large light which illuminates the stalls and projects out about 10 feet on either side of them. I had been using this car wash my whole life until I moved from the area. There was something there, not standing there, just floating, but it wasn't touching the ground. It seemed the shape was around 7 feet tall, and at least 2 feet off the ground. This will sound insane, but it looked like someone's shadow. I could make out a head, shoulders where the arms would be, and the legs. It was proportioned like a tall human would be, but it was a shadow. No gaps where the armpits or center lines for the legs. A standing shadow. The main body type was black, with a TV-like fuzz effect through it, like on older TVs. Around its full outline, I can only describe as static electricity, not shooting out everywhere away, but arcing around it. I didn't believe it for a second. I noticed that everything else looked so normal, so I wasn't having a heart attack or a seizure. I could see the fence and the dumpster back behind it. It was literally almost in the middle of the washing stall, but more to the front. I was around 20 yards away. I got no bad feelings from it, and I didn't feel sick, just like it was there watching me. The loud vacuum was still running, and I couldn't hear anything coming from it, so I don't know if it made any noise. I acknowledged it in my mind and thought, okay, I'll see you. I was getting my things and about to leave. It never approached or moved, it was just there. I went around the car and grabbed my floor mat on the passenger seat. I have no clue why. I should have just left. I rounded the front of my car with it still there, sat down, started the car, looked back, and it was gone. I drove off immediately. I don't expect anyone to understand. I just knew it wasn't there to harm me. I've had a few strange things happen in the woods, nothing crazy. It really just felt like it was a watcher, was just there to observe. I've searched for other encounters with descriptions like it, but have yet to find one that matches mine. I stayed over at a friend's house when we were both 8 years old. I was moving to another part of the country, so it was going to be our last day and night together. I don't remember much of what we did, but I guess it was a pretty normal day. Sometime during the night, I woke up to go to the toilet. I got up carefully so as to not make any noise and opened the bedroom door. In the darkness of the house, I could make out some kind of humanoid shadow walking down the hallway. I rubbed my eyes confused, and when I looked again, it was gone. I went to wake my friend and told her what happened, and after a pause, she confessed to me that she had been feeling the atmosphere in her house strange for a few days. That was the end of it, as her mother had to hear my loud footsteps as I went back into the room and asked for us to go to bed. From time to time, I will write to her and ask her about that night, but she says she doesn't remember anything, not even the strange atmosphere she said there was. This happened to me when I was in my early to mid-teens. My family went out one day for a hike, and I hadn't felt like going, so I just chilled at home. Things were fine for most of the morning, and from memory I think I just pottered around the house, cleaning up a bit and watching TV. It was around mid-afternoon when I decided to read a book. I settled down on the kitchen/dining floor by the glass sliding door that leads to the balcony to soak up the sun while I read. It was enjoyable. Nothing seemed out of place at all. I lost track of time, so when I read I couldn't be sure how long I'd been sitting there, when all of a sudden my skin began prickling like crazy. I'd never felt anything so intense. Pins and needles just running all over my skin, and the hairs on my arms were raised. I realized two things. Something was wrong, and I wasn't alone. Without thinking, I looked up, and for a few seconds that seemed to last a lifetime, I saw the blackish shadow in broad daylight. I almost stopped breathing. It was standing partway in the doorway that led from the kitchen/dining area out to the lounge room. I clearly remember that it looked male. It was tall, had wildly spiky hair, and was lean-looking. I couldn't see the thing's face at all, but it was definitely watching me. Then it stepped back and disappeared. My heart hammering, I slowly put the book down and got up and walked over to where I seen this shadow man. There was no indication that it had been there, except for the slightly cold spot in the doorway. Shaking, I went back to where I'd been sitting in the sun reading my book, and I stayed there until my entire family came home. I didn't tell any of them what had happened, and it wasn't until quite a few years later that I told my little sister what I had seen in our parents' house. Then she related a story that was similar to mine. A shadow had formed on the wall around the same area that I had just seen it, just past the doorway to the lounge room. She said it had stayed for a few moments before completely disappearing, and she'd also been alone at the time. I never asked my older brother, if he'd experienced anything, but the two younger siblings and I were sure there was something in that house. All three of us at one time or another had experienced the sound of someone walking around in the dead of night. The sound would start out of nowhere, 3 slow, dragging steps that would go from the kitchen to the lounge room and then stop. It could have been the Shadow Man, or maybe it was something else. I never saw the Shadow Man again while I lived there, but I'll never forget it. My whole life, I have experienced paranormal activity. It happens, and I move on, until my senior year of high school. I was taught to respect the dead, so I've never gone ghost hunting or tried to mess around with spirits of the sort. Each to their own. Senior year, I was given an assignment to find ancestors in town and see how far back I could find my relatives. My grandmother told me and my cousin, a junior at the time, about an old cemetery that she believed a cousin was buried in and how to get there. So we go and find her grave and gather the information. We thank her for allowing us to go to her tombstone and to rest in peace. The whole time we were there, my cousin and I felt very off,
Wait, I
like
forgot the
we were being
scrolls.
watched and not in a good way. We return and everything's fine, until I go to bed and have the same feeling. I'm laying in bed, staring out the door into the hallway, and feel as if someone is there watching me. This continues for months. I thought it was because I was the only one who noticed it, until my brother, 10 at the time, started asking me if he can sleep in my room with me because he's scared of the hallway. He told me he felt as if someone was watching him from the hallway and it felt bad. I agreed that it was not a pleasant energy. This was a dark, eerie feeling, and I told him that it would be fine, and we both laid in my bed and stared at the hallway and felt eyes on us. We both said the Lord's Prayer and went to bed. We're not super religious, but me and my brother felt at that moment we needed to say it. I graduated high school, and things calmed down. The feelings seemed to go away, until that morning. My mum went to work and my brother went to school, and I got up, got into the shower, and just as I was washing my hair, a heavy feeling crashed down on me, and I felt again like I was being watched. I turned my head and looked to the side, and there, on the other side of the distorted glass shower door, was a tall, dark figure. I could see the head and the shoulders, but no other features except red eyes. I screamed and threw the shower door open, and it was quickly gone. I got dressed, got the shampoo out of my hair, and left the house straight for my grandmother's and told her while bawling. She looked as scared as I did. My grandmother believes it was a shadow person. Me and my mother had been fighting a lot, a full-blown screaming match, which we never did before the trip to the cemetery. Grandma called my mum, and they called someone to cleanse our house. I never went back. I moved out. My mum sold the house, and I still get horrible feelings when I drive by it. This is the worst paranormal experience, but I have years of stories. I'm currently 29 and there are a lot of them. Just be careful where you go and what you bring home. This happened a number of years ago, when I spent a day with my friends Jamie, Brittany, and Muriel. After hanging out, we decided to cap it off by watching a movie in the theatre. As the film came to an end, Jamie received a call from her mum, who sounded deeply spooked. She explained that something was in their house, and that both she and Jamie's sister Ariel were unsettled. Urgently, she asked for us to come over. We left the theatre and hurried to Jamie's house. Upon arrival, a strange vibe hung in the air. Not just me, but Jamie, Brittany, and Muriel all sensed something was off. Jamie's mother recounted their unnerving experience. She and Ariel were in the master bedroom when their dog, Sammy, began barking at an unseen threat. Despite their efforts to calm him, Sammy fixated on a spot on the wall, where a bizarre sequence unfolded. A shadow materialized and glided up the wall, entering the bathroom. Simultaneously, a secured curtain shot up with a bang accompanied by a whirring sound. Concerned, they fled upstairs, prompting Jamie's mum to call for support. Perplexed and anxious, we formed a circle and began praying. Jamie's mum instructed us not to open our eyes until we were done, but my curiosity got the better of me. I peeked and regretted it immediately, as in the living room corner, I saw what I believed to be a shadow figure. Terrified, I shut my eyes and intensified my prayers. Miraculously, the oppressive air lifted, leaving us all feeling lighter. Assuming the worst was over, we gathered on the front porch to ease tension. After a few minutes, Sammy, who had been calm, suddenly went berserk, sprinting down the driveway. I saw the same dark figure seemingly gliding or floating down it, pursued by Sammy. Abruptly, it shot up and vanished. Sammy returned nonchalantly as if nothing had transpired, but the memory of that enigmatic figure still lingers, haunting the recesses of my memory, and I'm certain of its nature or fate, but the encounter remains etched in my mind. When I started dating my wife, I was 15, and her stepdad gave me this rock that had a dragon carved into it. It was cool actually and was heavy. I took it home and placed it in my room, inside my entertainment center. As time went by, it became difficult to get a good night's sleep. I would wake up constantly and have trouble getting back to sleep. During this time, I had increasingly suicidal thoughts. I started withdrawing myself from my family, and I was sitting outside on the phone, and I was peering through the window to keep an eye on my nephew who was sleeping on the couch, when all of a sudden a small dark shadow about 4 feet tall went from one room to my room. I immediately got chills and was too afraid to go back inside. Another time I was asleep in my room, and I woke up to this same shadow standing over me. I couldn't move and say anything, and the moment I began praying, it descended into the bed, and I was able to move once more. I got up and ran out of the room, and fell asleep on the couch. One day, I was watching a program about hauntings, and they had mentioned how a demon could attach itself to a doll. That's when it clicked on me, that everything had started once I got that dragon rock from my girlfriend's stepdad. I opened the entertainment center and it was gone. I looked everywhere for it but could never find it. But since it disappeared, everything stopped, and I was myself again. And there were no more shadow people at night or night terrors. There is one small note, and I'm not sure if it's related, but during this time I developed type 2 diabetes. I always wondered if it had anything to do with it. A friend and I spent the night at my house, both feeling a bit restless, when she suggested we try the Charlie game. I agreed. We left our seats and went to my room, and prepared everything. With anticipation we began the game, posing questions like, are you here to cause harm? Are you male and female? For over 15 minutes, and watched the pencil move to answer our questions. When the game concluded, we decided to return to the living room and indulge ourselves in a scary movie. As we were engrossed in the movie, a loud crash from elsewhere in the house startled us. My friend and I paused the movie to investigate the source of the noise, and we found my favorite plant on the floor next to a shattered pot. We retrieved it and resumed our movie, but then we heard footsteps in the hallway and got up to explore. And when I turned to the corner, I noticed the bathroom light was on. As I reached to switch it off, the lights began to flicker and the sink turned on by itself. Alarmed, I called my friend, who rushed to my side in astonishment and asked what was happening. I told her I had no idea. A few hours later, I ventured back to my room in search for some notebook paper and colored pencils. When I opened my door, the room was enveloped in darkness, and within that obscurity, I glimpsed a tall shadow figure. I quickly flicked the light on, and the figure vanished, and as I turned to exit the room, I heard heavy breathing and my name being whispered. An icy breeze sent shivers down my spine, and in sheer terror, I hastily packed my bag. My friend and I left the house for the night. When I returned the following day, The house remained eerily still and silent, and the enigmatic figure never returned. Just as well. In 1994, when I was 11, I had an encounter with something that I can only describe as a shadow person. At the time, I had no idea what it was, ghost, alien, or otherwise. It started one April night, while I was asleep and dreaming. In my dream, I was sitting on a wall looking over the PE field of my school, when a kid that bullied me in real life came up to me, punching me in the chest, knocking me off the wall. I felt the full physical force of the blow and it woke me, and I woke up screaming at him, my chest hurting from the pain. It's as if my physical body had been hit, and I had the wind knocked out of me. When I woke up, I had bolted upright to a sitting position, clutching my chest, trying to breathe. As soon as I looked up across the room, I saw this thing. It looked like a shadowy hooded monk. Where its face should have been was just a darker shade of black. It seemed to be folding something in its hands over and over again. I say folding, but it was like he was manipulating a liquid cloth. The fabric flowed back and forth in its hands, and also was black. A bright light shone from behind the creature, and I remember being able to see my posters on the walls behind where it stood. There was no other light in the room, other than what was emanating from it. As soon as I saw it, I was paralyzed. I was trapped in my body. I couldn't move, and now my chest hurt even more, since I couldn't breathe. I don't know how much time passed with me in this state. After a while, I could feel my body begin to come back to me. At first, my toes began twitching, then my fingers and eyelids, and then a rush of sensation came back to me. I was finally able to breathe and move around, and the creature was still there. I had no idea what to do. If I was to run out the room, I would have to push past the thing, as he was very near the entrance, and I did not want it touching me again. I tried talking to it, asking who it was. What did it want? Why did it hit me? I asked him to leave, and everything done was met with no response. He kept looking down to what he was folding in his hands, and would look back up at me every so often like he was making sure I was staying put. Something told me that somehow this thing had known while I was dreaming, and he had used the dream to attack me and wake me up, or something like that. The longer he stayed there, the more afraid I grew. I tried pinching myself, closing and opening my eyes. It was still there. I lived in Los Angeles, and this was a few months after the Northridge earthquake. And after having lived through that, I had this fear of being trapped in my room from a quake. So for a long time I would store supplies near my bed. Bottles of water, saltine crackers and a flashlight. I kept the flashlight under my pillow. It's hard to describe, but it was like I heard this voice in my head, trying to help me through this encounter. It reminded me about the flashlight, but told me not to let the creature see me get it. I had no idea what I was going to do with the flashlight against this thing, but it was all I had. So I pretended that I thought I was dreaming, and that I was going back to bed. As I lay down, I could see the posture of the shadow creature change. It seemed to become antsy, paying more attention to me, but it would not stop folding the liquid cloth. I grabbed the flashlight, cracked open my eyes to make sure it was still there, and sat up and turned it on and shone it at it. The voice told me to shine it where its heart would be, if it had one. And as soon as the light hit the creature, it imploded into nothingness. I could see a spiral of darkness of light for a few seconds, and it was gone. The next morning it had a bruise on my chest where I had been hit. I never saw this strange creature again. I've had a couple of experiences in my life that I wonder if it was tied to it, but I can't be sure. Fast forward now, 25 years later. I'm married with 2 beautiful children. My first child, my son, seems to have a bit of a twinkle when it comes to these energies. He's predicted a few things before they happen, but has shared a few dreams with me. He's been showing signs of this stuff since he was first learning to speak. But his little sister does not seem to be able to grasp it until now. A few months ago, my 5-year-old daughter began to tell me about dreams she was having when she saw a shadow man. In her first dream, she had woken up to use the bathroom, and when she finished using the toilet, she opened the door of the bathroom to leave and saw him on the other side of the door. The shadow man chased her, trying to grab her, and ended up biting her on the finger. She had a number of dreams about the shadow man chasing her for the past few months. She says that she has somehow turned her good dreams into bad dreams and is now afraid of him. I have never told her or my son about my encounter with the shadow person. With this story, she has told me about her shadow man. She has made it very clear that she's only ever seen him when she's asleep and dreaming, until today. She was at her preschool having a snack, and she was standing by a table where her snacks and milk were, and she looked up out of the entrance to her classroom, where she saw the shadow man from her dreams outside the doorway to the classroom. It scared her so badly, she knocked over her milk box and tried to point it out to her classmates, but no one else saw him. She says the shadow man ran away when he saw she could see him. I don't know what to do. My husband, even though he's a believer in paranormal possibilities, thinks it's just an overactive imagination. He's not saying she's lying, but thinks she didn't really see what she thinks she saw. The way she speaks to me about the shadow man and the detail in which she shares her dreams give me chills. It reminds me so much of what I encountered as a kid. I don't want my daughter to be scared of this thing, and I don't want her dreaming about it either. But I don't think telling her something like, "It's not real," is going to help. I also don't think that telling her it's real is going to help either. I remember my parents not believing me after my experience, and that hurt. They would tell me to not just be silly or dramatic, even though they knew what happened to me was real, and I was terrified of it. Whatever it is, I don't think she's lying, and it's definitely real to her. And if it's paranormal, what the hell is it? Could it be the same thing that attacked me? Is it coming after my kid? Why? Fort Pickens is supposedly a very haunted location. It served under different flags, including the Spanish, Confederate, and now American. There may be more, but that's not the point. The point is that this place has seen a lot of death, between battles and hurricanes, which has led to its haunted reputation. I don't know how much I believe in this story, even if I'm the one it directly happened to, but I'll share it, because somewhere inside me I have the nagging feeling that deep down I know it was real. My friends and I were about 13, and we were exploring the fort, and we'd come upon these small tunnels that lead to old storage areas. Now you have to understand that I was only really friends with 2 of the 4 kids there. The other 2 were my friends, but are no longer. This is important, because it contributed to me questioning the event. I decided to be brave, and said I would go down one of the tunnels while someone else went down the other. I go down about halfway without feeling anything, just thinking, hell yeah. I'm thinking I'm so cool. Yeah, I was, and still am very insecure about myself. I hit the halfway mark, and it suddenly felt like I'd hit a brick wall. It's so strange to describe. It was like an invisible barrier was stopping me, that only my body, but not my eyes, could sense. Standing there, I began to feel very fearful. Like the longer I stood there, the worse things would get. Then I saw it. A shadow figure sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall as if injured, looking back on it. I didn't get any threatening feelings from the figure, which makes me think it could have been residual energy, like someone hiding away from intruders as they were bleeding out. I screamed. I think only because that's what I felt I had to do in this
Sunny
situation.
Flowers, thank you so much for the
That was the
follow.
proper response. To
Let me
scream and
pull.
run. Even though I didn't
Twitch
feel
back up, give me
threatened or
2
truly
seconds.
scared, mostly just anxious.
I was taking a break because my
When I
wrist
emerged
is
from the
hurting at
tunnel,
the moment,
my
so I haven't been able to check on
friends
chat.
were asking what happened.
There we go. Okay,
When
I
I
can see your
told them,
chat
I
now.
swear I
Hi,
could feel
Sunny.
their disbelief radiating off them, like a poisonous gas that sickened my stomach.
Yeah, no.
I never
How long have I
really
been
felt
streaming?
accepted
3
in the group
hours.
after that.
So yeah, this is 3
Perhaps
hours of work
it's
right
for
now.
the best.
And my
But I
wrist
know
is like
company, even in bad company,
angry with
am I
me. I've
right?
got carpal tunnel.
A local legend from a small town in Mexico. It's a story that parents tell kids in order for them not to stay up late. There's a
Bro.
man in all black.
I got like
Shit.
possessed.
Everything he rides is black. His
I
car
don't know
is also
perspective
black.
and stuff, so like I'm just
He'll
like,
walk
whoa.
up to your window
One of my
around
friends
2
on
or 3
VC helped me out a little
and
bit.
if you're still up and look at him,
Thank
he'll come
you.
inside and take you.
I'm really hoping it comes out good because I don't know how to shade.
Pretend to be asleep. He will eventually give up and walk away.
Need to get an updated commission for
I
you.
experienced this.
I
I
haven't
woke up
touched
to be on my
masterpieces
back
in
bed,
a hot minute,
heard
so I might be a little
shifting
rusty when it comes to
lights as someone was
masterpieces. But
walking.
like off of masterpieces, I got you like
Till I
completely.
heard it get closer to my window.
I'm gonna go turn my AC on. I'll be right back.
Grass
I'm a little hot.
catching, rocks moving. I got under my covers and pretended to be asleep. I heard him grab the bars at my window and tap. I could hear him breathe. I didn't move a muscle. I don't know how long I pretended before I actually fell asleep again. And I don't know if my cousins were playing a prank or not, because the door makes a lot of noise if it's open. Thankfully, this only happens in small towns. Hey guys, it's Mort here and thank you so much for listening. I do hope you sincerely enjoyed tonight's spooky stories. If you did, please let me know down below. I'd like to extend a huge thank you as always to my members and patrons whose financial contributions make a world of difference when it comes to
I'm okay with it being out of AJ.
So,
thank you for the welcome
from
back.
the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, I
If you'd
understand
like
that,
an
especially with the
occasional
bots right
reward
now.
now
I haven't
and
been on
then
Animal Jam
extra
too
bonus
much.
content, follow the links down in the description if you are so inclined.
But like I still like collecting
for
the
now,
items and
a few
whatever,
more
and like
links
I
to
play with a
extra
select
stories
few
can be
friends
found
every
on
now and
screen.
then.
Hopefully see you there. See you all in the next one.
Freedom isn't free.
Oh, hang on, there's
Your
an ad.
vacation could be discounted. Military and veteran families save up to 25% on cruises to worldwide destinations with the Armed
I
Forces
can't skip
Vacation
this,
Club. Sign
bro.
up for free today and explore the possibilities.
Dude, no, I logged on yesterday and it was like
welcome.
I don't know
I'm
what
going
time
to
it
be
was. It was
taking
real
you to a
early.
tour of haunted
And
hotels in
then,
tonight's video. So get comfortable.
I saw the bots and I was like spin, trying to get out of the spin so I could go to my
I'm sharing
den.
this story because
Hortopia? I
I
haven't
need to
tried
get
that
it out
yet.
of my system.
I've been locked onto
It happened a few
Kabelmon.
weeks ago during a 3-night stay at Hacienda Sacnicte, which is a remote hotel just outside the town of Izamal in Yucatan, Mexico. I had no idea it was haunted or any kind of reputation whatsoever when we booked it. It came up in a travel blog as a hidden
hide
gem.
all the other
It was
references so they
quiet
aren't in
and
my way.
beautiful and small, and honestly it looked perfect for disconnecting. And we
You
wanted
need to get back
somewhere
into Minecraft?
isolated for a romantic getaway.
Low key,
Merida
if
was
you,
only about an hour away, and the place felt worlds apart. It's tucked
My
back
brain
from
is like
roads
short-circuiting.
amid
Hold up.
high trees.
If you get Minecraft
lots
on
of
the
empty
PC,
fields.
on
And
like
if
on the
you've
computer,
never heard of it, which I
and
don't
then
blame
you have
as it's only got,
CurseForge,
like,
if you
4
want to
or
join the
7 rooms or
Kabelmon
something,
server, you're more than
it's a
welcome
restored
to.
colonial hacienda with
There's
white
shit
stone
on my keyboard.
walls, a few high arches, and a long courtyard. And
We're
a
gonna be
big
like
pool
redoing the
that
server
goes
in
to a
August, like a completely new one with
The
some more
rooms are
mods.
in
This
low
is kind of
buildings
just like
around the garden,
the one for now.
and it's all stone floor with some heavy wooden doors.
there.
We arrived late afternoon.
Move that there.
Our rental car kicked up a surprising amount of gravel on the driveway. We were actually concerned
Just let me know. You can
we had
DM me on
damaged it, as we
Instagram.
didn't want to be charged if there was some kind of damage.
Grab this
And the
color,
sun
I
was just
feel
starting
like.
to set. The main
Alright,
building had the classic
multiply.
hacienda features of wide verandas and a few lanterns hanging.
Where did
on
the brown
high.
come? Hello? I thought I
The
grabbed
whole
blue.
place looked pristine. A lovely
You see this,
boutique
right? It's going-
that looked frozen in time.
What?
We were given a room
Huh?
right
Give me-
outside
give me the blue.
restaurant area.
Thank you.
And the restaurant
Okay.
itself had a handful of tables and chairs.
Okay, anyways,
all
let's
made
check
of
those
heavy
relatives.
metal. Remember this, as this will be important
I need to
for
get more
later.
commission so I can
We
buy it.
unpacked,
Yeah, I understand
explored
that.
the small amount of ground,
I currently don't
and
work right
went
now
to eat in
for my
Isamal, the
mental health.
village, and came back. Well, that night at around 2 a.m., I woke up because I could hear a horrible screeching noise ripping
Alright, I
through
need
the
to
silence. It was this metal dragging across stone, long and deliberate, like someone had gripped that heavy chair just outside the room and was pushing it slowly to make the most
Since my husband
hideous
allowed
noise.
me to
My heart slammed as I bolted upright.
stop
My boyfriend was dead
working.
asleep beside
Sorry, I
me.
got locked in.
The sound cut off
and like,
with a dull
because
clunk,
we live in this current
leaving
spot
me in
for only like
total
6
silence.
months. Since he allowed
I
me to
grabbed
stop
my
working,
phone,
my
and
mental
it was
health has
2 or
felt
3
so
a.m.
much better.
and crept to the door. There was no way I was staying in bed. I needed to see who the hell thought this would be funny to do at 2 a.m. So I opened the door. Outside, there was a single lit lamp by the pool, casting a weak yellow light, but I could see no movement.
He says
There was no one outside.
Dude, I
The
feel you on that.
tables were but a stone
but
throw
my
away
husband
from
is
me,
like, no,
and there was
it's
no one
okay.
there either.
Like, you know.
I took a few steps out. I couldn't see any wandering staff, and the position of the courtyard itself meant this whole place was very open, so I should have seen someone, or at least heard them. They wouldn't have had enough time to go anywhere without me hearing them running away on the stones. None of this made sense. I looked around the dim light and decided I'd ignore it, and went back to bed and just lay there staring at the ceiling. Maybe it was someone in another room rearranging their furniture. I mean, sound carries weird on stones. But it took me a while to fall asleep again. In the morning, the hacienda looked idyllic again. The sun was shining on the pool. The beautiful birds I'd never seen before were making cute little sounds. And breakfast was fresh papaya, sweet bread, and nice coffee in the courtyard. I told my boyfriend about it, and he said it could have just been a dream. We headed into the village of Isamal again, climbed the pyramid for a lovely view over the yellow town, had some traditional marquesitas, which are a bit like crepes, but stuffed with cheese as well as Nutella, and wandered the common square. You know, normal couple stuff.
Did I say better? I feel like I said
By
better.
evening, the grounds glowed under the lantern. The pool lights made the pool turn an ethereal blue-green, and we read by the poolside with a bottle of wine. Exhausted from the sun and the travel, we turned in early, and I think it got dark round about 6. By 8, I was out. But again, I was woken up in the night. Not to sound this time, but to pressure. Feeling of eyes on me. My skin prickled. And I roused, feeling groggy. Something was wrong. I looked down towards the end of the bed, and that's when I saw a clear indentation on the mattress cover, sunk down in the perfect rounded dip right at the corner, with human-sized weight, like there was some invisible person perched on the
I just want to
edge.
pop and say hi. Yeah, absolutely.
I stared at it.
Have fun at the park with
was
your daughter.
too precise for old springs.
And stay safe, of course.
It definitely had a aliveness to it.
Oh, I messed up. There
My
we go.
boyfriend, ever the useful companion in
Of
spooky
course.
situations,
I might still be
was
here when you get
snoring
back,
heavily
low-key.
beside me.
This is gonna take me forever.
Throat dry, skin creeping with fear. I shifted my hip fractionally towards it. The mattress
that's the
rose
same
smoothly,
color. Uh-oh.
the dip flattening as if whatever was pressing it down
wait.
had stood up and stepped away.
Oh,
The
is
air
that-
cooled around my
that's-
legs,
Yeah.
and I
okay.
yanked my knees to my chest, clutching the sheets, staring at the empty spot. The bedposts loomed shadowy against the wall,
So if I put that color.
but there was nothing else. No more noise, no more anything. And I was left dumbstruck and
Alright then.
horrified. I lay
we
rigid
go.
for hours,
You're
listening
cool with that?
to
Yeah.
every noise my boyfriend made, every tiny
I don't know
imperceptible
why it's just
sound
like grabbing
from other
random
rooms.
colors like that.
And I knew I hadn't
There we go.
imagined it. I knew the bed had moved. I slept very poorly that
Okay,
night.
come on.
and when the sunlight started to flood in, the room felt safe again. We spent the day out, seeing more ruins, venturing further afield to see other things as well, swim in a cenote. But the tension gnawed at me, and I was relieved that this was our last night in this hotel. I told my boyfriend again, but he told me I'd probably just dreamt it again. I wasn't finding these
I'm gonna
answers
make the
very
branch this
reassuring,
color.
and part of me wondered if I was losing my mind. As we had gone
Yes.
swimming, on the final night I crashed hard. I was bone tired. When
Let's see how
halfway
that
through sleep,
goes.
footsteps yanked me awake again. I could hear soft scuffs outside the door, deliberate paces on stone. It didn't sound like shoes, more like bare feet. My boyfriend slept on.
What if
I sat up listening. Another step closer. Maybe it was a fellow guest. But at this point, it didn't sound like they were just moving to their room. It sounded like they were just making the tappity-tap noises on purpose, perhaps to piss off fellow guests. And I had had enough. I opened the door to our room, and of course, the footsteps stopped. The courtyard lay dark, with the pool glowing faintly and the ever-present one light. I could smell the damp earth. I scanned the pillars and the path, and then movement flashed from the peripheral. It was a tall human shape, a shadow, darting quickly behind a column. It was a fluid movement, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. When I looked towards that column, expecting someone to come out from behind it, no one ever did. I slowly crept out my door to move my body into a position where I should be able to see behind that column. But when I did, there was nothing.
Another ad. Skip that.
And so I went back to the room, closed the door, and curled under the sheets, replaying the scene in my mind. We checked out in the morning, bright and early. As I slid the key over, the concierge asked if everything had been okay with my stay. And then the words just tumbled out, vaguely. Does anything unusual happen here at night? You know, like funny noises or anything? The receptionist's face shifted knowingly. She went on to tell me that I was not the first guest, nor would I be the last in experiencing the creepier side of the haciendas. She went on to tell me something that I hadn't really thought about. Haciendas, these big old colonial homes,
I guess I can go ahead and
are
color
where the
this
Spanish
floral.
or Spanish descendants held the native Mayan people as basically slaves and forced them to do labor on their land until the end of their days. There was certainly a lot of violence
color
here,
all this
a lot of
color.
despair, and a lot of negativity. And it's unsurprising that some of it stays behind in the form of hauntings or unfinished business, the precise nature of which
Also, let's go
they
back
never
down
exactly
to
said
50.
what, but that it wasn't a surprise to them that these things persisted, and that I should just try my best not to worry about it. Thankfully, the rest of my time in Mexico was not spooky whatsoever. We loaded the bags quickly and drove away, letting the hacienda shrink into the mirror. In my lifetime, I've worked for several different hotel and motel chains, as well as a few timeshare resorts.
Ooh,
So I've
that's-
seen just
I
about
forgot to
everything you could imagine
lower it.
in that environment. From strangers forming an instant shaky bond after being caught in the crossfires of a deranged gunman, to the horror of witnessing a jumper, to the happier side of things like helping couples celebrate wedding anniversaries and other big occasions. I've also run into plenty of strange and borderline unexplainable incidents along the way. Some with a fairly logical explanation, and some that resisted any sort of practical reasoning. What happened at this particular place definitely falls into the latter category, and for context, I don't scare easily. A few years back, I decided to take a solo trip to the Blue Ridge Mountains. I like traveling, and this trip was meant to be a simple camping run. I didn't plan it in obsessive detail. I mostly knew which general spots I wanted to stop at and which routes I wanted to take. I've done solo camping trips before and they've never bothered me. I'm always well armed when I travel like that. So if anything were to jump out at me in the dark, be it animal or human, it would probably end up getting shot on sight before it had much chance to cause trouble. I booked sites of various campgrounds along my planned path, making sure each spot was reasonably close to the main road, so that if I needed to leave quickly for any reason, I'd be able to get out without navigating miles of back road in the middle of the night.
Let's try.
I left after work on a Friday, drove for about 5 hours steady, and ended up on the outskirts of Bluefield, West Virginia. By that point, I was tired enough that the idea of setting up camp didn't sound appealing, so I decided to grab a hotel room for the night. After about 20 minutes of driving around and checking my options, I came across one of those old independent mom-and-pop motels, which had about 20 rooms all in all with individual outside entrances, and it looked surprisingly clean from the road. The parking lot was well lit, and the building, while dated, didn't have that abandoned or sketchy feel some roadside motels do. Inside the small office, a man in his 40s was working the desk. He seemed genuinely surprised to see a new guest arrive at that time of night. He was average height and built reasonably attractive and very polite. He explained that his grandfather had actually built this hotel back in the 1960s during the free love era, which was why the rooms were still decorated in a retro 60s style. He said he had taken over the operation a few years earlier and mentioned he'd previously been a highway patrol officer who'd been injured on duty, which is how he ended up running a motel instead of being out on the road. He assigned me room 7, located far enough from the ice and vending machines to be quiet, but positioned so that I had a clear view of the front office, and he could keep an eye on my car. I never got any creepy vibes from him, so I took the room without hesitation. The rate for a double was cheap, so I checked in, took the physical key, and headed over. There were 5 other cars in the lot, and I figured one of them had to belong to the owner, which meant there were 4 other guests scattered around the property. I could see that rooms 4 and 10 each had a car parked directly outside, spaced out just enough that no one felt on top of anyone else. I grabbed my overnight bag and went into my room, and it looked exactly like he'd described, pure 1960s. I hadn't expected it to be so clean and well maintained. There was a full little kitchenette along one wall with a compact 2-burner stovetop, a small oven, a microwave, and a mini fridge, all neatly arranged. The bed had an orange bedspread with crisp white sheets underneath, no stains on the mattress, no suspicious marks, and thankfully no bed bugs. The furniture was dark paneled wood. The tan carpet was surprisingly intact, and the walls were covered in orange, green, and brown paper with funky swirl patterns straight out of an old catalogue. The cabinets even held basic dishes and a set of pots and pans, which made it pretty clear the place could be rented for long-term stays if needed. It was different and quirky in a cool way. I unpacked a little, took a hot shower, and then called the front desk to ask about any restaurants that might still be open. He told me there was a 24-hour cafe a few miles up the road that served good food and good coffee. But there wasn't any delivery service, so I'd have to go and pick it up myself, which wasn't a problem, and after getting a few suggestions from him, I phoned in my order, drove over, picked it up, and about 15 minutes later was driving back with food in my car. I took it to the room, sat down to eat, and ate like I hadn't eaten food in several days, and still had enough leftovers to stash in the fridge for lunch the next day. And that's when things started getting strange. After I had finished eating, I put the leftovers neatly into the fridge and headed into the bathroom to brush my teeth. When I stepped in, my toiletries bag wasn't on the counter where I was sure I'd left it, and none of my personal items were in their usual place.
I think that looks good.
The
too.
realization made my skin crawl a little,
Alright, let's
because
move
I
on to the
clearly
next
remembered
one.
putting everything away when I unpacked, and that included setting my bag right on the bathroom counter.
More background.
Thinking I might be more tired than I realized, I went around the room
Go to the branch
and found my bag sitting on the floor next to the bed.
Switches. Okay.
I picked it up, pulled out my
I think the
toothbrush and
next thing I need to do is
toothpaste
get
and
rid
went to
of
the
these
bathroom, brushed
right
my
here.
teeth, washed my face, and was trying to convince myself I'd absent-mindedly moved it earlier and simply forgotten.
So
Then I turned in for the night. I must have been asleep for about an hour when someone knocked on my door. It startled me enough that for a second I thought it might be part of a dream.
I think yeah.
But then the knock came a second time, louder and clearer. I got up, went to the window, and saw a young woman sitting outside. She was thin with long blonde hair and appeared to be in her early 20s. I spoke through the closed door and asked her what she wanted. She said she needed to use my phone. I told her no, and she should go to the front desk instead. She glanced around but never looked directly at me, even though I was clearly watching her through the window. She turned to her right and walked out of view towards the office. I may not be a kid anymore, but I'm not stupid. That old "can I use your phone" trick is one of the classic ways people try to get you to open your door. And I wasn't about to fall for it. I called the front desk and talked to the owner, who introduced himself as Paul, and told them a young blonde woman had just knocked on my door and asked to use my phone, and that I'd refused and sent her towards the office. He paused before answering and then said he was outside, standing by his car, smoking, and hadn't seen anyone walking around. He told me to look out my window at the office, and when I peeked through the curtain, he was there next to a Jeep, cigarette in one hand, phone in the other. He asked me to describe her and said he kept an eye out in case she showed up again, adding that there were a few homeless drug addicts in the area who moved fast if they were turned away and could disappear pretty quickly. I also mentioned the toiletries bag incident and asked if anyone might have come into my room while I was gone earlier.
And
He said that would be difficult, as the room still used traditional keys, and the only other key was supposedly on his keyring, which he showed me was clipped on his belt loop. He
Alright,
swore
and
he
then
hadn't been in my room,
gonna have to
but said he'd
hide
check the security
the-
cameras and let me know in the morning if he saw me.
the flowers.
Since
and
nothing was
such.
actually missing,
Flower,
just
flower,
moved,
flower.
I thanked him and went back to bed,
Flower,
telling
flower,
myself
flower,
fatigue
flower.
was making me feel stranger than things really were. I don't know how much time passed before I woke up again, but this time it was because I
And
felt
then
someone or
I
something
wanna get
sit down on the bed. At first I thought I was
this
slowly sliding
color.
off the mattress, but then I realized there was a distinct dip forming behind me, like weight was being applied in one spot near my lower back. The temperature along my spine dropped sharply, and I could feel the covers shifting as if someone was pulling the sheets up.
When you don't book your work travel with Engine, finding the right hotel for the right price for the whole crew can take some real legwork.
No.
No.
Then a cold hand settled on my right hip. My entire body locked up. I mean, literally froze. 1,000 questions shot through my mind at once. How did anyone get into my room with the door locked and the deadbolt on? Was it Paul? Had he somehow used his key and slipped in without me waking?
Let's do these.
Was it the girl from earlier? I couldn't tell if the presence was male or female, only that it was real and close.
I don't know if
Terror grabbed a hold.
I'd use
Cold sweat
those
formed on my upper
colors.
lip and crossed my
I
forehead.
think I'm gonna use these colors.
My heart felt like it had climbed into my throat, beating so hard I could barely breathe. I started to shiver, not just from the cold on my back, but from pure panic. And then I heard a faint, unmistakable voice right behind me. "You're warm. I like this." I eased my hand under my pillow and wrapped my fingers around my 9mm Glock. In one motion, I screamed at the top of my lungs, threw the covers off, jumped up, and fired 2 shots straight down into the mattress where the pressure had been. Then I scrambled for the light switch, flicked it on and froze. There was no one there. Just 2 smoking, blackened holes in the bed where
Oh
the
yeah, I
bullets had
think
gone
that
in.
was a good.
I checked
good
under the bed,
choice
in the bathroom,
using
every
that
corner
color.
of that small room, and there was nothing and no one.
Um,
When I finally went to the door and checked it, the deadbolt was still engaged, and the door was still locked from the inside. According to that, no one had entered. But something had been in that bed with me. A pounding on the door stepped me out of my gaze. I opened it to find Paul standing there with a gun in hand, looking wide awake and serious. I quickly told him what happened, and he walked me over to the office. On my way, a man from room 4 stepped outside looking disheveled and annoyed about being woken by gunshots. Paul spoke to him quietly, and the man went back to his room. Inside the office, Paul poured me a shot of whiskey, which I gracefully accepted.
I think
He then
so.
told me he had something important to show me on CCTV.
And then
He had already rolled the recording back to the time I arrived and had been scanning through it. On the screen, we watched me pull into the lot, go into the office, chat with him, check in, and then head into my room.
That's where I put it. Okay.
About half an hour later, he pointed out my
think-
car leaving and coming back from the cafe 17 minutes later. You could see me get up with the food and coffee, go to my room and close the door. About an hour later, the recording showed him stepping outside, lighting a cigarette, and leaning against his Jeep. Then you could see my room's curtains move as I looked out the window. From the camera's perspective, there was no one standing at my door when I drew the curtains open. No woman, no person at all. What there was, though, was a faint little orb of light drifting into view, moving along the walkway from further down and hovering just outside my door. It might have been a bug catching the light, but the timing was uncanny. After a few seconds, it blinked out of sight, and on the video, I soon moved away from the window. You could see Paul answer his phone, presumably my call. And a moment later, I reappeared at the window when he waved up to my room. He went outside, I closed the curtains, and that's when I tried to go to sleep. He then jumped ahead to around 3:17 a.m. and pointed at the screen. The orb reappeared in the camera's field of view. Brighter this time, it drifted up to my door, but instead of winking out, it seemed to turn slightly and then vanish into the door itself, as though passing directly through it. What had felt to me like an eternity, the presence, the voice, my reaction, only took about 3 minutes of footage. After that, you could see 2 faint but clearly visible flashes of light behind my drawn curtains, which matched the 2 gunshots I'd fired into the mattress. Then the video showed Paul sprinting out of the office with his gun drawn, running straight towards my room. The rest of the story, of course, played out in real time from there. My head was spinning as we sat there in that small office watching the replay. We both sat silently for a while, listening to the clock tick, neither of us sure what to say. Paul eventually got up, poured us another shot of whiskey, and I drank it as quickly as the first, feeling the burn move slowly down my throat into my stomach. He asked what I thought the orb was. I told him that's what people usually call them, orbs, and that while it could technically be a bug or some dust reflecting on the camera's light, it struck me as far too coincidental that it showed up exactly when my experiences happened. He said he didn't really believe in coincidence. I admitted that I thought it might be something ghostly. He countered that no one had died in that particular room as far as he knew, and that he'd never heard any other guest report anything like this.
I need to go run to the bathroom.
I apologized
though,
for shooting the
so-
mattress and promised to pay for it. He said he'd gladly take the compensation and offered to move me to another room, asking that I promise not to shoot that one up. I laughed weakly but declined the offer. I just wanted to leave. We exchanged information, and I told him to charge the mattress to my credit card, and after he ran it, he gave me directions to the nearest national park campsite, and I went back to the room to pack. It was quiet when I walked back in, but I still moved quickly, eager to be out of there. I grabbed my bag, my leftovers from the fridge, and my other belongings, then returned the key to Paul, shook his hand, and got back to my car. The moment I pulled out of that parking lot, it felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. I was more than ready to get to my campsite and leave that little roadside Bates Motel experience behind. I still think of that place from time to time. I wonder if Paul has had any more complaints about strange visitors, moving items, or unseen bedmates. I'll probably never know exactly what caused those things to happen that night, but I do know that from now on I'll take my chances with whatever goes bump in the night at the campsite. Bears and drunks I can handle, whereas ghosts, not so much. Let me preface this by saying I do believe in the supernatural myself, but consider myself generally skeptical on a case-by-case basis. I myself have not had any supernatural experiences in this room, so everything I say will be second-hand at best. For reference, I work at a small 40-ish room motel in the Midwest, in a relatively small college town. We're on the lower end of the budget in town, but much nicer than the other low-budget properties nearby, so we tend to serve people like the college students and their families, as well as pilot cars, truckers, and a handful of long-term contractors. We also acted to help quarantine college students during the pandemic, which is when I was hired in 2021. I have only one other worker at the front desk, an elderly woman called Trish. She's been working here since before I was born, and coincidentally has been working here through the location's past 3 owners and name changes. Currently, our hotel is owned by a man called Mr. Smith. Trish is Catholic, Smith is Hindu, and I am a Protestant. This religious information is relevant to later. In 2021, we had blocked out the entire second floor to be used by the college for housing for their COVID quarantine. They also stationed an RA there called Andy. Shortly after I started the job, we had a girl come in from the university for her quarantine. I went through the quarantine procedures with her, gave her a goodie bag Mr. Smith had made for the students, and the key to room 206. A short while later, she returned and said the room smelled awful and like something had died in there. Insisted it was like rotting meat. I thought this was strange because we disinfected all the quarantine rooms thoroughly after each stay, to the point where they only smelled like disinfectant, and did so strongly. But we had lots of rooms for the students available, so I moved her to a different one and called Mr. Smith to let him know, and he asked me if I would check the room and sanitize it just in case. So I put on the gear and went up to the room. I didn't smell anything bad at all, but I also didn't smell the disinfectant either, so I sprayed the room again and left and didn't think much of it. A few months later, after the college quarantine period was over and we had our whole property back, at this time I was training a new hire on the overnight shift. Trish or I would do the audit first thing in the morning, and I was staying in 101 right off the lobby, so that the new hire could come and ask for help if needed, and I could sleep. I had another job at the time as well, so I was effectively working 2 8-hour jobs 5 times a week. It was rough. One evening, a weekend if I recall, I checked a guest into 205, a sweet middle-aged woman. Everything seemed fine. She'd been in a few times before, and when the overnighter came in, there were no issues and I went to bed, hoping I'd get a full night's sleep. I never once did get a full night's sleep during this period, but it's always nice to hope. Around 3:30 in the morning, the phone in my room rings. It's the overnighter telling me he has a guest with a complaint, and he doesn't know what to do. He tells me that the woman at the desk is asking to be moved because someone in the next room is banging. Our overnighter's first language was not English, so I wasn't sure what this meant, but decided I'd shamble up to the counter in my pajamas at 3 in the morning. The guest, to her credit, apologized profusely and said she didn't need any credit or help, she just wanted to be moved out of 206. It was at this moment I remembered the earlier incident and became interested. I asked her what was going on and she said, It's as if there's a person in the next room going through a very troubling time. I tried to knock on their door to comfort them, but they wouldn't answer. They're just sobbing and hitting the wall. I was perplexed, because I was looking at our card slot. We still used cards to check in guests, and I could plainly see that no one was staying in 206, assuming the overnighter had done his job properly. I didn't say this to the guest though, just apologized and moved her to a corner suite. We didn't have any other rooms of her type available beside 206, and I wasn't about to move her into the room she swore was having a meltdown. She thanked us repeatedly and left for the night, and we didn't hear from her again. The next morning Trish showed up, and recalling the first mini-story, I asked her what the deal was with 206. She gave me a forlorn look and said, "Oh, is it still happening?" I raised my eyebrow and asked what that meant. She gave me a long sigh and went about preparing breakfast. I had to be at my next job at 8, but I was eager to hear the explanation, so I helped her set up while she explained. "A few years ago, a man took his life in 206. Geez, did you find the body?" Trish nodded and continued. "Yeah, well, sort of. The cleaning ladies found him first, as usual, but I had to show the police and supervise them, cleaning up. I've seen people die here before, but never in such a messy way. Looked like he'd used a shotgun to take his head off." "That's awful," I said. "Did we make the head housekeeper clean that up?" "No, thankfully the police gave us a phone number to call when we hired some professionals. There was a lot of blood and other stuff on the wall and bed. We had to replace the bed, I think. Anyway, after that happened, there was about a week where the guests in the neighboring rooms would report that someone was in the room and in distress and wouldn't open up. Of course, there's nobody in the room because we were renovating it at the time. It got to the point where I decided to call in a priest, and he came to visit the room and said nothing was wrong. I'm not sure what he might have done to it, but I haven't had many problems since then. Occasionally someone reports a disturbance and I tell them I'll give them a warning, and it seems to go away. A couple of months ago, one of the college students told me it smelled like rotting meat when I checked her in, so I moved her to a new room. Did anyone else describe that to you?" Trish frowned and shook her head. "No, I don't think so, but I don't know for sure. My memory's not what it used to, but I wouldn't be surprised. That room is haunted for sure." I hadn't known Trish long at that time, but looking back, I can confidently say she believed that, and was not, as my mum put it, trying to BS me. The last encounter was probably a year or so ago. My father was visiting for a few days, and while he isn't a priest, he is very involved in his church and has a lot of education in that area. He, for the record, does not believe in hauntings. On top of this, he asked for the room type of 206, and we have only 4 of those, so I gave him that room. I figured he doesn't believe in it, so either he will now or it wouldn't be a problem. Perhaps a dick move of me, but I'd never heard of anyone actually having harm done to them, so I didn't think it would be a problem. He checked in and was due to stay for 3 or 4 days, and after the first night I asked him, "Hey Dad, how was your night?" I always ask this as a courtesy whenever any of my family stays, but obviously I had an ulterior motive here. My dad replies that it was fine, the bed was comfy, and he had to turn the AC off though because it was pretty cold. I asked if it warmed up after that, and he just said it did. Dad was there for another few nights and didn't mention any problems with the room, until the last day after he'd already checked out. We were in a chain diner for breakfast and he asked for coffee. I remarked on this. He doesn't usually drink coffee, and he responds, "I haven't been sleeping so well." I was a bit taken aback and did not think of the potential haunting anymore, and at that point I was like, "I asked you every morning how your night was and you always said it was fine." Dad nodded enthusiastically and said, "Oh, the room was fine. I just felt, not great. At night I had the same nightmare a few nights in a row." Dad does not usually talk about his emotions at all. I sometimes doubt he has them at all. So I was immediately thinking about Trish's explanation. I couldn't help myself and blurted out, "Trish said that room's haunted." Dad rolled his eyes and chuckled. So you gave it to me, huh? He didn't talk about the recurring nightmare anymore, and he hasn't brought it up since, but ever since then, I have been convinced 206 is haunted. I did try staying in that room one night myself. The building was being fumigated, but I didn't have any out of the ordinary experiences at all. Trish says this is because the ghosts fade away over time. Mr. Smith said not to tell guests any of the rooms were haunted. I didn't think he believes they are either, but he's got a little Hindu god at the front of the desk that I was told was a prosperity god of some kind, and he religiously rubs it any time he goes in or out. And that does it for me, folks. If there are any developments, I'll be sure to let you know. If anyone else has ever worked in a haunted hotel, I'd be very curious to hear it. My first job was at an old hotel that had been renovated and turned into a franchise spot. But you could still tell that it used to be something else. It even had a fancy historic name attached to it, something like the Old Regency Lodge, even though it was now just another chain off the highway. I worked there as a cook in the kitchen bar. My aunt also worked there, but she handled breakfast in the very early mornings. That meant she was alone at dawn setting up the buffet, and I was alone in the late evenings cooking bar food and cleaning up for the night. About 4 months into me working there, the hotel temporarily lost its liquor license. The bar shut down completely, but I still had to come in every morning, so for 6 hours straight, I'd be in a massive, quiet kitchen with maybe 5 orders total, and half of those were for hotel staff. And that's when things began to get uncomfortable. First off, the basement. Our clock-in room was down there, along with storage rooms and some kind of religious shrine the owners had set up. The ceilings were low, the lighting was dim, and a lot of it still looked original, with old stone walls and pipes running overhead. That area still had not been renovated. There were also old elevator shafts down there that had been boarded up and chained off in the laziest way possible. Beyond those were several empty rooms along hallways I had never explored. Every single night when I'd clock out, I would get this overwhelming sense of dread. The best way I can describe it is that feeling you had as a kid when you'd sneak downstairs in the dark to grab a snack. I'd swipe my card, hear the beep, and practically sprint back to the elevator. But the worst area wasn't the basement. The kitchen connected directly to the hotel's ballroom, which were massive and usually empty during the week. There was a narrow, dark hallway that staff had to use to take out trash or dump fryer oil. At the very end was a door leading outside to the dumpster. I hated that hallway. Sometimes the staff entrance doors to the ballroom would be left open, and I swear every time they were, I felt uncomfortable. The ballrooms weren't pitch black. You could usually see the far walls and stacks of chairs pushed to the side, but on certain nights there would be this strange wall of darkness close to the doorway. I could still see the chairs and wall beyond it, but the space in front of them looked unnaturally dark, like a shadow with depth. It made my stomach drop every time. Eventually I stopped looking in that direction altogether, and just stared straight ahead whenever I passed through the hallway. But now for the real stuff I can't explain. There was a swinging door that would connect the bar area to the kitchen. One of the bartenders, called Megan, would come through it all the time to grab beers from the freezers in the back. At least 5 or 6 times, I clearly saw someone, a full human-shaped figure, push open the door and walk into the kitchen. I'd be cooking while listening to a podcast or audiobook with one earbud in. When I'd see Megan come in, I'd pause what I was listening to so that we could chat for a while. I'd wait, and wait, and wait, and after a bit I'd call out, "Megan?" to no answer. So I'd walk back to where the freezers were and there'd be no one. The kitchen would be completely empty. There was no way she could have left without me seeing her because the swinging door is directly in my line of sight. The figure always moved naturally too, not like a shadow flicker or trick of the light. It looked like a person casually walking in. Each time it happened, I brushed it off and told myself I must have imagined it. I never brought it up to Megan because I'd already felt weirded out enough working alone in that creepy place. But that wasn't all. While working there, I'd randomly start thinking about my grandfather. He wasn't really present in my life growing up, and honestly, I rarely thought about him at all. But in the kitchen, memories of him would come and hit me out of nowhere, vivid and detailed, like I was reliving moments instead of remembering them. Sometimes I'd go sit in the kitchen manager's office on my break and suddenly get hit by a very strong smell my grandfather sent. Not just cologne, but that specific mix of cologne and work materials. He used to do handyman work and construction work and always smelled faintly like wood and dust and whatever he'd been repairing that day. It made no sense. My manager was a woman and always left hours before my shift started. No men worked there in the evening, and the smell would come in thick waves, like someone had just walked past me. What made it stranger still was the feeling that came with it wasn't scary but warm and comforting, almost nostalgic. Eventually one day, my aunt and I were talking about work, and somehow the topic of weird stuff came up.
Damn it.
That conversation gave me chills. I mentioned the overwhelming feeling in the basement, the dark presence near the ballroom, the figure I kept seeing in the kitchen, and the random memories and smells of my grandfather, and her face went pale. She slowly told me she had experienced almost exactly the same thing. She said she'd randomly smell her own father's house while working breakfast shift. He used to burn wood in a stove, and the smell would cling to everything, and sometimes it would come out of nowhere in the empty kitchen. She also talked about feeling watched in certain parts of the hotel, especially near the ballroom and downstairs. We were literally finishing each other's sentences. What stood out was that both of us felt the same emotional difference between the presences. Whatever was around the kitchen and bar area felt gentle, almost protective, like a fatherly energy. But the thing near the ballrooms and the basement felt sinister, like something you didn't want there.
My abscess.
Neither of us had gone looking for those experiences. They just happened casually, and we would shrug them off like, well, that was weird, and move on. Talking about them out loud was when we finally connected the dots. I genuinely believe there were at least two entities in this hotel, one that's warm and familiar, and a dark one that lingers in the older parts of the building. There are probably more things that happened that I can't remember anymore, but those are the ones that impacted me the most. I've never really been a hardcore believer in the paranormal even after all of this, but there was definitely something haunting that hotel.
Clicking the wrong thing.
My husband and I were renting an Airbnb for a few nights. It was basically a mother-in-law suite. It was literally one room on a solid concrete foundation. The first night we were getting ready for bed and heard a loud growl from outside the window. We immediately looked out the window, and when we saw nothing, my husband went outside to look and still saw nothing. The next night we were just chilling, not thinking about this at all. We were both reading with no TV on or anything, and then the loudest, deepest growl I ever heard came from directly under the bed. The sound came from inside the room. We immediately freaked out and flipped the mattress, but there's nothing there. There's nowhere else in this room for anything to be. The next morning I went outside and inspected this little house thoroughly. There was no way for anything to be under the house, no crawl space or above. I told the lady who owned the property what we heard and asked if there had been any wild animals in the area that could make the sound. She said no. I googled this. Google said no. I've worked with dogs professionally for years. Not even the biggest dog could growl that deeply, let alone hide unseen in our room. Sometimes I'll be chilling in bed and remember this and still feel the pure terror that I did that night. It was late August in Nelson, British Columbia, when my family travelled for a regatta on the beautiful Kootenay Lake. My sister Elizabeth, my father and I drove our beat-up Dodge Dakota through winding mountain roads into town. The air was warm, and the haze from distant wildfires drifted over the hills, carrying the sweet, acrid scent of burning pine. Mountains rose around us like dark sentinels, and sunlight pierced through the canopy of slanting beams, spilling over the highway, guiding us towards the lake. Nelson appeared suddenly, a small city cradled between water and mountains, a once quaint and commanding place. Heritage buildings of brick and stone lined the narrow streets. We were tired from the drive and eager for dinner, but I remember even then feeling the building's imperceptible presence. Our room was a standard two-queen layout. When you entered, the bathroom door sat directly ahead. To the left was the bed my sister and I shared. To the right was my father's. The bathroom created a sort of dividing corridor, with just enough space to feel separate from one another. We unpacked, each of us taking turns in the bathroom. My father was ready first and left to meet our rowing coach Martin in the lobby. My sister straightened her hair in the bathroom, and I sat at the desk, writing a letter to my boyfriend at boot camp. That's when I heard the first knock. It was polite, just 3 taps. Enough to make me think my father had forgotten his key already, and I rose and opened the door and stared into an empty hallway. The corridor stretched both ways, which was still, with not a single other door open. I couldn't hear retreating footsteps nor see anyone out there, and I frowned, closing the door, and told myself it must have just been my sister bumping something in the bathroom. When she emerged, dressed and ready, I told her I'd be down shortly, and she left with her key alone. I finished sealing the envelope when a second knock came. This time it was louder and insistent. A cold ripple of unease crept down my back. My sister had her key. My father was with Martin. Why knock, and why twice? I pressed my eye to the peephole, and I couldn't see anything. The hallway was utterly empty. There was no motion or sound. But all the same, I opened the door a crack, peeking out. Still nothing. My heart thudded as I stepped back into the room. I told myself I was imagining it, grabbed my bag, and hurried down to meet the others. My father and Martin went to the lounge after, leaving my sister and me to return to our rooms. We slipped into bed, stomachs full, and that's when the faintest scratching started from inside the bathroom wall. It was soft at first, like the sound of mice, and we whispered back and forth, convincing ourselves that's all it was, until we fell into a restless sleep. I dreamed all night, but could not wake from it. Murky, oppressive nightmares evaporated by morning, leaving only an uncomfortable feeling in my chest. My sister was tired, and she told me that she had heard footsteps pacing outside our door throughout the night. Our father chuckled when we asked if he'd noticed anything, brushing it off as his CPAP machine drowned out any sound. The next day passed like a reprieve. We spent it at the lake, prepping boats and preparing for races the next day. And after prep was finished, a couple of teammates, my family and I, went on an outing to explore the town. Nelson's shops and cafes were bright and inviting, a world away from the hotel. But that evening, after a team dinner at an Italian restaurant, our unease returned. We opened our hotel room door to a sight that made us cold. Every pillow in the room, from our beds to the chairs, had been arranged in a perfect circle on my father's bed. In the center of the circle stood one long, cylindrical pillow, balanced upright as if by unseen forces. The soft mattress should have made it impossible, but there it was, defying both gravity and logic. For a moment we said nothing, staring. Then my father exhaled sharply and began putting the pillows back. We were too tired to argue with him. That night I couldn't sleep at all. I was listening to the faint sounds of the footsteps pacing up and down the hallway. The next morning was race day. We fled the hotel early, spent the day at the lake, and were exhausted but triumphant, staying out until nightfall and celebrating with teammates. But each time we returned to the hotel, my sister and I felt it pressing on us. The sense that something unseen did not approve of our presence, Our final morning after breakfast at the hotel's general store restaurant, curiosity got the best of us, and we asked our server if the hotel was haunted. Her face lit up. She told us of renovations stirring up activity, of a maid whose cleaning cart had been thrown across the hallway, of guests talking about unseen hands, leaving scratches that were impossible to inflict. We were relieved, strangely, to know that we were not alone in our experiences. And when we left the hotel later that day and drove out of town, Nelson looked as serene as it had when we'd first arrived, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the hotel still had other guests to torment. I'm just glad I wouldn't be in their number. I am currently trying to sleep outside the Farnsworth Inn in my car. I'm parked in the lot with the seat pushed back, with my boyfriend snoring on the passenger side. I'm still too wired to even close my eyes. Before I can get into what happened tonight, I will need to give you a bit of background, so what I'm about to say doesn't sound completely ridiculous. My boyfriend and I both grew up in genuinely haunted houses. His childhood home was serious enough that it was investigated and eventually exorcised, while mine was a creaky over 200-year-old house where strange things were just a part of the everyday life. Because of that, both of us consider ourselves pretty sensitive to paranormal activity and are not easily spooked by every random noise or cold draft. Tonight, though, whatever is in this place really pushed that sensitivity to the limit. We checked into the Sarah Black room earlier in the afternoon. As soon as we walked in with our overnight bags and shut the door behind us, I felt something brush along the back of my neck and down the upper part of my back, like a light, deliberate pass of air or fingers. I tried to brush it off as the air conditioner kicking on, all my nerves reacting to finally being in a famous haunted inn, and told myself not to overreact before anything actually happened. After settling in a bit, we took out some of our ghost hunting equipment, the spirit box, our little dead bell, and a couple of cat toys with motion-activated lights that we set carefully in a drawer and on the floor to use as simple detectors. Around 4 p.m, nothing particularly dramatic happened with any of them. The occasional door handle jiggled, or distant creaks that echoed through the walls, but we chalked that up to other guest doors closing, the old wooden structure shifting, as well as the normal hotel noise that just travels through an old shared building. Well, right before dinner at around 5 p.m, I went into the small bathroom to use the toilet and wash my hands. While I was standing at the sink, the cat ball we'd put on the vanity across from me suddenly lit up and started flashing repeatedly. It sat there rolling and blinking like something had tapped it, even though it was on the other side of the room, and nothing else was moving. When it finally stopped, I walked over to it, trying to find a rational explanation. I touched the vanity, shook the desk a bit, and walked around the ball. I even bounced on my toes a few times to see if vibrations from my movement would set it off again. It stayed completely still and dark, no matter what I tried. Later, during the cellar tour, we found that this was reportedly the exact spot where a man named Jeremy died, and that bit of information lodged itself firmly in the back of my mind for the rest of the night. After dinner and the tour, we got back to the room, opened a bottle of wine, and pulled out our equipment again. We ran the spirit box for a while, listening for clear responses or unusual interference, but nothing particularly strong or convincing came through.
Let's see.
I guess you could say
Cats
we were
on.
slightly
Oh wow! Hi,
disappointed,
cats.
but also relieved.
Thank you
and we
for
decided
the
to start getting ready for bed.
This is so funny
And
because
that's
I'm
when
drawing
everything
for
changed.
your contest
I suddenly
right
caught
now.
a strong, distinct waft of perfume. It smelled like an older, floral fragrance, nothing like what I wear, and it came
I
out
saw
of
you
nowhere
doing.
in
Yes,
the middle of the room.
I'm
At that
progressing
exact
very
moment,
slowly.
the cat ball on the floor lit up, and began flashing furiously, and the dead bell, which hadn't made a sound all evening, started to ring in clear, chiming bursts. We panicked a bit and started bugging out, talking too fast, my nerves spiking, while my boyfriend was already exhausted and clearly dumb with my constant commentary, told me a bit impatiently to close my eyes and go to sleep, insisting that I would be working myself up over nothing. By about 11:30, he was in a deep, heavy sleep, snoring steadily beside me while I lay awake, head under the covers trying to shut out the room and calm down. That was when I started hearing dragging sounds from somewhere above us, in what I assumed to be the attic space. It sounded like someone slowly dragging something across a rough floor, then setting it down, and then dragging it again. My heart started pounding as I listened to it repeat a few times. Then I distinguished footsteps out in the hallway. They were slow, measured steps.
This is Mortis
that came and went near
Media.
our
He
door.
is doing.
I shook my boyfriend
wait,
awake and told him what I was hearing.
He
groggily repeated the same line, so
7
just to go to
true
sleep
terrifying
and stop
haunted
listening too
hotel
hard
scary stories.
and try not to think about it. And
I didn't feel like
eventually
listening to
the
music.
sounds died down enough, but I
Twitch would
managed
probably
to drift
copyright me
off
so
for a
quickly.
short while. Around 12:30 a.m. I woke up again, this time to the same sudden perfume, smell, and a sense that something was different in the room. I lifted my head and checked the clock. The cat ball on the floor was going off non-stop, flashing steadily as if someone were tapping it again and again. I also really had to pee, but I was terrified of leaving the relative safety of the bed. I lay there arguing with myself for a while until 1 a.m., when I finally mustered the courage to get up. My boyfriend had it much worse in his childhood home, and tends to shrug a lot of this off, but it was genuinely bugging me because I didn't know these particular spirits and had no idea how they behave. As I walked past the cat ball on my way to the bathroom, nothing I did set it off. It was completely dark and still, which somehow made it creepier, given how active it had just been. I used the bathroom quickly as I hurried back into bed.
That looks good enough.
At around 1:45, I heard footsteps again outside the door. That same steady pace up and
but
down
I feel like
the
it looks
hallway.
better if I add them.
My nerves were shot by then, but I was
Okay,
curious
flowers.
and stupid enough to try an invitation, and I called out, "If there is anyone with us now, set the cat ball off."
4,
And
5,
almost
6,
immediately,
7 flowers.
it started
Okay.
flashing like crazy, lighting up in frantic bursts on the floor. That was my breaking point for that stretch. I shook my boyfriend awake and told him what had happened. He could see I was really scared, so he stayed up with me until I finally
That's what I'm
drifted off
considering.
again, even if he still didn't seem completely convinced anything serious was going on. Sometime around 3 a.m. our roles reversed. I was finally asleep, exhausted and oblivious while my boyfriend lay awake in the dark.
Oh, I
He
put
later
grass
told
on this
me
layer too.
that he
Okay.
heard 6 very loud, hard knocks on our door in a row, followed by the sound of someone pushing or rushing against it, as if trying to repeatedly force their way into the room. He said it sounded like whoever or whatever it was throwing
Sarky
its
heard my
weight against the
fingers
3
breaking there.
separate locks on the door, testing them one by one. Then the doorknob started turning and rattling like someone was
and
absolutely
white.
determined to get inside.
Pink and
He was
white.
lying there wide-eyed, trying to calm himself down and rationalize what was
Oh,
happening.
wrong layer.
But he didn't wake me up because he knew I would completely freak out, and he didn't want to escalate the panic. Eventually the knob stopped moving, and the knocking ceased. Just when he thought it might be over, he said the entire bed suddenly yanked and shook in one clean, powerful motion, like something had grabbed the frame and given it a hard single jerk. When he checked the time, it was about 3:35 a.m. And from then on he heard the door, noises and footsteps continue off and on again as the hallway activity carried on outside. I woke up around then, as he was finally starting to doze off, and the first thing I
head
noticed
out
were the
for now,
footsteps
but
in the
then I come
hall
say,
pacing
yeah,
back and
absolutely.
forth outside our room.
I'll
I
probably
immediately
post this
started freaking
tomorrow
out,
because it's,
and that's when
for
he
me
told
it's
me
already
very
almost 8
calmly
o'clock. It's
what he had just experienced
7:44.
with the knocks,
But I do
the
intend
door
on finishing
handle,
this tonight.
and the bed shaking.
I am
Hearing that
locking
he'd gone
in.
through all of that and stayed relatively unfazed while I slept on only added to the sickening feeling in my stomach. No matter how composed he tried to be, those are not the kind of things you brush off easily.
You got a whole month.
By about 4 a.m., I'd hit
Yeah,
my limit. Finding out
something
there had
possessed
been
me, like
six
the art
heavy
gods
knocks,
possessed me. Were like
attempts at
lock
the door,
in,
and a
so
violent
I am
bed
locked
shake on top
in.
of everything else pushed me over the edge.
I can grab that.
I decided I
Okay,
wasn't going to
grab
lie
that.
there and wait to see if something was sitting at the end of our bed or looming over me. The number of knocks and the intensity of the shaking felt unmistakably malevolent to me, not just playful or curious. I'm sure I'd irritated him with my fear and constant what-ifs, and he was definitely exhausted by then, but I told him plainly that I was done. I wasn't comfortable in that room anymore, and I was heading out to the car to try to sleep somewhere that at least had a locked metal shell around us instead of an antique wooden door that something had already tried to test. Now it's almost 8 a.m., and instead of waking up in a historic cozy room at the Farnsworth Inn, I'm parked outside in the chilly morning air, typing this all out on my phone while my boyfriend sleeps in the passenger seat, finally catching some rest. I'm severely sleep deprived, my nerves are shot, and I'm sure some of this might come across as jumbled, but that's my chaotic night. If anyone needs clarification or anything, just let me know. I just needed to get this all off my chest. Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. I hope you've enjoyed tonight's stay at the Haunted Hotels. If you did, you can let me know down below. I'd like to extend a huge thank you, as always, to our members and patrons, whose names can be seen on screen. And if you'd like some additional perks, feel free to follow the link down below to find out more. But that's it from me, and I'll see you on Thursday for even more scary stories. Until next time, stay awesome, and good night.
Hang on a second. Curl me for that
But
ulcer?
that's gonna have
Curl
to
you?
wait. Okay.
Good evening all, and welcome to day 4 of Cryptid Week. I have a thrilling collection of cryptid stories for you to enjoy tonight. Before we begin though, I would like to gently remind everyone that YouTube is putting a lot of focus and energy on shorts right now, so if you want to keep supporting your long form creator friends like me, your sub and bell icon and a odd like here and there would go a hell of a long way to keep us running. But for now, it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. This all happened in Hungary back in 2002, out in the middle of Eastern Europe. My father spent most of his life deep in the forests around our home, a passion that started when he was just a small boy wandering off on his own. According to my grandmother, it was almost normal back then for him to go missing for 2 or 3 days at a time in their local forest, even at the age of 6, as he started walking around enjoying nature without a care in the world. So after she and the family realized they couldn't really stop him from hiking out like that, it became a regular thing for him to disappear into the trees whenever the mood struck. That love of nature stayed with my father through his whole life though, never fading no matter how old he got or what else pulled at him. He went out hunting and camping regularly even now, knowing those woods like the back of his hand from years spent out there alone. So I am telling you all of this to give you some context about the man, since he spent his whole life surrounded by nature, could recognize every sound that came from the trees, and knew every animal at a glance without ever second-guessing himself. He told me this story for the first time 10 years ago, sitting us down one evening with a serious look on his face that I hardly ever saw. As a skeptic back then, I didn't pay much attention to it at first, since I believed it to be a tall tale he came up with to entertain or scare us kids around the fire. That was when he started retelling it, from time to time over the years.
That was
Yet
pink.
every detail stayed exactly the same, and I noticed he got visibly nervous during its retellings. So I began to take it seriously after a while, realizing this was not like him at all, since he was not easily scared of anything in the woods after a lifetime out there. That was when I felt like I could trust him completely with this, and started to believe
darker?
his story came straight from something real that
Yeah,
he
I'm thinking
lived
like
through.
pale for that purple one.
He always stuck to the facts without embellishing, which made me listen closer each time he brought it up. Now for the story. There was one time he spent the night out in the forest
Oh, wait, I
with
have to
his
spell
dog,
sketchy.
a dachshund he had trained specifically
Sketchy.
for hunting through the underbrush and brush.
So
he
I'm
was
working on an
walking
art
down a road
contest
that
entry,
split
and like
the
I'm
forest
streaming it
into
to
two
Twitch and
parts,
whatever.
following the
The
path
owner
under
of the
stars,
art con
with his
joined
dog
the
trotting
stream.
ahead, as always. That was when he
That
realized
was
his
so
dog had stopped walking
intimidating.
dead in
They just
front
like popped in to say
and
hi
ran
or whatever.
back
I was
to
like,
sit
whoa.
straight behind his
That was
legs,
low-key intimidating. I was just
ears
like,
flat and whining
I was so
low.
locked into the stories that
Next,
the Twitch
my
follow
father
noise
looked
jump
up and
scared
saw
me. I was like,
someone
oh, someone
coming
followed. I
out
need to
from
thank
the
them for the
trees
follow.
on
And then I
one
read it. I was like,
side,
that's the person.
figuring at first it was a person on the back of a horse, since he caught
I
the
was low-key
reflections
intimidated.
of an eye glinting in the dark ahead. So he stood there watching closer.
I mean, that
but
would be
then
nice. I
realized
am
those
locking
eyes
in.
sat
Hang on, let
way
me
too
finish this,
high up off the
and I'll
ground
show
to
you where
belong
I've
to
gotten.
any walking person he knew from around those parts. That was when he saw the eyes
Oh, you're not doing your
were bigger than any normal
Parasaur?
human's eyes, about the size
Oh,
of
no, you
tennis
mean-
balls, he said, and spaced out really far apart across
Valid?
whatever head carried them through the shadows.
Oh my god,
I
that's
heard him
cute.
describe how the
Oh
creature
my
seemed
god,
to look
wait.
around at first, since the reflections disappeared for a moment, then reappeared, as if it turned its head side to side, scanning
That's
the
actually
road.
really cute.
So
I
when it
really
saw my
like
father
that.
standing there, or at least acknowledged his presence in the moonlight, it fixed
I
those
think it looks
huge
good.
eyes right on him without blinking, and came out from the
She's
trees
precious.
slowly.
Oh my hip.
Next, according to Dad, it was levitating clear as day, hovering at least 50 centimeters off the ground, with no legs or feet touching down.
You're gonna get me into this game again,
He
damn
also
it.
noticed it made no sound at all.
But I gotta finish this
It was
art con
completely
first.
silent through the crisp night air, and the skinny frame was wrapped in some kind of robe that hid everything else from view. There was nothing else to see besides those eyes, which appeared to be a mix of red, brown and grey in the faint light, though he admitted the moon and stars provided only glow, so he wasn't entirely sure about the exact colour. He compared it straight to a Dementor from Harry Potter, floating eerily with its hooded shape gliding along. The creature did not confront my father or come any closer to where he stood with the dog trembling behind him. It simply levitated straight down the path, passing him by at a steady pace, then disappeared into the woods on the other side of the road without
Okay,
turning
let's
back
see.
once. So this part struck me as weirder than it sounded
here we
at
go.
first, since that side of the forest was just a narrow strip,
Don't worry, I'm gonna
3
try
or
and
4
lock
meters
in.
wide,
I think
thick
I've only
with
got a
trees and
little bit more on the
undergrowth.
background.
But right after sat a solid concrete fence,
Oh, no,
separating it from a
that's-
factory beyond. That was when my father turned back right away, not wanting to risk running into it a second time out there alone in the dark,
I'm gonna have
with
to-
only his dog for company. So he spent the rest of the night camped in a very different area further down the main trail, away from that road and whatever crossed that evening. Next, in the morning light, he came back to check the spot carefully, looking for any trails or signs the creature left behind, but found no footprints or broken branches,
I don't think that's working.
nothing to show it had ever been there at all. I lived in a quiet village in the south of Germany, right next to a rather large forest filled with hiking and biking trails that would meander through the trees for miles around our area. When I was little, it would be either my aunt or my dad who took me there for walks almost every second day, which made the outings a regular part of my childhood, which I looked forward to each time. So it's fair to say, I knew the area, and that turned into a habit for me to keep going on walks through the forest later in life as well, even when I had grown up. A few months ago, all of that changed one night. I usually went on walks with music during daytime hours, keeping the paths bathed in sunlight where everything was familiar and safe. That was when one evening during a full moon, with clear skies overhead, I felt a little brave and bored, so decided to go for a stroll after dark for the first time in a long time. I grabbed a torch just in case the path got a bit too dark, picked up my phone to keep the music going, and headed out the door into the cool night air alone. I set off down my usual route, seeing the moonlight filter through the branches as it lit up the trail enough to see where I placed my feet. I was halfway through the trail when I came across a little bridge that led deeper into the forest, a spot I had crossed hundreds of times before during daytime walks with no trouble at all. One of my songs faded out slowly at that moment, and before the next track could start playing through my earphones, I heard the most blood-curdling scream that I had ever heard in my entire life echo sharply from the trees ahead. I took my headphones off quickly, thinking maybe a boar or another forest critter had stepped into a trap, since that kind of thing happens from time to time around here, with all the hunters in the area. Then I took a step closer, moving half over the bridge to get a better look into the shadows beyond, and I heard it again. This time closer, even more piercing through the air. I turned on my torch. My hands were shaking slightly from the shock, and shone the beam around the trees. And that is when I saw it clear as day in the light. A snow-white, skinny face with pitch-dark eyes, looking straight at me from between dark trunks nearby. I had never felt this horrified in my entire life up until that point, as my insides told me if I took another step forward across the bridge, something terrible would happen to me right then and there. I did not care what might come after me or block my way. I turned around immediately without another thought and ran the other way home, straight through the moonlit path. Next, I felt a considerable feeling of dread press in the back of my neck the whole time during that run. That was when I burst through my front doors finally, slammed it shut, and locked it tight behind me, then leaned against the wall inside to catch my breath after the panic. So I stood there shaking for a minute, heart racing wild in my chest, trying to make sense of the face and scream that replayed over in my mind. I checked all the windows and doors twice that night, making sure nothing followed me back from the forest's edge. But ever since that night, whenever I stayed home alone, I'd feel watched and uneasy in broad daylight. I'd also hear footsteps on the porch, and my garden furniture was moved around on several occasions. I have no clue what that white face with dark eyes could have been, or why it seemed to stalk me with those ongoing signs around my place. So if anyone knows what lurked there in the German forest or how to make it stop,
when I go to fix, or when I go to color the fox itself, I'll fix everything else. However,
I was driving home from work
since I'm working on the background,
night.
I do need to
It must have been around 10:30 p.m. Overcast with a little fog sometime in late fall. My route took me off the highway and through a farming area with thick trees on the left and fields on the right. The road was really straight, and my headlights reached far ahead. I was scanning for deer, which I often saw on this road. A ways ahead of me, I saw movement in the tree line, so I started to slow down. Instead of deer, a person slipped out the tree line. They didn't have a flashlight or cell phone light. They sauntered onto the road, and I slowed down even more. I couldn't see any clear features, but it was clearly a person with long legs and thin arms.
Because I don't know when
I
it
could
happens,
see the bend
so, like,
of their knees, the swing of their arms. They were
all
still
the
pretty far
progress
ahead,
I've done, so
about a halfway mark across the road.
It is what it is. Shit
They swiveled
happens,
their
you
head
know?
to look in my direction, and in one fluid motion fell to all fours, and they took off in a loping, bounding run into the field. I was able to see them for a few seconds more, and it was fast. My dad's a hunter, so I asked him what he thought. He said it was probably a bear, and showed me some videos, but it didn't look anything like a bear. It was too thin, too lanky, and I could clearly see the bends in its knees and elbows. It walked with the fluid confidence of a person, yet bounded away like a beast. It's been years now, and every once in a while I'll think about it and watch more videos of bears walking, and it still doesn't match. And I can't convince myself that's what it was. And yes, I've stopped taking that route home. I spent the extra 5 minutes to go the long way. I was about 14 years old in 2003 when I saw something in the woods that I had never been able to explain, no matter how much I turned it over in my head. So let me take you back.
Oh, fuck,
I grew up in western North Carolina among the Appalachian foothills, surrounded by thick woods, populated with deer, black bears, and coyotes.
Hang on, you're a little quiet. I need to turn you up.
So, those areas held nothing exotic like primates running around free. Just
if you fall
the
asleep,
usual
sleep well.
wildlife I knew from years spent near my house.
Alright.
That was when one afternoon, I walked through
Fair
a
enough.
patch of woods not far from home. It was a spot I had been back to plenty of times without thinking twice about it. It was not deep wilderness at all, just one of those semi-rural wooded areas tucked behind someone's house along the edge of town. And that's when I got that gut feeling that I was being watched, cutting through me. I scanned the trees slowly, eyes moving branch to branch under the afternoon light filtering down. And that was when I saw it crouched on a thick branch, maybe 20 to 25 feet up, clear against the leaves and bark. The best way to describe it would be an orangutan-lemur hybrid, with long arms, a compact body, and a sort of hunched posture. The limbs looked too long for its torso hanging there steady, the fur appearing dark, maybe reddish-brown or greyish through the cover. It's hard to pin down exactly in the dappled shade. So it was not shaped like a bear cub at all that I recognized from past sightings, and definitely not a raccoon scrambling around clumsily. That was when I focused on the face, clearest of all, not like a raccoon's muzzle or snout, like a fox prowling nearby, but more primate-like, with forward-facing eyes, staring down. It sat there watching me without moving a muscle, locked in place as our eyes met. That was when it moved without warning. I do not mean it climbed down slowly towards me. It launched sideways through the trees fast, arm over arm swinging, but more controlled and efficient than any monkey I'd ever seen at a zoo or on TV. Within a few seconds it had moved right through the canopy above, disappearing completely from view without a trace left behind. There were no crushing branches shaking down like a bear would cause, and I stood there trying to convince myself I misidentified something ordinary in the adrenaline rush. That's when I thought of a juvenile bear, perhaps blending into the leaves. But I had seen both plenty of times around the foothills and knew that this was not the case. So for the next few years I kept half expecting an article about someone's escaped exotic pet turning up, since North Carolina folk keep weird animals sometimes even out in rural spots. I never found anything like reports or chatter about it anywhere after searching for it.
That's not what I wanted.
And I quietly shelved it in my brain as that weird thing I once saw. Until a few years down the line, I was listening to an episode of the podcast Lore during a drive, hearing them mention pugwidges from Algonquin folklore out of nowhere. The description talked about small upright beings living in wooded areas, watching people from trees, throwing rocks sometimes, and disappearing quickly when spotted. I actually paused the episode right there because chills hit me hard from how close it matched. Still, I did not jump straight to that, as that was what I saw back then, not claiming folklore proved real or anything like that. But the watching from the trees part struck me immediately, uncomfortably close to what locked eyes with me that afternoon. Fast forward to a few months ago when, for reasons I cannot really justify even now, I went back to that same patch of wood after not stepping foot in there for years. I was older by then, figured I would probably feel silly for getting creeped out by shadows in those trees as a kid. I was maybe 10 minutes walking familiar ground when something smacked me hard in the shoulder out of nowhere. That was when I realized it was not a branch falling loose above, but a small rock thrown with real force that stung and hit my shirt. I looked up immediately, scanning the branches, and about 30 feet away, partially behind a tree, I saw a small outline standing there, short, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall if I guessed, thin frame half hidden, but enough to know it was not a deer or person messing around. That's when it moved. Just like years earlier, the second it seemed to register I was looking straight at it, it darted off low and quick behind trees in seconds. I did not chase after it into the brush or call out wandering, and I didn't stick around even a minute longer than I needed to, and was gone. I left that patch of woods straight away, heading back to familiar ground without looking over my shoulder once. A past co-worker and friend of mine called Ralph was on vacation visiting family on the island of Puerto Rico. One day while walking down a sidewalk bordering a busy 2-lane highway, something very odd occurred.
Okay.
The layout is important,
That should
so
fix
picture
it.
this. A highway running straight through a small valley with large hills rising steeply on each side, like a river cutting through a low mountain range. People were walking up and down the hillside, going about their day. As Ralph strolled along the sidewalk, he began to notice cars slowing down, then stopping entirely. Pedestrians slowed down too, until, most surprisingly, this woman walking very close to him, talking on her cell phone, just froze in place mid-step, mid-sentence, completely still. He looked around, thinking he was losing his mind, and realized everything was frozen in time. Every car, every person. The whole scene looked like a photograph, everything, except him. Then, atop of the hillside, a hole appeared in the air. It didn't belong there, a void or gateway of some kind floating just above the ground.
I think they look
Ralph
fine
said
like
it looked
this.
like the inside of a volcano
fine.
spewing fire and black smoke. Suddenly, something leaped out. It shot down the hillside so fast it looked like lightning weaving in, out, and between the now stationary people. But sometimes it didn't go around them. It physically moved them aside, shoving them out of its path like obstacles, only for them to snap back into place a moment later. Ralph went slack-jawed and without thinking, started pointing at it. The entity reached the bottom of the hill and stopped right in front of him, exactly where the woman on her phone had been standing. She was now suspended mid-air about 2 feet off the ground, but shifted slightly from side to side. Her movements slowed with an unnatural crawl, like someone had turned a time dial all the way down. The entity itself was translucent, short, and skinny in stature, with a giant light bulb-shaped head, like classic alien depictions, but an even larger cranium. Its 2 big eyes had vertical slits for pupils, like a snake's, along with 2 vertical slits where a nose would be, and a horizontal slit for a mouth. Catfish-like tentacles hung from below the nose slits, draping over the mouth, while its very long arms ended in extended fingers and hands that dragged on the ground. It had gigantic feet, and strangely enough, it was wearing clothes, oversized red shoes like clown shoes, khaki chino pants rolled up to the ankle, a white button-up shirt with cuffs rolled, and a baseball cap perched atop its massive head. As Ralph stood there pointing, the entity spoke to him telepathically in English, which he found odd, as they were in Puerto Rico. It said, "I see that you can see me," and Ralph blurted out, "What are you?" The being did a strange bow and replied, "I am a refugee." Immediately after, it jumped completely, clearing the highway in one bound, and shot like lightning up the opposite hillside. The moment it was out of sight, time snapped back to normal, and everything resumed. Cars honked, people walked and talked, the woman on her phone kept going as if nothing had happened. Ralph has never seen it since. I lived in a small town called Bastrop in Louisiana, sharing a place with my cousin and his wife, where life moved slow in Morehouse Parish, with not much to do besides driving back roads like we had done thousands of times before. I had never told anyone about this outside of the people with me that night, or my best friend who later claimed to have seen something similar on a different date that I did not know about until I described my experience to him in detail. So that made the whole thing hit even harder when I finally shared it, confirming we were not alone in what crossed our paths out there. So one night in 2015, we finished clearing a church that we looked after regularly, and it was around 2 a.m. when we piled into my cousin's 1990 GMC Sierra, a single cab 4x4 that rattled along those familiar roads. We decided to ride the back roads home as always, cruising slowly under the dark sky, with me and him talking steadily in the front seats. Next, his wife had fallen asleep in the middle seat between us, head resting against the window while we listened to Nirvana playing from the stereo. That was when we turned onto a paved road about 5 miles outside of town, headlights cutting through the thick Louisiana night as we came around a sharp curve ahead. So right there in the middle of the road, something caught the beams that we had never seen before, stopping us solid in our tracks before we could even process it. Now, I was an avid hunter who spent all hours in the woods at night and day. Plus, time in the army had toughened me up, but nothing prepared me for how freaked out I felt by what stood there in front of us. I saw something dead lying in the road, some animal carcass torn open, and hunched over it was a creature eating away. That was when it looked up at us, about 2.5 to 3 foot tall, as it knelt there over whatever it fed on, red eyes glowing bright in the glare like embers burning in the dark. My cousin hit the brakes hard, truck skidding a bit on the pavement while his wife stirred awake. Then it stood up so fast, it seemed like no time had passed at all, stretched to 7 or 8 feet tall in one fluid motion, and I saw its skin, pitch black, looking like a bat's skin stretched tight but darker. Next, in one swoop, it leapt into the air off the road, wings opening wide, as it flew straight into the woods on the side, moving easily over 50 miles an hour through the trees. So we sat there frozen for a moment, engine idling, while Nirvana was fading out on the stereo, all three of us staring at the empty spot where it had vanished to in the shadows. I turned to my cousin, asked if he saw the same red eyes I did.
I probably should.
And he nodded quickly without a word. His wife then gripped the seat tight, wide awake now,
but I probably should.
whispering that she caught the whole thing from her spot in the middle as it took off flying. Then, we drove off slowly from there, avoiding that curve for weeks after and sticking to the main roads even if it took longer. The image stuck with me hard. That black-skinned thing standing over the dead animal, the red eyes locked on our truck before the wings snapped open and carried it away. That was when I realized my army time and hunting nights in the Louisiana woods never showed me anything close to that speed or shape. Ever since that night in 2015, I stayed cynical about paranormal stuff, but I knew exactly what I saw with my cousin and his wife, plus my best friend's story matching later on. I know there's something that lives out there, but what it is, I can't say for certain. Back in the early 2000s, one of my uncle's friends who flew small aircrafts for a living, told him about something strange he saw while cruising over the Cascade Range in Washington state on a clear day. He had been flying near Mount St. Helens just for fun, enjoying the view with nothing unusual going on around him at first.
Yeah, I
That was
suppose
when he
it
noticed
adds
something
a little
huge,
bit, huh?
circling slow near the crater
This
up there,
also
catching
goes
his eye against the
grass
bright sky and rocky slopes
shading.
below.
Yeah.
At first, he thought it was perspective messing with him from that height, maybe a trick of distance making things look off as they often did up in the air. The longer he watched it, turning steadily on those thermals, the less sense it made to his experienced eyes scanning the horizon. He described it to my uncle as a massive, black bird-shaped thing gliding out there, not like an eagle with its familiar spread or a condor soaring wide. That was when he used the words pterodactyl-shaped exactly, long wings stretched out narrow, body slim and pulled back, big enough that, from his distance, it did not look much smaller than his own plane cutting through the clouds. That freaked him out hard, he later said. It felt wrong to see something that size riding the warm air currents over a volcano, like it belonged up there watching everything below. He cut his flight short then, turned the plane around and headed back to base earlier than planned, without another loop around the peak. My aunt always loved folklore and weird history growing up around those parts. And that was when she worked at a local museum archive back then. So naturally she went digging through records for anything about giant birds tied to the region after hearing this story firsthand. And she ended up reading various indigenous legends from the Pacific Northwest. Stories of enormous storm birds living high in the mountains that appeared before natural disasters would shake the ground. Next, she fell down a rabbit hole about thunderbird myths from several tribes around there. Massive creatures linked to thunder and warnings from above the peaks. Half joking over dinner one night, she started calling whatever he saw Ridgeback, giving it a name that stuck around our family talks for years. And then about 5 months later, Mount St. Helens had a noticeable eruptive event. Not the big 1980s blast everyone remembered, but enough ash and rubble to make headlines across Washington. So my aunt swore up and down it could not be a coincidence, tying those dots together. The black shape circling months before the mountain stirred under pressure again. Fast forward a few years when my cousin and I went out the Washington coast near the ocean shores, walking the beach and messing around under a clear sky stretching forever inland. That was when way off towards the haze, if you squinted hard, you could make out Mount Rainier rising sharply above everything else dominating the view. My younger cousin pointed out suddenly and said there is a hawk circling there, pulling us all to look up from the sand and waves around our feet. And we saw something way out towards the mountain, a distance so far it should have been tiny against the blue. But whatever moved stood clear and bold no matter how many miles we sat away from it. It looked enormous, even from the beach, way too big to be a hawk. And the wings appeared long and slightly angled, gliding smoothly. Even at that range, it did not match a normal bird's silhouette cutting the sky. My aunt did not even hesitate watching the drift, and just said that it was Ridgeback. We kind of laughed at first, thinking she joked around like that always with her stories, but none of us could explain what showed so plainly against the distant haze up high, blending into the clouds until nothing stood out anymore from our spot or the shore. About 8 or 9 months later, Mount Rainier had a series of seismic events with ash emissions shutting down parts around it for a while, though thankfully, nothing catastrophic happened. A few years ago, I was living down the shore in Point Pleasant, working seasonal jobs, and enjoying the quiet that comes after the summer tourists disappear. It was October, and one afternoon I drove down to Atlantic City just to get out for the day. I stayed later than I meant to, and by the time I started heading back north, I was exhausted. Instead of pushing through the drive, I decided to grab a cheap motel off Route 9 in Waretown, right where the Pine Barrens press up against the marshland in Ocean County. If you've ever been through that stretch at night, you know it feels different from places like Seaside Heights or LBI. There are longer gaps between buildings and fewer streetlights, and the trees seem to crowd the road. And the motel I picked looked worn down and mostly empty. The pool was covered for the season, and the patio furniture was stacked and strapped, and only one dim exterior light flicked near the office. The couple running the place said they were from a Central Asian country, but I can no longer recall which. They were polite but quiet, and the whole check-in felt subdued. When I get to my room, my stomach dropped. The carpet, for a start, felt damp under my feet, and the bedspread had a stiff, overwashed look that made you question everything. I thought I saw a small, dark speck move near the mattress seam. That was enough for me. I grabbed towels from the bathroom, laid them out in the tub, and decided I would rather sleep there than risk waking up covered in bites. It wasn't comfortable, but I figured it was only for one night. Or sometime around 2 a.m. I woke up to a loud crash that shook the bathroom door. For a moment, I thought something had fallen in the room. But then it came again, an explosive full-force slam that rattled the side door leading to the pool area. It wasn't a knock. It wasn't someone testing the handle. It sounded like something was hurling its entire weight against the door, and the frame shuddered with the impact. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe drunk teenagers had hopped the fence and were messing around near the covered pool. But the pool was closed for the season, wrapped tightly in a heavy tarp, and there hadn't been more than one other car in the lot when I arrived. Besides, the force behind those blows didn't sound like kids playing a prank. It was too deliberate. Then I heard a sound that made all the hairs on my arms stand on end. It started high and sharp, almost like distant children laughing, but it twisted mid-note into something guttural and animalistic. The closest comparison I can make is that it sounded like laughter forced through a throat built for growling. It hit the door again harder this time, and I genuinely thought the glass would break. My body reacted before my brain caught up. I grabbed my keys and rushed out the main room door into the exterior corridor. The moment my feet hit the concrete walkway, the pounding stopped. Not fade out, but stopped completely. And the silence was so sudden it felt unreal. There were no retreating footsteps or splashing from the pool area, no voices laughing or whispering that would indicate it be teenagers. Nothing. I stood there for at least a minute, heart hammering, staring towards the dark shape in the pine barrens behind the property. The tree line was a solid black wall under the moonlight. It felt like something could just be standing inside watching, but giving me nothing to see in return. Eventually I walked towards the front office, half expecting to find someone outside, but the lot was empty. The next morning I mentioned what happened to one of the owners. I expected him to dismiss or blame it on the wind, but he paused and said, "Sometimes things come from the woods." He chose not to elaborate, and I chose not to press him. Later, at a gas station down the road, some guy I ended up chatting to, who was working near a warehouse nearby, said that they'd experienced similar things,
I think that's
and insinuated
good enough.
that it might be the Jersey Devil. I haven't stayed anywhere near the Pine Barrens since.
I still have to do the flowers. Just 3 more. Just 3 more. Thank
This
God I
happened to
didn't
me
do more.
about 3-ish years ago now, and to this day
So
I
sure
don't know what I
considered
saw. I always figured it was a weird-looking animal, but it was definitely humanoid. I hope no one thinks I'm crazy, because where it happened, considering how many people were around, but ever since this encounter, I've never hung out around natural parks or semi-natural places where you have to put up your high beams at night. I get the feeling I'm being watched. Anyway, this happened near the Santa Monica Mountains near Los Angeles or Malibu. I kept bugging my boyfriend at the time that I wanted to see shooting stars. This was in late summertime, and obviously living in LA, it's always full of smog and light pollution, and you have to drive a minimum 2 hours to find a good spot. But we wanted to stay near and, well, picked those mountains since they had good reviews and I've been there before, no problem. And I wasn't the only one with the same idea, because there was a meteor shower. So, in the near entrance of the park, some people already had their telescopes up. My dumbass introverted idea was to go past these people, so we could be alone. It was done, yes, past the parking lot and pretty much looked like a trail. He agreed and we picked a lonely spot. We did see another couple stay near, but that's it. The walk was less than a mile to the spot we were at, and that couple disappeared towards some rock formation nearby. I laid my blanket down, and the meteor shower did not disappoint, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up, and I got goosebumps and the feeling of being watched. I turned around, and nothing. My boyfriend kept telling me to calm down and that I was just imagining things, especially because we basically illegally parked, and just like everyone else did, I didn't want my car impounded, so he excused it on my paranoia. But I felt like we were being stalked, and I just had the most horrible feeling. So we were sitting for about 10 minutes, and I couldn't take it anymore. I said I wanted to go home because something was indeed watching
I don't
us.
think so.
A single coyote. Now, coyotes are tiny, but they do hunt in packs from what I knew, and it was alone. It went into a bush, I assumed because I lost sight of it, but the horrible feeling was still there. And on top of that, my boyfriend kept cracking jokes, saying I was just paranoid and afraid of a little coyote. But respectfully, I didn't want to be bitten. I started speed walking towards the car, and my boyfriend kept making fun of me, asking me to slow down, and I turned around. And it was at that moment I caught a glimpse of it. Walking towards the spot, there are street lamps towards the trail, and this thing was avoiding the lamps. But next to it was the coyote from earlier, and it stopped. The thing was hyperfixated, face smushed to the ground, where I was standing earlier. I didn't have a good glimpse of it, till it stood under a light and turned to its side. And that is when the dread hit me. I wanted to start running, but with flip-flops, I was definitely going to fall flat on my face, and my boyfriend wasn't helping. He started calling this thing out, saying it was a dog or a messed up coyote, but once it stood under the light, his laughter died. I also noticed that, you know how at night you can hear crickets as well as bugs? When this coyote appeared, all the sounds of the night switched off. This thing, I was able to compare it with the coyote, was way bigger. No fur, with grey and pale skin. It almost looked human, but down on all fours. Some details were off. It had no snout, and from what I could make out, had no ears that were anything like a coyote's. It looked human, but not really. It had weird legs like a dog or a cat, and the fingers were abnormally huge, skinny, long fingers with a huge back spine bones sticking out, and a stomach so tucked in like a hungry dog. And it started to follow us while having the face smushed into the ground, quickly walking towards us. We started to jog, trying to be quiet, and I was trying hard not to cry because that thing looked like the monster from Pan's Labyrinth. Once we reached the trailhead, we noticed the cops were kicking people out of the area, and I was relieved. We got into my car, and I didn't speak for the whole ride back. We had nightmares about that thing for a week straight. I told my brothers about it, and family, and some said it was a nawal, a witch from my culture that transforms into animals, and others say a skinwalker or nightcrawler. Whatever it was, all I know is I'm never going out at night into wilderness parks, especially with someone who has the survival skills of a turnip. Every time I'm out at natural parks with friends or families for trips or a hike, I catch a glimpse of a coyote here and there, and they'll just stare at me. And for my own safety, I think I'll stop going altogether to avoid any trouble. My family has lived in Austin their whole lives. A few years back, they moved into a nice house on the Colorado River. And flash forward to a few weeks ago, things started to get weird. First happening, my dad and mum love feeding the ducks. They're getting old, and they started getting a large congregation. I want to say about 3 weeks ago was when a few of the ducks started being killed and dragged to their back door. They thought it must have been a neighbor's cat because it had teeth marks, but the neighbor said their cat had died a month ago or so before. The second event happened one night when my mum said she heard the sound of one of their ducks being mauled, so she got my dad to run out to scare the thing off. But sadly it was too dark or far off into the water for them to see. However, they both swear they saw green, glowing eyes. The latest event is my mum swears that something started rearranging all her lawn decorations. The houses along the river have backyard lawns that are very well kept for the passing boats and tourists. So she has a bunch of gnomes and flamingos and whatnot. Keep Austin weird, I know. Well, it apparently started out with little things moved here and there, but quickly ended up with all her decorations being thrown into a heap. I've since visited and can confirm the lawn, and have also seen the photos of the ducks. This can't be a person, because they would hear a boat approach and have motion sensor lights which have failed to go off. Could this be a cryptid? Has anyone heard of a water monster near Austin or Central Texas? I really would like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I was on a ferry for a school softball trip in 2014 when I was 18 years old, heading through the San Juan Islands in Washington during a late May evening around 11 p.m. If you've ever been that far north in late spring, you know it does not get properly dark until really late, with the sun basically dragging its feet about setting behind the horizon. So a bunch of us, maybe 9 or 10 in total, had snuck up to the outer deck to watch the water, smoke, and act like dumb teenagers without adult supervision. That was when we stood there, feeling the cold air bite a bit, though not unbearably against our skin, while the water stayed calm enough to see the ferry wake clearly churn behind us in the dim light. Next, someone pointed out dorsal fins cutting through the wake, sharp shapes rising and falling with the waves as we all leaned over the railing to look closer. So we saw orcas out there pacing alongside, which honestly felt pretty normal in that area since they all showed up a lot during those trips through the island. I knew what orca fins looked like from seeing them before. Tall, smooth, black triangles, usually 4 to 6 feet high on adult males, with clean, straight edges slicing the surface perfectly. That was when we counted maybe 10 to 15 of them weaving in and out of the wake, a few smaller ones mixed in the group as they kept pace with the ferry for a good while. So we tried taking pictures on our phones, but the devices sucked back then, and the light faded low already, making everything blurry despite our best efforts to capture them. Next, it took a good 30 minutes for the whole pod to pass by completely, their fins slipping under one by one until nothing moved in the water behind us anymore. That was when we started to sober up from the night air, feeling the cold settle deeper, and talk about heading inside to warm up before anyone caught us out there. So we lingered a moment longer, scanning the open water that stretched flat ahead, when one of the younger girls spoke up quietly and said there was another one coming. I turned with everyone else, expecting a stray orca fin to break through like the others had done before, leaning forward over the rail to spot it in the faint glow. At first, that was exactly what it looked like. one dorsal fin cutting clean through the
Hi, you
surface
okay?
about 20 or 30 feet off
You
the
just woke
side
up?
of the ferry.
Yeah,
Then another rose right behind it.
I was tired.
Then one more.
It's okay.
Then two others popping up in quick succession. And we all were frozen watching.
Yes, I'm starting to see the fucking
So those
lightning.
were wrong from the start.
Oh, is it starting?
Taller by far than any
You wanna close
orca
the
fin
door?
I
So it's
recognized.
starting, yeah.
Jagged and uneven instead of smooth. Some looking torn or chipped
There we
along
go.
the edges harshly. That was when I realized they were not spaced out like separate animals swimming independently,
I'm gonna throw it on
but
the
lined
air
up in
'cause I'm
two
hot.
rough
Okay.
rows, running parallel across whatever moved beneath them steadily. Next, we could just barely see the shape of its back under the surface, lit faintly by the ferry lights spilling over the railing. I saw more of those spikes break the surface one after another, as it kept coming without pause, easily 8 to 10 feet each. Some leaning slightly while others looked scarred. That's when the body underneath kept going long past what made sense for a single whale. This dark mass stretching out with no end in sight. No one said a word among the 10 of us standing there. The deck had now gone silent. Whatever was down there should not exist. I knew we had all turned earlier to watch a whale pass like normal, but now faced something that clearly was not a whale at all, moving so differently from anything familiar. It showed no visible blow spouting up, no rolling body arching through, no fluke breaking the surface to signal a dive ahead. That was when this long, dark mass, with rows of jagged dorsal spikes, sliced through steady like a saw blade gliding parallel, staying alongside the ferry for a solid 6 or 7 minutes that felt endless in the cold. So based on how long it took for the last of the spikes to pass our position, I figured it had to be huge out there, 60 feet at least or maybe longer. Next I noticed it followed the exact path of the orcas that went by 30 to 40 minutes earlier, not cruising at random, but tracking steadily in the same direction. That was when I felt like it was hunting out there, orcas being top predators that feared little, yet this thing trailed their pod completely comfortably. Someone tried getting a photo in that moment, fumbling with their phone against the dark, but by then the lighting had failed completely, with only the ferry windows spilling faint glows over the rails. Eventually, the last of those spikes slipped beneath the surface, water going flat again without a splash. I don't know what kind of creature that was. I guess it qualifies as a cryptid, but if anyone has any info regarding it, I'd love to hear it. Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. It really does mean a hell of a lot for you to listen to these stories, so thank you for being here. And if you would like to support long-form creators like myself, liking, subbing, pressing the bell go a seriously long way, and it would be appreciated, so thank you guys. I'd like to extend my appreciation to all my lovely members and patrons whose names are on screen right now. For signing up, they get a bunch of cool perks, and if you're interested in finding out what those are, links down below. But that's it from me. Stay awesome, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Good night. Good evening all, and welcome to day 2 of Ghost Week. Even more paranormal stories for you tonight. Don't forget to sub and check in on us for the rest of the week for even more spooks. For now, it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control.
So it's like...
My family's beach house had always carried a reputation among us for being a little unusual. Over the years, strange things would happen.
Where did the
Objects
purple
would
come
vanish without explanation, only to reappear in the oddest places. Doors would slam open and shut seemingly on their own, and light bulbs had an unnerving habit of exploding randomly. I was convinced the house was haunted, specifically by my late grandfather, who had loved the place dearly and spent much of his life there. Whenever I brought up these incidents, though, no one seemed to take me seriously. My family would dismiss my concerns as overactive imagination or just one of those quirky things of an old beach home. For a long time, I felt like I was the only one noticing or experiencing the activity. But that all changed one summer, when a contractor was hired to do some renovations on the house. I wasn't there when it happened, but the story quickly made its rounds through the family. The contractor called my dad in a state of utter disbelief. He had been working with his table saw in the living room when, mid-task, the saw disappeared. Confused and increasingly uneasy, he searched the house from top to bottom, only to find it later in a completely different room he hadn't been in. He hadn't moved it, no one else had been there, and he couldn't make sense of how it could have happened. That incident must have rattled him because he told my dad he didn't want to continue working on the house. His exact words were something along the lines of, "There's something wrong with that place." It was enough to get my dad to admit that the contractor wasn't alone in his experience. To my surprise, my dad confessed that strange things had been happening in the beach house for years. He hadn't said anything because he didn't want to scare anyone or seem superstitious. He revealed that several workmen hired in the past had quit abruptly, saying they felt uncomfortable. The table saw incident was the tipping point. It validated my own experiences, and finally everyone seemed to believe me. The more we thought about it, the more it made sense. My grandfather had adored that beach house. It was his sanctuary, a place filled with his happiest memories, and he had poured his heart into maintaining it. Perhaps in some way, he wasn't ready to leave it behind.
Okay, and then...
My husband of 25 years and I shared an unsettling experience one night many years ago, in the two-story house he had owned before our marriage. It was after midnight, and the neighborhood was its usual quiet self. No traffic, no commotion, and certainly no neighbors known for causing a stir. The streets were deserted, and the air had the stillness unique to late-night hours. As we lay in bed, we heard something. The soft murmur of a child's voice cutting through the silence. It was faint but unmistakable, a little girl's voice, as gentle as a whisper, calling out, "Mama?" I froze, my heart racing as I strained to process what I had just heard. For a moment I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just my imagination, an echo of some forgotten thought. But then, as if choreographed, my husband and I both rolled over to face each other. He looked as shaken as I felt. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice low but urgent. My stomach knotted. I needed to be sure that I wasn't losing my mind. "What did you hear?" I regretted asking that as soon as it was at my mouth, and his answer sent chills down my spine. I heard a little girl saying "Mama." It couldn't have been my daughter, who was 26 at the time. She was spending the weekend with her father, more than an hour away, and the house was empty, except for the two of us. We eventually settled down, but the memory of that voice lingered. Over the next 3 years in that house, our lives seemed to reflect the eerie undercurrent of that moment. We argued constantly, vicious fights that felt disproportionate to the situations at hand. There was no physical violence, thankfully, but the arguments left emotional scars, and the atmosphere in the house seemed to fuel our tension. I often felt cold in the home, no matter how warm the weather was outside. The air seemed dense with weight, almost oppressive. Those were dark days, too many for newlyweds supposed to be basking in the glow of their first years of marriage, and after 3 painful years we decided to move. The house stands to this day, though it looks very different now, as the new owners decided to give it a complete makeover, and I think they had the right idea in doing so. I wonder if the house is still infested with that dark energy, which I can only say happened after we heard that painfully chilling word. 15 years ago, I had an experience in a hotel room that made me believe in ghosts. I was in my mid-20s living in Denver, and on a whim decided to take a road trip to Aspen. It was a last-minute decision, just me and my loyal companion Baxter, a 50-pound protector of a dog. I had Monday off unexpectedly, so I left work Friday afternoon eager for an adventure. At the time I didn't have much money, so instead of staying in Aspen, I opted for a more affordable motel in the town of Basalt. Basalt is a charming little mountain town with a rich mining history, and the motel was nothing fancy, just a basic room to rest my head. I arrived around 9 p.m. and noticed the parking lot was packed with construction vehicles. That struck me as odd, but I didn't think much of it. After checking in, I walked Baxter to a nearby liquor store, grabbed a 6-pack of beer and settled in for the night. I drank 2 beers, watched some TV, and fell asleep around 11 p.m. I've always been a deep sleeper and rarely wake up in the middle of the night, but something stirred me. As I slowly came to, I felt movement. Both Baxter and I were shifting restlessly, and that's when I saw him. A man in my hotel room. He appeared suddenly coming from the direction of the entry door, but I hadn't heard the door open. One moment the room was empty, and the next he was just there walking slowly through the space. He looked ordinary, rugged even, like a working man. He was white with dark hair, clean-shaven and dressed in neat but practical clothes, carrying a metal lunchbox and a thermos, which gave me the impression he might be an engineer or someone in a similar field. At first I stayed still, just lifting my head slightly from the pillow as I tried to process what I was seeing. Baxter, laying at my feet, was fixated on the man but made no sound. My mind raced, and before I could even form a coherent thought, the man noticed me watching him. He smiled a very friendly smile, as though to reassure me he meant no harm, but his presence was so unexpected, so out of place, that my body tensed in alarm. I instinctively thought, "Oh no, stay away." He seemed to read my expression because his face shifted to one of annoyance, as if to say, "I wasn't going to hurt you, I was just being friendly." Without a word, he turned sharply and continued his slow walk through the room. I watched frozen as he passed by my bed and disappeared through the wall separating my room to the next. As soon as he vanished, I got out of bed and pressed my ear to the wall. On the other side, I heard the muffled sound of men talking, several voices casual and conversational. It sounded like a group of construction workers sharing a room. Baxter and I had stayed quiet the entire time. He seemed stressed, his ears twitching as he looked around the room. But eventually we calmed down and lay back to sleep, which eventually did come. When I woke the next morning, the neighboring room was empty, the construction workers gone, and I was too shaken and honestly too shy to mention what had happened to the motel clerk. I just wanted to check out, load Baxter into the car, and spent the day hiking in the mountains before driving back to Denver. It's hard to put into words what I felt during that encounter. The man didn't seem malicious, just there, moving through my room as if it were his own space. I got the sense he wasn't expecting to be seen, and was as surprised as I was when our eyes met. The fear I felt wasn't because of him specifically. It was the shock of witnessing something that I just couldn't explain. The fact that Baxter reacted, and that the men in the next room seemed disturbed as well, makes me think that it wasn't a dream. And I never stayed in Basalt again.
Oh, look, the ring.
Growing up, I often felt like my house might be haunted, though I always tried to rationalize the strange things that happened, because ghosts don't exist, right? The activity was subtle, nothing dramatic or frightening. There were odd noises, sudden cold spots, and items disappearing only to reappear later in the exact spot I'd swore I'd checked. Still, I chalked it up to my imagination or a coincidence. The first major event that made me pause was when a heavy metal door in the house, which had been securely shut, opened on its own. My mum and I were outside at the time, talking about my grandpa who had recently passed away. The timing felt significant. He was born and raised in that house and had lived there for many years. It also felt personal because his mother, my great-grandma, had passed away in the kitchen of that same house. For years I kept trying to explain away the strange occurrences, but in 2021, I started diving into paranormal topics out of curiosity, and since then, I've experienced more moments that I can only describe as unexplainable. I sometimes wonder if it's because I've opened myself up to the idea of ghosts, or if I'm just more attuned to noticing things now. The experience that truly solidified my belief in the paranormal happened during a vacation at the Flamingo Hotel in Las Vegas. I was staying there with my uncle, though we had separate rooms on different floors. And after a day of shopping, I returned to my room only to find my key card wasn't working. I went down the front desk, and the shift manager said it was probably a battery issue with the door lock. She assured me maintenance would be sent up to fix it. Maintenance never showed, so I returned to the lobby where the same woman issued me a new key card. This one didn't work either. Frustrated, I spoke with another hotel employee who checked the card and told me something strange. The card I had been using wasn't even registered to my room number. According to their records, I should never have had access to it. Finally, they gave me the proper key card and I was able to get access to my room. I was rushing to get ready for a dinner reservation, so I changed quickly and sat down to tie my shoes. That's when I noticed it. A shadow on the white wall of the bedroom. It was the silhouette of a man wearing a hat, walking steadily before fading away. Confused and curious, I tried to recreate the shadow by walking in different areas of the suite. I realized it matched the path somehow, and would take away if they walked from the window in the living room area towards the door leading to the hallway. No one else was in the room, and I couldn't explain what I saw. Later that night, I woke up to the sound of a faint clicking noise. Too tired to investigate, I went back to sleep. In the morning, as I was getting to leave, I froze. My door was locked from the inside, a habit I never do because I'm always afraid of accidentally trapping myself. Then it hit me. The noise that had woken me up during the night was the sound of the door being engaged. Since then, I've stayed at other supposedly haunted locations, including a well-known haunted hotel in Chicago, where a lot of strange things happened. However, I sometimes wonder if I notice more because I'm aware of the reputation of these places. Even so, the Flamingo incident stands out because I had no prior knowledge of paranormal activity there, and it makes the experience all the more chilling. Several years ago, I had an experience that still gives me chills whenever I think about it. It all began one ordinary evening while I was cooking dinner. My husband mentioned he wouldn't be able to eat with me because he had a meeting. So I finished preparing the meal, served myself a plate, and went into the dining room. My kitchen is quite small, with a narrow hallway that leads directly into the dining room. As I turned into the hallway, plate in hand, I was startled to see a tall man standing there. He was impeccably dressed in a tuxedo and wearing a top hat, looking like he had stepped straight out of another era. Without giving it much thought, I instinctively said, "Excuse me," as I passed him, continuing on to the dining room. But at that moment, when I crossed him in the room, I froze. My mind raced as I realized what had just happened. There wasn't supposed to be anyone else in the house. Who had I just spoken to? From that day onward, strange and unsettling events began to happen more frequently. Every time I cleaned the stairs, I felt a force pushing me, as if an invisible hand was shoving me from behind. At first, I tried to brush it off as my imagination, but the incidents became more frequent and more forceful. One day the push was so strong that I tumbled down the stairs, nearly cutting my tongue with my teeth during the fall. It was no longer something I could just ignore. Desperate for answers, I confided in my deeply religious neighbor, and when I described my experience and the man I had seen, her face grew serious. She revealed that her young grandchild had also seen a man fitting the same description. A tall figure in a suit and a top hat, sitting casually on the wall outside her home. The similarities were too exact to dismiss as mere coincidence. Concerned, my neighbor shared the story with her church congregation, and a group of them decided to visit my home one day and pray and address whatever was causing the disturbance. As they gathered in prayer, an eerie, unexplainable phenomenon occurred. The sound of horses and clanking chains echoed up and down the street, as though someone or something were being dragged along the road. The noises were clear and undeniable, making everyone quite scared. Although I didn't participate in the prayers, something seemed to shift after that day. The noises stopped, and the unsettling events like the pushing on the stairs finished completely. Life returned to normal, and the Hat Man has never been seen again, and I'm grateful for it. I rented a house from a friend a few years ago. At first, everything seemed perfectly fine. I have 3 cats and they settled in quickly. The first month passed without any issues, but things started to feel strange by the second month. Almost every night, my cats began acting oddly. They would fixate on hallways, watching intently, as if something invisible were moving down towards the bedrooms. Sometimes I'd be sitting on the couch watching TV, with all 3 cats snuggled around me. Suddenly their heads would snap up in unison, and they'd stare over my shoulder towards the same spot behind me. Then, as if tracking something, their eyes would follow whatever it was as it moved down the hall. At first, I tried to brush it off as a quirky thing that cats do, but it kept happening almost nightly. By the 6th month, things took a turn from strange to downright unsettling. It started with little things, like waking up at 4 a.m. to find the shower running full blast. I was confused, but assumed it must have been a plumbing issue, or that I had absent-mindedly left it on, though, deep down, I knew it wasn't the case. Then I began coming home from work to find the fridge and oven wide open, both doors gaping as if someone had been rummaging through them. My cats, who are normally curious and friendly, would be hiding under the bed, visibly scared. Not long after, I started waking up to find all the faucets in the house running. The kitchen, the bathroom sinks, even the bathtub. No one else had access to the house, and I couldn't come up with a logical explanation for it. The final few weeks before I moved out were the most chilling. I began to hear soft, distant laughter, like the sound of children giggling, even though I lived alone. The laughter wasn't constant, but it came often enough to leave me uneasy. It would happen late at night or in the early hours of the morning, echoing faintly through the house. When I decided to move, I bought a house directly across the street, and after I moved out, the rental house stayed vacant for quite some time. No one seemed interested in renting it, though I didn't share my experience with anyone. Despite the empty house, I would occasionally see shadows moving inside through the windows. They looked like people walking around, but the house was supposed to be unoccupied. Even now, when I look back on my time at the house, I can't explain what the strange activity, the cat's behaviors, and those eerie shadows were, leaving me with more questions than answers. I have a few ghostly encounters to share, which all took place in The Hague, Netherlands. The first was an encounter in the park. There's a small park that circles a cemetery, a peaceful spot where I often went jogging. One day, while running through the wooded area, I turned a corner and caught sight of a huge dog-like creature disappearing around the next bend. The thing was massive, much larger than any normal dog, and its movement was smooth and eerily deliberate. I picked up my pace and rounded the corner, only 10 seconds later expecting to see it, but it was gone. There was no trace of it, and the path was too small for something that size to vanish without a sound or sign. It left me unnerved every time I jogged thereafter. This next story is when I worked as a security officer, and one of my assignments was at the US ambassador's residence. This stately house had an undeniable presence, and strange things often happened there. Our security lodge was a small brick room, attached to the outside of the house,
Okay.
complete with 2
I've
windows,
done
a
it.
frosted glass
I have
door,
finished, I think.
and several camera monitors.
Dark green.
We were not allowed inside the house without explicit permission and clearance from US Marines stationed at the consulate. But even from the lodge, it was clear the house wasn't ordinary. During my first week on the job, I noticed lights flashing on and off inside the house when it was empty. Confused, I called the Marines for permission to investigate, and one of them laughed and said, "Oh, that's just the ghosts, don't bother." He treated it as a joke, but I wasn't so sure. The security lodge itself wasn't immune to strange activity. At times there would be loud, distinct knocks on the frosted glass door, but when I would look through the glass, there'd be no one there. Lights inside the house would turn on without any explanation, even though it was unoccupied. During my rounds, I would oftentimes see figures standing in the window. I'd check the same spot later, and the figure would be gone. Even on the cameras, ghostly entities would occasionally appear. Shadowy shapes moved through rooms.
I
And one of the
desperately
most
need a
memorable
break
incidents
because
involved a
my wrist
co-worker.
hurts.
He
So
was
I
sitting
think
in the
I'm going to
security
end it
lodge late
there.
at night when
Thank
he
you
saw
everybody on
one of those
Twitch who
ghostly figures
joined.
enter the lodge.
I super appreciate
Panicked,
it.
he bolted out of there and ran straight to the
And
Marines
if
stationed
anybody
outside
joined
the
on
property.
YouTube, thank you so much.
And he
I
refused
appreciate
to
it.
go back in.
And thank you,
In the garden at
Sunny
the back
and
of the
Cats,
residence,
again
there was
for
a
the
simple
follow today.
bench.
I hope you
For
enjoyed the
reasons
stories, and
no
I
one
hope
could
you
explain,
enjoyed watching my
this spot was
suffering with joy.
notorious for sightings.
Until next time.
People, including my co-workers, often reported seeing